Chapter 561 Strange Skills. The nest of the black ball beast is winding. But there are other ways out, which is also in line with the habits of various animals. It's just that the entrance is a little small. What made Yang Bo undecided was that the entrance of the nest of these black ball beasts was relatively small. Let's go and have a look. I don't know when this task can be completed. Yang Bo was very disappointed with today's task, mainly because the skills given by these black ball beasts were too rubbish. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that the game was already in a state of chaos, because the rankings have changed dramatically. Many players have experience in the end-of-the-world copy game and have cooperated well. At the beginning of the game, the peak number of monsters killed each month was only a small number of tens of thousands. Now players are familiar with the rules of the game, as well as terrain zombies. In addition to the division of labor and cooperation in the team, the number of monsters killed on the rankings in the game can now reach more than 100,000. A player named Wuming and 2 other teammates did not get the ranking bonus for only 1 month since the beginning of the game, and they got the ranking bonus every other month. All players questioned Wuming's way of getting bonuses, because this game player comes to play for a few days at the end of each month, and kills nearly 10,000 monsters or more every day. You know, if you want to kill 10,000 monsters, you need at least 10,000 bullets. How many people are needed to transport the bullets? And how many guns are needed for 10,000 bullets? So this game team has only 3 people, which is not reasonable at all, because the number of teammates will be shown on the leaderboard of the game team killing monsters. Today is even more exaggerated. Soon after the game started in the morning, the number of monsters killed by the number 1 on the leaderboard has been rising. At this time today, the number of monsters killed by the number 1 has increased by 20,000. And right now, the number of monsters is jumping up by 3 digits every second. This is simply impossible. No player can do it. Moreover, such a dense number of monsters and such a long-lasting killing speed cannot be achieved in the game, even by those large game guilds. The reason why Yang Bo was able to jump so much in the number of monsters killed this time is mainly because Yang Bo set the fire first. Although these fires did not burn the zombies to death, as long as they burned, they were counted as killed by Yang Bo in the game. Just like yesterday, if Yang Bo ran back and forth and was trampled by zombies, it would not be counted as Yang Bo's kill in the game, but it would be counted in terms of skills. Today, Yang Bo used fire and bombs, and now he was slaughtered by the black ball beast. A large part of it is counted on Yang Bo's head. The game forum has exploded, and many people have questioned that the game officials used agents to snatch all the bonuses. The game officials are still a dick and ignore these people at all. The players' doubts are getting louder and louder, because the players on the leaderboard are basically masters, and the teams of major guilds are watching their bonuses shrink by 90%. And no one is willing to accept it. Annie and Xiao were also surprised. They didn't expect Yang Bo to kill so many monsters today. The 2 tried to contact Yang Bo, but Yang Bo replied that he was killing monsters. Yang Bo didn't have time to look at the forum now. Yang Bo was trying to get rid of the zombies. To get rid of the zombies, he had to run fast enough. The speed of the bionic man was faster than before. Yang Bo easily got rid of the zombies and ran away. After a big circle, he came to the back hole of the black ball beast's nest. It turns out that this is a sewer pipe. I wonder if it is used to transport water to the water plant or drain water. Yang Bo came to a back door of the nest. The diameter of the hole was still 1.5 meters. You can see that these are all concrete pipes. It seems that there is no steel bar in this sewer pipe. Yang Bo bit over and dived into the pipe. This place is more than 500 meters away from the entrance of the black ball beast's nest that Yang Bo saw last time. Those zombie pigs, zombie sheep, and zombie cows have dispersed and started to return the same way. How did these zombies know the way they ran? Yang Bo was a little curious, but because it was not the main body, it was difficult to figure out many things, because Yang Bo could not see a lot of data transmission of this bionic man here. It seems that the official is collecting a lot of data. The people in the game department saw Yang Bo find a hole and drilled in, and they were also a little puzzled, because there was no sign of any animal activity here. However, the people in the game department were not surprised at all by what Yang Bo did, and they had no doubts. Yang Bo had already known the general structure of the nest through the sound of the explosion. Yang Bo's sound wave detection at that time could clearly find that the leader of the black ball beast was staying in a place in the nest. In fact, Yongbo could hear the sound of the entire nest when he came in from the back hole. And he could also hear the sound of another black ball beast killing zombies crazily in the pool. This sound was also captured by the Bionic Man sound capture system. But human ears could not hear it. That is, infrasound waves less than 20 Hz. Infrasound waves have an advantage, which is that they are not easy to attenuate, and are not easily absorbed by water and air. Infrasound waves are also sound waves, so Yongbo can hear them clearly. Just like sometimes when you have a dog at home. Someone comes from afar, but people can't hear the sound made by these people. But dogs can hear it. That is, the frequency of sound waves that dogs can hear is lower. After controlling the Bionic Man to walk 100 meters, he can finally capture the sound fluctuations from the Bionic Man. The people in the game department breathed a sigh of relief. This is a sewer. Yongbo walked inside for a while, and found that it was even bigger, with a diameter of more than 2 meters. Oh! When Yongbo came to the place where the leader of the Black Ball Beast was, Yongbo found that there was a bright light shining from the top of the cave in this place. It seemed that the top had collapsed, and there was a pile of soil in the cave. There were some stones around the soil pile, and there was a green plant on the soil pile. This plant was swaying, and gave people a feeling of shaking his head. Yongbo felt a little strange because these stones were arranged in a neat manner, and it felt like a person surrounded them. But now Yongbo had no time to dwell on these things, because the plant in front of him was unusual. Because for these animals, useless things don't need to be taken care of at all. And this one is growing so well in the middle of the cave. And it is the only one of its kind. If you say there is no problem, even a fool would not believe it. And the Bionic Man can also detect that the plant in front of him has energy fluctuations. Mutated plants are very valuable in the apocalyptic copy game. In reality, mutant plants are also relatively rare. As for the value, it is hard to say. The mutant plants that Yongbo found on March Star have certain value. Yongbo also knew that this was a good thing. And the game prompted that there were quest items that could be picked. This mutant plant was about 15 centimeters tall, green all over, with round leaves, and the sun was shining on this mutant plant. The game officials will have to eat again. Yongbo saw this scene and started digging. This mutant plant seemed to feel the threat of Yongbo, and actually used branches to whip the Bionic Man controlled by Yongbo. F***CK. People in the game department who saw this scene jumped up and swore. A mutant plant with a certain self-awareness. The colonel almost hugged the subordinate next to him excitedly, but thought that the subordinate next to him liked men. So he gave up. While Yongbo was digging a plant here, he muttered in his heart, "Anyway, I must take it back when I have the chance. This thing looks unusual. Anyway, I know this thing is in the hands of the military. When the time comes, I can just kidnap a senior military official in exchange for these research results. If I do the research myself, I can't find a place to start." Yongbo comforted himself in his heart. He could only think like this. After all, he didn't know where this planet was. And in Yongbo's opinion, the military was just like that. Otherwise the SSS laboratory with invisible mice would not have had such an accident last time. Of course, that accident might be an insider, or it might be made by some vested interest groups for outsiders to see. Yongbo quickly dug up the soil, and found that the roots of this plant were also somewhat different from those of ordinary plants. The 4 roots were particularly thick and large. Then the next second, Yongbo found that a root of this plant was slowly pulled out of the soil by itself, as if it was about to run away. Good stuff. Those guys got it for free. Yongbo simply grabbed the upper half of the tree and pulled it out. Of course, he dug and pulled at the same time, and soon the tree was dug out. The roots were still swinging slowly, as if struggling, and then Yongbo put them into his backpack. Then Yongbo left in a hurry. As soon as Yongbo bent down and climbed out of the hole he had entered, he heard a roar from inside the hole. So Yongbo quickly picked up a few bombs and threw them into the hole. Then picked up a sniper rifle and lay on the ground. There was a loud bang behind him, and several bombs exploded together, causing a large part of the entire sewer to collapse. The leader of the Black Ball Beast rushed out from the ground 100 meters away. Then the Black Ball Beast unfolded its body and its head, and the whole body stood up, with its nose still moving. It seemed that it wanted to see where Yongbo ran to. The next second, a bullet hit the Black Ball Beast leader's eyes directly. The bullets from the sniper rifle were fired very quickly, and when you heard the sound, the bullet had hit the target. The sniper bullet went straight through the left eye and flipped the entire skull of the black ball beast leader. Natural birth plus 32. Mental control plus 32. 2 skill information popped up in Yang Bo's mind, which instantly made Yang Bo feel good. Yang Bo was not far from the black ball beast leader. After the sniper rifle was finished, he dropped it and ran over quickly. He took out the laser sword and cut off the head of the black ball beast leader. The abdomen and chin of the black ball beast were very soft. The armor plates on the back of the black ball beast seemed to have lost their luster after the black ball beast died. As soon as Yang Bo cut off the head of the black ball beast leader, the task was completed. Then Yang Bo saw the official prompt of the game that a fighter plane came to pick him up. Later, many black ball beasts rushed out from the ground. But at this time, missiles appeared in the sky. Strange. Yang Bo thought it was a virtual picture, but he didn't expect it to be real. A missile landed more than 500 meters away from Yang Bo, making a huge explosion and a huge vibration, which scared the other black ball beasts to flee. In the distance, missiles attacked the zombies that were besieging. And for a while, Yang Bo's skills kept flashing in his mind. These dogs are afraid that they have taken a fancy to the mutant plants in the backpack, and they are afraid that something will go wrong. Yang Bo understood. A few minutes later, Yang Bo got on a fighter plane. At this time, Yang Bo felt that it was a virtual picture again, and then looked at the task item still in the game backpack. Obviously, the bionic man and his own goods were intercepted by the official, and maybe the body of the black ball beast leader would be taken away by the fighter plane. Super backpack. Yang Bo completed the task, obtained the super backpack fragments, and also obtained the warrior badge with 20% increase in all attributes. The super backpack fragments that he had been thinking about were collected. Super backpack, a magical backpack, a cubic volume, regardless of the load. What kind of equipment is this? Is it a new space equipment developed by the military? I can't see it in the virtual world now. Why don't I wait until tomorrow to see it online? First, download the game to see what the new skills I got today are. Natural birth? Could it be that this black ball beast can give birth to mutant plants? But looking at the place where the mutant plant grows in the black ball beast's nest, it seems that it is really cultivated by these animals. Animals cultivating plants. Animals cultivating animals are not uncommon in nature. The most common is ants cultivating aphids. Aphids have sweet feces. So once it is about to rain, ants will send aphids back to their nests to avoid the rain. When the rain stops and the sky clears, they will send the aphids back to the branches. Chapter 562 Skill Characteristics. Yang Bo sent a message to Annie and Xia on the chat software. And then, he hurried to find something to experiment. Looking at the various ingredients in the kitchen, Yang Bo took a part of them, including plants and meat. Then he came to the basement. In a special laboratory, Yang Bo looked at the 2 pieces of meat in front of him, one of which was naturally grown beef, and the other was artificially cultivated. Artificial cultivation means cell cultivation. All beef looks exactly the same, and the taste are exactly the same. Yang Bo didn't know what the scope of the ability of natural birth belongs to, so he had to prepare these things. Yang Bo first took a vegetable, which is also divided into 2 types. One is naturally grown, and the other is factory grown. The vegetable in Yang Bo's hand is a very common green leafy vegetable, which looks like a small green vegetable, but with more leaves. Putting this small green vegetable on the experimental table, Yang Bo released the superpower of natural birth. Yang Bo could feel a surge of energy in his body, which spread in his palm. Yang Bo slowly moved his palm closer to the small green vegetable. The next second, the small green vegetable grew wildly. In just a few seconds, the small green vegetable doubled in size. The small green vegetable had no roots, but it had grown countless fibrous roots visible to the naked eye. As time went on, the small green vegetable actually sprouted mosses and then bloomed. 5 minutes later, Yang Bo looked at the small green vegetables on the table, because the big green vegetable just now quickly grew roots, bloomed and bore fruit, and the seeds continued to germinate. Is it a self-pollinating variety, or the influence of superpowers? Yang Bo muttered to himself as he looked at the small green vegetable seedlings on the table. Putting these small green vegetable seedlings aside for the time being, Yang Bo continued the experiment with one of them. This time Yang Bo slowed down the release of skills, and the growth rate of the small green vegetables slowed down significantly. In fact, in the Interstellar era, as long as there is energy, you can have anything. and plants no longer absorb conventional light, water, etc. Looking at the big green vegetable in front of him, Yang Bo used an energy detector to detect it, and it was within the safe range. Yang Bo took out 2 more pieces of beef, and took out the naturally fed beef. 5 minutes after releasing the skill, Yang Bo was dumbfounded, because this piece of beef actually began to grow blood vessels, and then began to grow skin and hair. Will it be a cow in the end? Yang Bo quickly stopped the experiment. Then he turned his attention to the artificially cultivated beef. This piece of beef did not show the situation just now, but just kept growing. And the beef that grew was eaten directly. No wonder naturally grown ones are more expensive, and these lab-grown ones are cheaper. Maybe that's the difference. Yang Bo felt that the lab-grown ones must have genetic biotechnology. He tested these test subjects again, and the energy radiation did not exceed the standard. Then he destroyed these test subjects and took another piece of poultry meat. This was also naturally grown. 20 minutes after Yang Bo released his superpowers, a complete poultry appeared. But what Yang Bo found ridiculous was that this poultry had no feathers. Only a few sparse ones. I'm afraid that genetic means were used to prevent this chicken from growing feathers. After all, in today's high-tech environment, chickens no longer need feathers to keep warm and waterproof. Yang Bo muttered to himself. In addition, this chicken has another characteristic. That is, it breathes, but there is no movement, including heartbeat, just lying on the experimental table, as if it fell asleep. Is it cloned? No. Clones seem to have consciousness. Right? Yang Bo knew very little about cloning. Is it because the superpower energy is not enough? Yang Bo continued to release skills. The poultry grew a lot, but there was no sign of waking up. Then Yang Bo electrocuted the chicken to death, which means it had no life characteristics, but did not give any skills. This, after repeated experiments several times, Yang Bo finally confirmed that his superpower was indeed awesome, but it could not give birth to a living thing. Plants can be used, but after animals are given birth, they are like vegetative people, and killing these animals will not give any skills. For the time being, it seems that it is better to apply it to plants? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then Yang Bo used the mutant plant crops he picked from the mountains to experiment, and found that it could also give birth to mutant plants. However, the mutant plants grow much slower. Ordinary green vegetables bloom and bear fruit in a few minutes. But this mutant plant took 2 hours to breed and even produced offspring. The breeding of this mutant plant is a bit like succulent plants on Earth, with a flower stem, and then some small flowers and seeds on it. These seeds are not big, only the size of sesame seeds, and Yang Bo used his superpowers to breed these seeds. These seeds were bred into mutant plants and planted in the laboratory to see the effect, while the mother plant was still fine. Right. Yang Bo was about to end the experiment when he suddenly thought of a method. Don't I have a spirit seed? I wonder if this can be used to control it. However, subsequent experiments proved that this method did not work. Yang Bo even used his superpowers to give birth to a pig. The spirit seed could be released, but it could not control the pig to stand up and move. In other words, do you use spirit seeds to control others? Or do you use other people's souls? Yang Bo understood the characteristics of spirit seeds. Destroy all these useless things that have been tested. The skills I gained this time seem to be of little use for the time being. For the use of energy, the science of the Interstellar Society has reached a very extreme. But what has not yet developed is the research on the soul. I wonder what tomorrow's super backpack is. Yang Bo was thinking about things in the game again, because the super backpack in the game can carry more bullets, so you can spawn more super monsters. In the Apocalypse copy game, most players' activity areas are in a relatively small range, mainly because it is too difficult to supply, and they rely entirely on controlling the legs of the bionic people in the game to run. If you want to explore the monsters in farther places, you need more people to deliver supplies. These ordinary players mainly provide experimental materials to the military. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the people in the game department were having a celebration party. Boss, congratulations. Boss, I didn't expect this old pervert to bring us a surprise. These super mutant animals can actually breed mutant plants? The people in the game department were having a dinner party, and everyone raised their cups to compliment their boss. It's not certain yet, but the area where these mutants are located has been closely monitored. In fact, when this old pervert faced those super mutants, I thought about taking control of his bionic man, but I wanted to take a gamble. Someone quickly said, How can this be called gambling? This is the boss's good luck. And it's destiny. The boss should be promoted and make a fortune. Haha. It's not that great. But this old guy did bring us a surprise. Let's drink together to get promoted and make a fortune. And everyone will have a share. The superiors and subordinates laughed when they heard their subordinates flattering. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. These people gathered in the office. And the others quickly clinked glasses with the boss and drank it all. Boss, what kind of person is this old bastard? Why does it seem so contradictory? On the one hand, he said he was a pharmacist. And on the other hand, he was a master of swordsmanship. But why did he get involved with two ordinary women? After drinking, someone asked while pouring wine for the colonel. I guess some of his words are false. Such is his identity as a pharmacist. After all, it is difficult for ordinary people to check other people's identity information. The colonel answered thoughtfully. As for finding an ordinary woman, this may be a personal preference. The colonel answered again. Boss, you are right. When we were in school, I knew a person who liked ordinary women. The main reason was that his superpowers made him not good in some aspects. If he found a woman with the same superpowers, others would not feel it. Someone said. Haha. It's possible. Some superpowers do bring some side effects. Should we find an ordinary woman? The colonel shook his head. Not for now. Anyway, we'll talk about it after the next STAR cooperation plan starts. We must be cautious about things involving ordinary people, so that we won't be caught by others and expose us. Alas, everyone present knew the actual status of residents in the Alliance. But they also knew that once something happened to residents, it would be a hot topic in the news, because residents are recognized as weak. Similarly, if two people quarrel, if one is a superpower and the other is a resident, then the superpower will be severely punished. The game forum was a big fuss today. Many people were dissatisfied when they saw the old bastard killing monsters, and the number soared by 10 points. That's right. We found that some guild guys in the game were fanning the flames. The colonel heard this and said, then launch the guild battle online in advance, and let them fight in the virtual game. Just like the Society of the Alliance. We need to divide the lower class into many small groups. Let them fight each other, stare at each other, and hate each other. In the game, we have to let these guilds fight each other for a little virtual data, so they have no time to target our official. I understand. Boss. The others nodded. Before Yang Bo went to the game the next day, he went to the official website of the game and found that the Doomsday Dungeon game had opened the guild battle. TSK. Yang Bo had no interest at all, because this thing was a virtual game, and Yang Bo would just come to kill monsters honestly. After entering the game, Yang Bo found that many people were shouting to collect materials, and the prices of most materials had risen by 20% compared to before, because the guild war required equipment. MP. When Yang Bo opened the so-called super backpack, he almost cursed. The so-called super backpack is a small robot behind his simulated human body, and it looks the worst. The robot is square. The things he threw into the super backpack are placed in the square body of the robot. Okay. I will do my best to help you complete the mission and explore the planet. You can use this to test me. Don't you want to find out my bottom? Then I will let you find out. Let's keep this account first. Yang Bo was so angry that he laughed. Once he had the chance, he would meet with those who wanted to find out his bottom. Let's see who is so brave from the military and dare to meet with him. At that time, he will meet with them as the third master, and then use this identity to threaten him. If you want to find out my bottom, it depends on how capable you are. Yang Bo was very angry and wanted to stop playing games, but he had nothing to do for the time being. But thinking about it, Yang Bo simply quit the game, and then sent a message to Lu Jingxiang that he wanted to practice swordsmanship today. If the swordsmanship competition can be held on the planet where Little Sun is, I can meet them in person. I want to see who is behind Little Sun, and what is the identity of that man. Yang Bo packed up his things and left his villa. Oh my god! The people from the Free Mercenary Guild are here, and they are staring at me again? Yang Bo drove his own car out not far away, and felt that someone was staring at him again. No. I have to find a way to vent my anger. The punching bag that is delivered to the door must be used to vent my anger. Yang Bo was thinking about how to vent his anger. Chapter 563 Ad Money. After thinking about it, Yang Bo didn't find a way to deal with these guys publicly. But he felt a little uncomfortable to deal with them privately. Forget it. Zhang Buizhen may be more anxious than me. Yang Bo suddenly realized that although he knew that the agent of the Free Mercenary Union would suggest that the mercenaries come to him, but Zhang Buizhen might not know. And these free mercenaries might not necessarily stare at him. As long as he doesn't go out. These mercenaries can't always wait for him. Yang Bo's guess makes sense. Now Zhang Buizhen is really anxious. Because the last time he dealt with those free mercenaries, there were still big loopholes. Not to mention that Mr. Gio went in to deal with these people. Simply taking a person away from where he lives is not something that ordinary people can do. You know that the other party is an experienced mercenary. Being able to do such an outrageous thing on this planet is inseparable from the developers of this planet and the local snakes of this planet. So even though the mercenary group of the Free Mercenary Union came to March Star, they only sent a few people to follow Yang Bo to see if there was any unexpected gain. After all, Yang Bo was just the target of the mercenaries who were on the mission last time. As for why these mercenaries disappeared, it should not have much to do with Yang Bo, because it can be found that more than a year ago, Yang Bo went to other planets for adventures, wearing heavy protective clothing, and was still an ordinary person. Besides, Yang Bo was too young, just a little over 20 years old. In the eyes of these free mercenaries, he was just an unlucky resident. Yang Bo was quickly excluded because of his clean resume. The reason why they were still watching Yang Bo was because the free mercenaries also wanted the life energy stone. However, the first person involved in the life energy stone was Lu Jijia. Now he was a dignified counselor, and it was not easy to deal with him. So there was only one soft persimmon left that Yang Bo could easily monitor. This was also the reason why Yang Bo could easily find that someone was monitoring him. Because these people did not think Yang Bo was that strong. Even if Yang Bo was a superpower now, he was the lowest level. In just over a year, how fast a superpower could grow. Of course, this was also the biggest reason for those who wanted to target Yang Bo or make trouble. That is, they used their own scientific cognition to measure everything. Yang Bo came to the company's dormitory building. Now the company's business is running normally again. But Yang Bo just registered and received the basic salary. The current boss is Lu Jingxiang, and Zhou Kersen is the company's executive. Lu Jijia has completely nothing to do with this company. And even his name has been completely changed. Yang Bo. Be careful when you go out recently. Don't go to those bars or places. When they arrived at the company dormitory building, Lu Jingxiang picked up Yang Bo in the underground parking lot. Thank you, Sister Jingxiang. Yang Bo nodded. Since Lu Jingxiang took over Lu Jijia's company, she must have relevant information channels. The only thing left was how much she knew. When they arrived at the sword training room, Lu Jingxiang practiced with Yang Bo. And it was no surprise that Yang Bo beat her 10 o'clock. Lu Jingxiang's psychology was very complicated. On the one hand, she felt that Yang Bo was a little ungentlemanly. And on the other hand, she felt that Yang Bo was strong enough, so he could get a good ranking in the competition. To be honest, Lu Jingxiang didn't want to take over the tasks of Lu Jijia's company. After all, such companies are all engaged in gray business. But connections are all in one circle. Although Lu Jijia seems to be a member of parliament now, he is also blind if he wants to do other business. Because the alliance has developed to the present. Any industry has its threshold. And any circle has its unspoken rules. If you rashly enter the circle without connections, you will become a receiver, and then leave in embarrassment after losing all your funds. Although Lu Jijia still has real estate business, it is his on the surface, and Zhang Buizhen's behind. So it is not certain how much he can control. Who wants to make these unsound money when they can make money legitimately? Lu Jingxiang is already making a small calculation. If Yang Bo can achieve good results this time, he will immediately set up a fencing club. The fencing club does not need a good business, because the fencing association will provide various subsidies to fencing masters who achieve good results. To put it bluntly, the Blue Water Empire wants to promote this sport. And as long as you have good results, you can get subsidies. It's just for others to see. It's also a business. Because in the sports circle, the cake is only so big. If someone eats more, someone will eat less. Yang Bo certainly didn't know Lu Jingxiang's plan, and was practicing with Zhou Kersen. If nothing unexpected happens, every game will be a KO. Yang Bo's swordsmanship is fast and accurate. And once Yang Bo uses a routine, coupled with fast, fierce and accurate. He can KO faster. Next week, the ordered advanced training robot will arrive. And we want to see your performance. After the swordsmanship training was over, Lu Jingxiang began to say to Yang Bo. Lu Jingxiang was wearing an ordinary pink and white shirt, beige casual pants, a simple pair of white flat shoes, and a bright black long hair, giving people a very pure feeling. Zhou Kersen was wearing a relatively light green loose dress, but there were flowers on the collar and cuffs. Yeah. Then I'll leave first. Yang Bo was about to leave, but he didn't expect Lu Jijia to come back from outside. Yang Bo, are you here to practice swordsmanship again? Lu Jijia greeted Yang Bo warmly when he saw him. Yes, brother Jia. I'll leave first. Yang Bo nodded and greeted. Lu Jijia hurriedly said, come with me to the office. I have something to talk to you alone? Yang Bo followed Lu Jijia to the office. And Lu Jijia asked after closing the door, Yang Bo, have you found anything wrong recently? Nothing wrong. I haven't been out recently. Yang Bo asked curiously after sitting down. Last time we took the risk. We sold the life energy stone. And the news was leaked. Now someone is looking for trouble with us. Lu Jijia answered while getting a bottle of water for Yang Bo. Ah. This. I asked at that time. Brother Jia. You said it's okay. Those people will be sold to other places? Yang Bo asked at that time. And Lu Jijia replied that these people would be sold. It wasn't those people who leaked it, but the buyer accidentally leaked it. Lu Jijia was asked by Zhang Boishan to talk today, and asked him to pay more attention. The Free Mercenary Union knew about the sale of Life Energy Stone, and they are sending people to trouble you. Ah. This? Should we ask them for compensation? Yang Bo knew the ins and outs of it, but he just played a fake fight. They don't admit it, and we don't have any evidence. Lu Jijia also shook his head with a bitter smile. What should we do? Who is causing trouble? Brother Jia, you should be well informed. When they arrive, call the police to arrest them? Yang Bo asked several questions in a row with a frightened look on his face. It is said that they are free mercenaries. These people have very troublesome identities. They basically have legitimate jobs and legitimate identities. Most of the free mercenaries are part-time, but most of these free mercenaries have no morals. They like to cause destruction or commit crimes. In other words, they have this kind of fetish. Can you understand? Lu Jijia was also very irritable and kept walking around. Free mercenaries? The guys who destroyed this dormitory building last time? Yang Bo asked with a breath of cold air when he heard this. Yes. Lu Jijia nodded at Yang Bo's appearance. So I suggest you try not to go out next time. These free mercenaries can approach us in any identity. It's better in public. But it's hard to say if they are in places like bars. I'm afraid you don't know that many places and bars don't have surveillance systems for the privacy of customers. Lu Jijia saw that Yang Bo was a little scared and spoke again. Of course. I certainly won't go to that kind of place. Yang Bo nodded. Then Yang Bo asked again, Brother Jia, don't you know the specific information of these people? Even if I know their specific identities, because they have not committed any crimes in our country. Even if these people are discovered, the police can't do anything. Lu Jijia explained after hearing this. Yang Bo certainly knew the current laws of the alliance. That is, you must have evidence to arrest someone, even if you know that the other party is a criminal. But without any substantial evidence, the police cannot arrest people. Well, I can only try not to go out. We are sold to the Bounty Hunter Union. Let the Bounty Hunter Union target these free mercenaries. Yang Bo pretended not to know that the bald man was Zhou Rui. And Sister Rui is also from the Bounty Hunter Union. You can ask her to pass the message to the buyer. Impossible. We have no evidence to prove that the buyer leaked the news. But as long as we don't give them a chance, we are not in any danger. And your house has strong enough defense. And you are alone there. It is difficult for others to approach. Alas. Yang Bo pretended to sigh when he heard this. In the future, try to shop online. Drone delivery is better. Try not to go out in bad weather. And don't go to places without surveillance. As long as you don't give them a chance, there will be no big problem. And you are a resident. They may not target you, but may target me. Lu Jijia said again. Yang Bo nodded and said nothing, because the more he said, the worse it would be. Then I'll go back first. I won't go out recently. Yang Bo also said goodbye to Lu Jijia with a worried look. After getting on the flying car, Yang Bo's expression changed, becoming more natural, and then he went straight back to the villa. Then Yang Bo went out again in stealth wearing armor, came to a place without surveillance, and took out his watch. Zhang Buizhen sent a message, asking Yang Bo to help check the identity information of several people, and it was in the Free Mercenary Union. How could Yang Bo find the identity information of these people? So he replied, sorry, the identity information of the Free Mercenaries cannot be checked. My ace agent has already confirmed it. After Zhang Buizhen saw the message from Mr. Jiu, he immediately replied, so what advice does the ace agent give Mr. Jiu on this matter? Mr. Jiu, this is our internal secret, and it will cost extra money. Zhang Buizhen was speechless, and had to let Niubo reply, okay. Mr. Jiu, my agent suggested finding someone named Yang Bo, because one of the targets of the last mission of the Mercenary Union was him. Yang Bo did not hide anything, because Yang Bo was not sure whether Zhang Buizhen knew the agent's suggestion. Zhang Buizhen replied again, Mr. Jiu, if you think about it from another perspective, who should you find if you were to do this? Mr. Jiu, of course it's the local snake. It's easy and simple to make someone disappear in this world, but it must be related to the local snake to do it so cleanly. Zhang Buizhen looked at Niubo, who was also a little speechless. Sometimes it's not good to do things cleanly. So Zhang Buizhen continued to send messages. So what does Mr. Jiu think about this matter? Mr. Jiu, add money. Zhang Buizhen saw the message on the side and only replied, okay. Mr. Jiu, it should be related to the internal struggle of the Alliance military. Zhang Buizhen, why? Mr. Jiu, add money. Chapter 564 entitled, Zhang Buizhen was speechless about Mr. Jiu's money-hungry personality. Niubo looked at his young master's depressed face and said, free mercenaries are like this. They just like money. More money. Zhang Buizhen said 2 words. Yang Bo saw Zhang Buizhen readily send a message to add money, and replied, according to some unconfirmed information I have, the 9th Fleet was arranged on March Star. It was originally to let the 9th Fleet fend for itself, but the 9th Fleet is now developing so well, which is tantamount to a provocation to the entire military. But most of the middle and lower-level officers and soldiers in the military still admire the commander of the 9th Fleet. So what is the best way for the military to deal with the 9th Fleet? And what kind of person should be found to take the blame? Based on my experience in the Free Mercenary Guild for so many years, a life energy stone is not worth sending a gold medal agent to take charge in person. There must be a bigger reason behind the gold medal agent taking charge in person. That is, the boss of the last mission. The message Yang Bo sent was a bit confusing, but it still made sense. Zhang Buizhen's face turned green after seeing this message, and he slammed the table fiercely. These bastards in the military actually want me to take the blame. Niubo also felt something was wrong after reading the message. Master, do you think it's the Zhang family who took action? Zhang Buizhen thought of his family's huge influence, although the Zhang family had no relationship with the military on the surface. Don't forget that Ping and Company is one of the largest military-industrial groups, and dare to say that it has nothing to do with the military. Good. A good way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. On the one hand, the 9th Fleet was solved, and on the other hand, I was solved by the way. No wonder I was wondering why the family was so quiet recently. It turned out that someone stabbed me in the back, and they showed me white gloves. I was wondering why the Free Mercenary Union would send out a gold medal agent for a life energy stone. It turned out that they were targeting me. Zhang Buizhen now actually feels a little bit of a threat. In addition, the Zhang family has been a little quiet recently. Zhang Buizhen is not clear about what kind of character the Zhang family is. So when Yang Bo said this, Zhang Buizhen felt that the Zhang family wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. Niubo did not expect that Yang Bo's words were pure speculation, because in Niubo's impression, the Ace Free Mercenaries have very strong energy, and they also have Ace agents. Although this news has not been confirmed, there is no evidence. And what is the situation now? It is better to believe it than not to believe it. Moreover, Yang Bo's information also helped Niubo solve many doubts. After all, no one would have thought that among those who were solved last time, there was a gold medal agent. And there were also some awesome hacker talents or hacker superpowers. It seems that the gold medal agent last time, who came to do the energy stone task on the surface, might be using black technology to collect my information behind the scenes. Niubo, what do you think should be done next? Zhang Buizhen thought of more. Zhang Buizhen is now guilty, because now is the most vulnerable time for March Star. If he waits for a while, Zhang Buizhen will not be afraid of the Zhang family after he builds up his network. Zhang Buizhen is doing a lot of engineering construction on March Star. In fact, just to give up some of the benefits and weave a network for himself. We'll kill them one by one. Anyway, our planet doesn't have a good reputation. Nyobo sneered. Zhang Buizhen nodded and began to feel that this problem was difficult. He felt that he was a little at fault for killing others, and now he knew that the other party was coming for him and wanted him to take the blame. He felt that if he killed them, he would kill them. Anyway, there was no evidence. It was just a bad reputation. If he didn't kill them now, when the Zhang family took the blame, he would lose the planet, and it would be useless to have a good reputation. It can be imagined that once the commander of the Ninth Fleet died, or something happened, and he took the blame, the military and political circles would probably target him. At that time, in order to calm the anger of the people and soldiers, the military and political circles would definitely take action against him. The more Zhang Buizhen thought about it, the more difficult it felt for this matter. He couldn't wait to kill all those damn free mercenaries immediately. At this critical moment, Zhang Buizhen didn't care about the bottom line or reputation, because he didn't dare to gamble. Uncle Nyo, I'll leave this matter to you. Last time, there was someone proficient in hacking technology. I'm afraid there will be someone this time. Pay attention to the defense of the network. Zhang Buizhen nodded. I'm afraid the young master needs to call Yang Bo out. Since someone from the Free Mercenary Union has come, someone must be keeping an eye on Yang Bo after all. This is the only clue. I don't think these free mercenaries can accept the task of assassinating a general. But the military secretly sent other people to mix in. Then we have to ask Mr. Jio to take action. After all, as an ace mercenary, Mr. Jio knows the style of these mercenaries very well. In addition, Mr. Jio is one of the few super strong men on our planet. Only he can invade other people's houses silently. No matter how powerful the defense is, it is vulnerable to mental power. Nyobo continued. Okay. Zhang Buizhen nodded when he heard Nyobo say this. So Yang Bo received another message. Mr. Jio, we will still cooperate in the same way as last time. You are responsible for subduing these mercenaries, and the rest will be left to us. Mr. Jio, Master Zhang, they are all my colleagues. Zhang Buizhen, add money. Mr. Jio, notify me when there is news. Soon Yang Bo saw Zhou Rui's message again. Zhou Rui also received relevant information. That is, the news that the free mercenaries came to find the life energy stone, and asked the third master for information. So Zhou Rui saw the message replied by the third master. Others are not coming for you. Zhou Rui, does the third master know who the other party is coming for? The third master, don't ask if you shouldn't ask. Just watch the show. Yang Bo looked at the email again, and there was no new email. Then Yang Bo threw the communicator into the space box, and then went home in stealth. Yang Bo went to the internet room after returning home, and found a message on his communicator that Zhang Buizhen invited him to have tea. Hee. This Zhang Buizhen must be using me to lure out those free mercenaries who are following me, and then find them out. Yang Bo smiled in his heart and agreed readily. Then Yang Bo sent a message in return, asking if he wanted to call Lu Jijia along. Yang Bo knew what Zhang Buizhen wanted to do with him, so he took Lu Jijia with him, and Lu Jijia owed him a favor. Zhang Buizhen saw the message sent by Yang Bo and agreed directly. Yang Bo asked if he could take Zhou Rui with him, and Zhang Buizhen agreed. Information is the primary productive force. But I don't know what skills the free mercenaries will give this time. It seems that Zhang Buizhen is willing to go all out. Okay. Yang Bo was very happy. However, thinking of the game officials' tricks for him in the game, Yang Bo didn't want to play the game. Let's solve the free mercenary issue first. Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui received Yang Bo's message and agreed to go together. So the next morning, Yang Bo drove to the company dormitory, and then went to Zhang Buizhen with Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui to have tea and eat. Zhou Rui and Lu Jijia owed Yang Bo another favor. Although they were planetary counselors, they had little time to see Zhang Buizhen. After all, there were hundreds of planetary counselors on this planet. Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui couldn't figure out why Zhang Buizhen looked at Yang Bo differently. Zhang Buizhen happily entertained a few people, and then everyone dispersed after eating, drinking and chatting. After Yang Bo and his people left, Nyobo reported, these free mercenaries are indeed sending people to follow Yang Bo. We have already kept an eye on them. Since you dare to come here to cause trouble, you must be prepared to be messed with. Zhang Buizhen now regards these people as accomplices of the Zhang family, so he is ruthless in dealing with them. As for legal means, Zhang Buizhen didn't consider it at all, because it is difficult to get evidence against these people. But this time Zhang Buizhen seems to have encountered trouble, because the Free Mercenary Union has already suspected the local snake. The people of the Free Mercenary Union were on high alert, because this mission looked not easy, and the last mercenary team disappeared quietly. So although Zhang Buizhen tracked down several people who followed Yang Bo, he never found the others, because this time the people of the Mercenary Union were more vigilant and used various confidential contact methods. So although Zhang Buizhen was anxious and had many means, these people had a strong sense of confidentiality. He wanted to catch some people first, but Zhang Buizhen was afraid of alerting the enemy, so it was difficult to find the news of all the free mercenary teams in a short time. It seems that Zhang Buizhen's progress is not going well. After waiting for 2 days, Yang Bo didn't wait for Zhang Buizhen to send a message to Mr. Jiu, and he knew that something was wrong. Yang Bo also saw other people contacting, such as some in the game, and various other chat software, etc., all of which have encryption methods. Yang Bo didn't have any good way to deal with this matter. After all, he couldn't come forward in public. After waiting for several days, there was no information from Zhang Buizhen. But the advanced sword training robot purchased by Lu Jijia arrived. Zhang Buizhen is not that good. Yang Bo drove out again, and saw that someone was following him. If it doesn't work, I'll do it myself. Yang Bo decided to do it himself, and he went invisible to see what the relationship was behind these people following him. Maybe I'll ask Zhang Buizhen for more money. Yang Bo made Mr. Jiu look like he wanted money. On the one hand because Yang Bo lacked energy metal, and on the other hand, what else would an ace mercenary do, if not for money? There were 2 reasons why Yang Bo didn't do it in the past few days. The first was to see how strong Zhang Buizhen's control over the network system of this planet was. Second, there was no other way to wait for Zhang Buizhen. As time went by, Zhang Buizhen became more anxious, so that he could get a good price. The same thing would be more rewarding. So why not wait? Yang Bo wanted to find out the details of these people, which was relatively simple. Stealth surveillance and spiritual power seeds could all be used as means of reconnaissance. Yang Bo, thank you last time. Knowing that Yang Bo was coming, Lu Jijia went to the underground parking lot to greet him. Brother Jia, you are too polite. Yang Bo certainly knew that Lu Jijia was talking about the last time he visited Zhang Buizhen's house. When Yang Bo came to the sword training room, he saw Zhou Rui was also here. As for the appearance of the sword training robot, Yang Bo was shocked. Was it sure that this thing was not an octopus robot? The whole robot was like a bionic octopus. And Lu Jingxiang took the initiative to come up and pull Yang Bo's arm to read the instructions. Zhou Rui was watching with a smile on her side. Last time, Zhou Rui had figured it out. Now that she was a member of parliament, it was difficult to get married. After all, most female members of parliament were independent. So Zhou Rui felt a little uncomfortable about Lu Jingxiang's action. But she recognized the reality. That is, Yang Bo can be a lover, but not a husband. Yang Bo wanted to break free from Lu Jingxiang's hand, but he didn't expect Lu Jingxiang's hands to hold him tightly. So that's it. Yang Bo looked at this advanced swordsmanship robot, which can be divided into several levels, up to level 8. There are 8 tentacles, 4 of which are used for movement, and 4 are used for training with people. These tentacles are soft and have various built-in detectors, which will not cause any harm to the trainer. What does this free mode mean? Yang Bo looked at the manual. This advanced swordsmanship training robot also has a free mode. In free mode, you can use a shield, a 2-handed sword, of course, a 1-handed sword, or a dagger. The weapons in free mode are not like our weapons, which are of unified standards. Lu Jingxiang introduced. Chapter 565 Tracking. Except for the age limit, there are basically no restrictions on the free mode. The protective gear in your hand can only be a shield, and the weapon can only be a sword, which is the sword used by the knights of the ancient Shuilan Empire. There are also special fighting arenas. The first one is even more bloody, because there are no regulations on weapons. Some people even hold a 1-ton hammer. Of course, the return rate of these is also very high. The most popular fighting arena is the unprotected fighting arena. The whole person has no equipment or any weapons. He only wears a pair of shorts on the lower body and relies on fists and his own physical strength to fight. If you are lucky here, you can be selected by the nobles. Lu Jingxiang introduced a lot more. However, only swordsmanship for competition is allowed in the alliance, because there are other modes of competition in the free mode. It does not comply with the laws of the alliance. Yang Bo nodded to show that he understood. And then Yang Bo changed into a special level 5 training suit. The sword in his hand is specially made. If you want to rely on your ability to defeat your opponent, then you have made a wrong calculation. Because if you use too much strength, you will directly damage the sword in your hand. The Alliance's swordplay competition is mainly about moves and reaction ability. Of course, advanced superpowers also have certain advantages. That is, reaction ability. But how to say this? Just like playing shooting games on Earth. As long as everyone has the same equipment, even if you are a master, you will be defeated by a rookie. Because reaction ability predictions may also be wrong. No one dares to say that they are 100% successful in prediction. This advanced training robot started the training mode. For tentacles are equivalent to 4 swords. Each level has 4 difficulties. ABCD difficulties. The difficulty level D means that the training robot only uses 1 tentacle. The difficulty level C means 2 tentacles. And so on. Yang Bo first chose the lowest difficulty level 5. This training robot directly extended a tentacle. And then the 4 tentacles below carried the training robot's body to move. Moreover, the 4 tentacles of this training robot are extremely flexible. Not only can the robot change its height, but also move forward, backward, left and right very smoothly. I will learn about the specific performance of this robot later. And I can bring 2 of them. And then use the photoelectric superpower to wirelessly remotely control them. Yang Bo saw that this robot was very flexible and thought to himself. The training robot also did not have a sword. The joints in this tentacle could move at will. And it looked like a person holding a sword in his hand. The training robot shook left and right. And then suddenly moved forward. And a tentacle stabbed at Yang Bo. Yang Bo not only did not dodge, but took a big step and used the sword in his hand to block the training robot's tentacles first. And then the whole sword cut towards the training robot. However, the robot is a robot. The robot actually moves sideways to avoid Yang Bo's attack this time. And the tentacles also greeted Yang Bo from top to bottom. Yang Bo also took a big step to the side and dodged the robot's attack. Swordsmanship is like this. If your moves don't hit others, then you have to prevent others from taking the opportunity to attack you. TSK. I didn't expect Yang Bo to be so strong. Zhou Rui didn't expect that Yang Bo's swordsmanship was so good. Training robots are generally 1 level higher than real people. Lu Jijia said beside him. After all, a robot is a robot. And this robot has 4 legs, which is more flexible than a human's 2 legs. And the robot does not have as many thoughts as people do. It responds to each move, while people's thoughts often fall into self-erroneous predictions. Yang Bo should have reached level 6. His reaction speed is too fast, and his prediction accuracy is very high. However, when he encounters a robot, he can only rely on his reaction. Lu Jingxiang said. In this short period of time, Yang Bo fought with the training robot several times again. This guy's 4 legs are too flexible. Front and back, left and right. And this guy will not be fooled. Because all of this guy's logic is based on what I do. And he reacts immediately, instead of being misled like a human. After several consecutive fights, Yang Bo understood it. So the next second, Yang Bo rushed forward quickly. And the training robot dodged while using its tentacles to try to stop Yang Bo. The sword in Yang Bo's hand directly blocked the tentacles of the training robot. And the whole person lowered his body and twisted to avoid the tentacles of the training robot, while the sword in his hand quickly crossed the body of the training robot. Yang Bo wins. The referee system made a judgment. The people watching applauded. Yang Bo's move was a bit risky. Yang Bo's move was close to the training robot's face, so the training robot's tentacles could not quickly return to defense. Yang Bo, it seems that you have understood the shortcomings of the training robot? Lu Jijia said beside him. Yang Bo nodded, and then immediately went to the second game. At the beginning of the second game, Yang Bo made a quick charge, and the training robot blocked and retreated at the same time, and the sword kept contacting the robot's tentacles. Suddenly, Yang Bo's sword was used to press down the training robot's tentacles, and then the whole sword suddenly slashed towards the training robot. The training robot dodged to the side, but the next second, Yang Bo retreated and turned his body to the side. He lowered his body and almost stuck to the ground. But the sword in his hand had already cut the robot's vitals. The training robot's tentacles just landed 20 centimeters away from Yang Bo. Yang Bo wins. Yang Bo challenged the lowest difficulty level 5 training in succession, and then chose the 5C difficulty. As a result, he was no match this time. Yang Bo had to retreat continuously against the 2 tentacles of the training robot. Of course, it was mainly because Yang Bo didn't want to perform too much. But the combat power of the 2 tentacles was much higher than 1 plus 1 was greater than 2. This training robot is too abnormal, Yang Bo said after his failure. For this training robot, our alliance defaults to the lowest difficulty of each level, because we only use 1 weapon here, Lu Jingxiang explained. Yang Bo, you are now at the level of a 6th level swordsman, Zhou Kersen said on the side. Yang Bo looked at Zhou Kersen curiously. Zhou Kersen was wearing a professional suit today. A white long-sleeved shirt, a gray tube skirt, stockings on her long legs, and a pair of flat white shoes. Lu Jingxiang was also dressed the same way because they were at work. Zhou Rui was wearing a dress that made her waist thin, and her chest and hips protruded, forming a perfect S shape. This was also the image of a beautiful strong woman that Zhou Rui created in front of the public. Slogans or what? My beauty is my decision. Of course, Zhou Rui is a strong woman. When she managed the Bounty Hunter Guild before, it was not something that ordinary people could manage. Illegal businesses are not so delicious. And illegal businesses are not so easy to run. Not only do you have to face your peers, but you also have to face the authorities. Because the 4 legs, movement speed, and reaction speed of the training robot are far greater than humans, and they can control their power to the extreme. So sometimes, the level is set to match your own level. But during training, you can clearly feel that the training robot is very powerful. Because the robot data is controlled, even a slight difference will not lead to a foul. And this slight difference is difficult for us humans to do, Zhou Kersen explained. Yang Bo understood, and then continued to play a few more games with the training robot. Of course, all 5C difficulty. At the beginning, he was indeed not used to facing 2 tentacles, and he was often in a hurry. But after playing a few games in a row, he got used to it. But Yang Bo still didn't win. On the one hand, Yang Bo retained his strength, and on the other hand, Yang Bo felt that this training robot was not bad, which could make him more reactive. However, Yang Bo could hold on for longer and longer. At the beginning, he could only hold on for a few seconds, but later he could hold on for half a minute and a minute. Lu Jingxiang saw that Yang Bo could hold on for more than a minute at this difficulty, and her eyes were full of stars when she looked at Yang Bo. Zhou Rui couldn't help but sigh in her heart. This genius is a genius. But Yang Bo's predictive ability is good. Zhou Rui can also understand, because Yang Bo relies on predictive ability to make potions. Without a certain ability to predict, it would be impossible to make the potion so successfully. You must be able to predict the next reaction of the potion and the time required. At noon, several people had a meal together, and everyone talked and laughed. After the meal, Yang Bo said goodbye. Yang Bo silently remembered the people who followed him in the flying car. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo placed a pre-order in the online supermarket, and then set the task of picking up the goods to the flying car. Yang Bo himself went out invisibly wearing a battle armor. Yang Bo came to the route that the flying car was going to pass, and continued to squat invisibly. Finally, at the agreed time, Yang Bo watched his flying car flash past on the main road. And the 2 people next to him were both seen when Yang Bo came back just now. Both of them used flying skateboards. It seems that there is more than one free mercenary team. Yang Bo found that the 2 people who were following looked at each other, and then continued to follow tacitly. Yang Bo ran for a while, and found that the 2 people changed shifts, and replaced others to follow his car. Yang Bo stared at the 2 men, but they separated halfway. So Yang Bo followed one of them, who had been sitting on an open-air bench waiting. It seems that this guy will wait until dark. Probably because he is afraid that I will come out again. Yang Bo felt a little annoyed. Finally, in the evening, the guy on the chair packed up and went back. This guy's face could not be seen clearly. He was wearing a hat, a mask, sunglasses, and a hooded sweater, covering his whole body tightly. This guy lived in a mid-range hotel. After returning to the hotel, he carefully looked at several places and probably made some marks. Then he took out an energy detector and tested the whole room. After the test, the man took out a small thing. Probably a signal shielding or interference. Then the man breathed a sigh of relief and took off his glasses, mask, and hat. It was a bald young man. But the young man then took out a reduction potion. Half an hour later, a blond middle-aged man appeared in front of Yang Bo. Of course, the man didn't know that someone was watching him invisibly. What a broken task. The blond middle-aged man complained in a low voice. Then the blond middle-aged man came to the balcony, turned off the lights on the balcony, closed the glass door between the balcony and the hall, and then took out the communicator and put on virtual glasses. This dog must be communicating with his superiors. Yang Bo was a little annoyed when he saw this scene. I should have released the spirit seed earlier. Yang Bo originally wanted to see how this guy contacted his superiors. But he didn't expect that he was using virtual glasses. So he couldn't see it. So Yang Bo muttered in his heart while releasing the spirit seed for this guy. This guy didn't seem to feel anything. But Yang Bo was able to receive everything he saw. This guy was actually communicating with his superiors in a game, which was a very popular cultivation game in StarCraft. TSK. I didn't expect that the Free Mercenary Group was actually a small gang in the game. Yang Bo found that the target person was chatting in the guild in the game. Hee. Yang Bo remembered the nicknames of the characters in this game. The next step was that Yang Bo was also going to enter the game, as long as he could chat with these people. Yang Bo could find the other party's location through the photoelectric superpower, although the spirit seed can control this person and make various actions. If Yang Bo uses the spirit seed to control the person to do something now, it may arouse the suspicion of his accomplices. After all, if you are not familiar with this kind of task, you will definitely not be in the same team. So Yang Bo can only use other methods to determine the location of these people. Go back and ask Master Zhang how much is one person. Yang Bo certainly couldn't do it himself, because someone was more anxious than him. Chapter 566. The job is not easy. Yang Bo returned to the villa in stealth again. He felt helpless that he could not use other superpowers that increase speed, such as gravity superpower. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo also downloaded the same game. Just when Yang Bo was about to register, he found that his level in this game was not low. This is a cultivation game, but it is all various small animals. Yang Bo looked at the rules of the game and felt a little weird. The various small animals raised in this game are called partners, because some people used to call them pets, and some people protested that it was discrimination against small animals. This game is responsible for feeding various small animals. These small animals can become partners of game players after feeding them for a certain period of time and various rare props. The more partners a game player has, the better this person treats small animals, and he will get rich rewards in the game. Of course, his partners must also be fed. Otherwise the partners will run away. All the game partners of Yang Bo's character in this game ran away because he had not come up to feed them for a long time. Then Yang Bo's character was deducted a lot of game coins because he did not concentrate on feeding his partners. Strange game settings? But it's normal in the league. Yang Bo felt that if he made these into a training game according to the game on Earth, and then sold these pets for money or something, he would probably be sued by some animal protection groups. No wonder there are so many people in the Justice Gang. It turns out that this is caused by the environment. As soon as Yang Bo entered the game, a task popped up. There were small animals in a certain place that needed help. However, Yang Bo had no time to help these game animals, so he was going to find someone. Yang Bo used his spiritual power seed to check the target's chat location in the game, and then ran over. Hello. Do you see a cow cat nearby? Yang Bo finally found the place where a few guys were talking. The virtual game characters of these guys were sitting next to a piece of grass, and he asked as soon as he came up. This is the normal process of doing a task. Just like Yang Bo got a task prompt that there are small animals in a place that need help, but the small animals will run, and the game character has to look for them everywhere. Sorry. No. There were 6 virtual game characters chatting, one of whom was the guy who released the spiritual seed by Yang Bo, and the other 5 were accomplices. The game character Yang Bo asked was the boss of their team. Yang Bo's photoelectric superpower had already locked the other party, and the other party's answer was also transmitted by digital signals. In an instant, Yang Bo's photoelectric superpower tracked the other party's location. Thank you. Did you see it? Yang Bo asked another person next to him. No. The other one had no doubts about Yang Bo asking him. Because sometimes you have to ask a certain number of people to find clues when doing a task. Because this is the same for game NPCs and real game players. Yang Bo locked the other party's position 1 second after the other party answered. Thank you. Did you see it? Yang Bo asked all 6 people. Feeling a little embarrassed. After all, they answered him so politely. But when he thought of these guys coming to monitor him, Yang Bo's embarrassment disappeared. Then Yang Bo went out in stealth. And the team leader was in a guest house. What made Yang Bo a little speechless was that he waited for a whole night before he found an opportunity to release the spiritual seed for the team leader. He went to find another 4 people. But 2 of them were empty-handed. Probably because they were on a mission. Once again, he waited until the evening before the other 2 successfully released the spiritual power seeds for the other 2. Then Yang Bo recorded the identity information and addresses of these people. The spiritual power seeds can read other people's memories and thoughts. These guys are actually high-level free mercenaries. Yang Bo looked at the memories of these people, and found that these free mercenaries were really damned. These people were all from the Crimson Federation. Because of the time conflicts between the states, the Mercenary Union has many tasks, including assassinating some politicians, warlords or commanders, etc. And these free mercenaries also participate in kidnapping, extortion, robbery, etc. Bah! Yang Bo also knew that 2 of the mercenaries liked men, and 1 mercenary liked animals. People and animals are illegal in the Alliance, but it is even more chaotic in the Crimson Federation. Generally, people from the Alliance go to the Scarlet Federation to have fun, such as going to casinos or other places, because eating, drinking, whoring and gambling are legal there. Yang Bo drove out for a stroll the next day and targeted another free mercenary team that was following him. After a busy week, he got the identities of 22 people from 3 mercenary teams. It's a headache. I can't do this anymore. If I do it too much, it will affect me. This week, Yang Bo read the memories of 22 people. These mercenaries were perverted and brutal. It was like Yang Bo watched 22 horror movies in 1 week. But these guys are damned. Yang Bo sorted out the identity information of these people, and then went out incognito. Incognito came to a cave in the mountains near the country park. Yang Bo revealed his body, and then took out the communicator from the space box. After taking out the communicator, Yang Bo saw that Zhang Buizhen had sent several messages in 2 days. Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Jiu. Can I take a task? Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Jiu? Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Jiu? Mr. Jiu, what's the matter? Master Zhang? Yang Bo knew that Zhang Buizhen must be anxious now, because these people were communicating with each other in the game, and they didn't use communicators to communicate with each other at all. It is estimated that they knew that there was something wrong with the local snake. Zhang Buizhen was anxious and sent people to monitor several people who followed Yang Bo. But they didn't find anyone else. Network monitoring found that the other party was playing games. But it was a big problem to want to invade the game database. Zhang Buizhen also knew that the other party must use the game to communicate. Niu Bo hurried into Zhang Buizhen's room. Master, has Mr. Jiu replied? Quick! Can he help with the money? These bastards. If they are caught, they must be treated well. Master Zhang was not sure whether these mercenary teams were secretly preparing to cause trouble. Niu Bo immediately sent a message to Mr. Jiu. Mr. Jiu, we want to know the identity information of these people in the free mercenary group who took the mission this time. Do you have any way? After Niu Bo sent the message, Zhang Buizhen was anxiously waiting on the side. Mr. Jiu, this matter is very tricky. It involves the top secret data of our union. And these people are my colleagues. Zhang Buizhen saw how the other party responded. So he asked Niu Bo, what does this guy mean? Master, he must want money. This guy didn't say that he couldn't get the data. He just said it was difficult. Niu Bo understood what Mr. Jiu's message meant. Then you send him a message and see? Zhang Buizhen was relieved when he heard this. So Niu Bo sent a message, Mr. Jiu. I know it's difficult, but we are willing to pay more. Mr. Jiu, this is not a simple increase in money. It involves more than just me. It's very difficult to get the data. Zhang Buizhen, energy metal worth 1 billion. Mr. Jiu, it's really difficult. This is the core data of the guild. And you, Master Zhang, still owe me a lot of energy metal. Zhang Buizhen, Mr. Jiu, please ask for anything you want. And I have some people here who need your help like me. I am happy to introduce them to you. Mr. Jiu, Master Zhang. I think we should talk about our own first. Zhang Buizhen, then add another 1 billion worth of energy metal. Mr. Jiu, this is not about energy metals, but about the core data of the guild. If anyone knows about it, it will be dangerous for both you and me. Zhang Buizhen, energy metal worth 5 billion. Mr. Jiu, if I have to pick it up myself like last time, I want the value to be doubled. Zhang Buizhen, sure. Mr. Jiu, for the time being, what I can grasp is the identity information of the 22 people of the 3 mercenary groups that have arrived at March Star. Please check. And their current real-time location. Zhang Buizhen and Niu Bo looked at the information sent, and their eyes were about to pop out. Just now, we were talking about core data and connections. How come they were brought out all at once? Quick! Zhang Buizhen looked at the identity information of the 22 people, stood up and slammed the table hard. Niu Bo quickly took the identity information of the 22 people out. As long as he could grasp their information on this planet, it would be easy to find out what these people were doing. 5 minutes later, Niu Bo came back and nodded. It has been arranged. And the call information of these users in the recent period has indeed been retrieved. There is indeed anomalies. How did this Mr. Jiu do it? Although he still had doubts in his heart, Zhang Buizhen knew that the list he got was probably not fake. Who knows what Mr. Jiu's identity is on the surface? Maybe he has another identity, and he can become an ace mercenary. So he must have his own connections. Niu Bo didn't know what to say, because this matter was a bit too shocking. You know, the core data of the Free Mercenary Union is confidential. Then do you need his help in the next step? Zhang Buizhen asked again. It's better to ask him to help. Otherwise this guy might sell us out. If the identities of those people are confirmed, Niu Bo can handle it himself. But he is not very good at Mr. Jiu's character. Okay. Send him a message. Zhang Buizhen nodded. It's okay to pay some money himself. Anyway, those energy metals are not theirs, but those companies that come to bid for the construction of the planet. Mr. Jiu, I'm afraid this is not a good idea. I've given you the information. You can solve it yourself. Zhang Buizhen generously said, it is worth 10 billion energy metals. Mr. Jiu, I really can't do it. Zhang Buizhen, I will give you the contact information of a person. This person is also a young master of a big family. He is also a little dissatisfied with his family. Yang Bo looked at the basic information and contact information of a person sent by Zhang Buizhen. It turned out to be a financial family with the largest listed investment management company in the alliance. Mr. Jiu, okay. Send a message when young Master Zhang needs to do it. Zhang Buizhen, I want you to do it right away. Mr. Jiu, as you wish. The next step is for Yang Bo to determine the location of these people through the seeds of spirit. Of course, in order not to expose himself, Yang Bo waited for these people in their temporary residence. It's still the old rules. Yang Bo controlled these people with drugs, and then Zhang Buizhen's people transferred these people. As for where to transfer them, Yang Bo didn't care at all. Anyway, these free mercenaries were not good things. Yang Bo was not interested in watching Zhang Buizhen interrogate these people. After Zhang Buizhen detained these people in one place, Yang Bo didn't care about these spirit seeds. Presumably, these people will receive a good reception next, because Zhang Buizhen thinks that these people are coming for him. Great. Yang Bo felt that he could maximize the use of these people this time. Although this week was equivalent to watching dozens of horror movies, and felt a little irritable, it was worth it to be able to make a fortune and obtain more energy metals. Go find Annie and Xia to cultivate their sentiments. Yang Bo decided to adjust his mood, mainly because the memories of these free mercenaries were a shock to a person with a very positive outlook. The darkness of human nature was fully displayed in these free mercenaries. Next time you see a free mercenary, it is absolutely right to kill him directly. Yang Bo directly sentenced the mercenaries of the Free Mercenary Union to death. I don't know how many more free mercenaries will come. The Free Mercenary Union lost 3 mercenary groups this time. I wonder if they will come for large-scale revenge again. I don't know what skills these people will give me this time. Yang Bo was a little looking forward to it. Chapter 567 Accepting the Mission. Yang Bo went to Annie and Xia to play role-playing games. Fortunately, Yang Bo had died once before, so he had a high tolerance. Even so, Yang Bo felt a little depressed. It was like watching a horror movie. But reading the other person's memory was from the perspective of the abuser, and he could also feel the abuser's abnormal psychology. So this made Yang Bo feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, he couldn't do it openly, Otherwise Yang Bo would have strangled these guys to death with his own hands. After Zhang Buizhen caught these people, he started to use various means. It is necessary to clarify the purpose of these people's mission. The big families have many means to deal with these brutal guys. These big families can be passed down in the long river of history. Not only because they are powerful, but also because they are cruel. Niu Bo is specifically responsible for these things. Niu Bo is also a warrior. He knows which parts of the human body are the most vulnerable, and which parts will amplify the pain. Not to mention that there are people with other identities among these people. And this person is still related to the military. The reason why Yang Bo did not dig out the things deep in this person's memory is because this person subconsciously forgot his original identity. This person is an intelligence officer sent by the Alliance, mainly collecting various intelligence in the Crimson Federation. Of course, for Zhang Buizhen, there are military intelligence personnel involved, which means that 90% of what Mr. Jiu said is true. This kind of military minion does not know much. But this person also reported some situations to his superiors. Let's deal with them all. I want to see how many people the Free Mercenary Union will send. Unless they can go to war with the Alliance and drive a warship to attack my planet. Zhang Buizhen was a little impatient when looking at these interrogation records. These free mercenaries are simply scum. There is no psychological burden to kill them. Besides, as long as the interests of the big families are involved, many people in their own families will be killed, let alone outsiders. Control of the planet is Zhang Buizhen's bottom line. Anyone who touches this bottom line wants Zhang Buizhen's life. Because Zhang Buizhen knows his fate after losing control of the planet. Okay. I will create an accident. Niu Bo nodded. No need to create an accident. Let the people of the Free Mercenary Union know that as long as they dare to come, they will die. Besides, we have Mr. Jiu as an insider. It's nothing more than giving more money. How much is this planet worth? Zhang Buizhen shook his head. Although the money given to Mr. Jiu is a lot. Billions and billions are very huge sums of money. But Zhang Buizhen will not pay a penny. He would only provide the location of these energy metals, and then let Mr. Jiu pick them up himself. So the price Zhang Buizhen offered was very surprising. If he really asked Zhang Buizhen to take out 1 billion credit points, he would probably vomit blood out of pain. Okay. Niu Bo heard this and thought it was normal. Because once Zhang Buizhen was driven out of this planet, he would definitely not have a good life. Yang Bo, who had been happy with Annie and Xia for 3 days, returned to normal and returned to his villa in a happy mood, with a stream of information coming from his mind. 3 lock-picking plus 16. 2 climbing plus 16. 3 fighting plus 16. 3 tracking plus 16. 3 mecha driving plus 32. 4 fighter driving plus 32. 3 pharmaceutical plus 16. 1 forging plus 32. TSK. The configuration and specialties of these adventure groups are reasonably matched. In an environment like the Alliance, the frontal combat capability does not need to be too high. What is needed is auxiliary ability. Yang Bo is very satisfied with this skill because it is an extra benefit. Next time, as long as they are from the Free Mercenary Guild, just kill them directly, even if they are dealing with mental power seeds. And don't read their memories. Yang Bo thinks this mental power skill is very useful, but the side effects are also quite large. If you are in contact with it for a long time, you may become a pervert. Perverts are not perverts at the beginning. They are a process of gradual growth. The Free Mercenary Guild has received news that more than 20 people from 3 mercenary groups are missing. In addition to the last mercenary group, the Free Mercenary Guild has lost 4 mercenary groups on March Star. This news makes the Free Mercenaries feel a little bad. The Free Mercenary Union responded quickly and tried to contact the missing people through many channels. But there was no response. The Free Mercenary Union called the police again, but the police said they had not received any relevant information. Because personal privacy is protected in the Alliance. Some people died at home for a long time without anyone knowing. Of course, the premise is that they did not owe water and electricity bills or other expenses. The first people to discover this situation are often the people from the auction company. Because once you owe money, the bank will send you an email. If you still owe money after sending several emails, the bank will auction your house. The auction process must first have an auction valuation. So these people are often the ones who find people dead at home. In addition, these people in the Free Mercenary Union do not have Alliance citizenship. So the Alliance police only make a record and will not file a case. This makes other free mercenaries, who want to come to March Star feel scalp tingling, because the people of the 4 mercenary groups disappeared quietly, which is a bit unreasonable. However, the Free Mercenary Union will definitely not give up in the face of this situation. So it issued a top-level task, offering a reward of 2 billion Alliance credit points to find out the traces of these mercenaries, who disappeared on March Star. Yang Bo knew the news 2 days later. After coming to the wild in stealth, he took out the communicator and found that the Free Mercenary Union sent him a message, which was about this task. This money is an astronomical figure for most people. Even the top gene evolvers can only earn so much money in their lifetime. And most of it is tax, because the longest working years of top gene evolvers can reach more than 300 years. Of course, there are even longer ones. Of course, the higher the income in the Alliance, the higher the tax. After Yang Bo looked at the task, he just hoped that someone would come to this planet to take the task. Preferably a few top masters. Yang Bo sent another message to Zhang Buishan, urging him to pay, because Yang Bo was still waiting for these energy metals. He asked White and others to make a new space mecha for him. Zhang Buishan asked him to wait for another month, and Yang Bo agreed to wait for another month. If it was not delivered after 1 month, he would come to ask for it in person. After thinking about it, Yang Bo contacted the agent of the Free Mercenary Union again. Yang Bo is an ace mercenary, so he is also received by an ace agent. The information given by the ace agent to Yang Bo is that 3 mercenary groups disappeared for no reason on March Star, together with the last mercenary group. 4 mercenary groups have disappeared, and the latter 3 mercenary groups use encrypted contact methods and do not meet each other. Losing 4 A-level masters and a gold medal agent is a provocation to the Free Mercenary Union. Moreover, the first suspect of the Free Mercenary Union is the Zhang family on March Star, because these free mercenaries are not ordinary people who can quietly wipe them out from the planet. Only one kind of person can do it. That is, the family behind the planet. Yang Bo saw the analysis given to him by the ace agent, and he smiled in his heart. Brother Zhang, you attract firepower, and I will harvest these garbage-free mercenaries. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. The Free Mercenary Union is also conducting an internal investigation to see if the internal core data or something has been leaked. Otherwise, how could dozens of people disappear? If this matter is not investigated, the reputation of the Free Mercenary Union will be lost, because other people are very suspicious whether these mercenaries have leaked data internally. Otherwise, it is impossible for them to disappear so accurately. Free mercenaries have legitimate identities on the surface, and even the Mercenary Union is not very clear about the legitimate identities of these people. The ace agent also asked Yang Bo if he wanted to accept the task. Yang Bo thought about it and prepared to accept the task, because Yang Bo wanted to lead this matter to another direction and not let those guys come to trouble him again. This task is not an exclusive task, but a task that many people can take. Whoever provides useful information first can receive a reward according to the importance of the information. After Yang Bo accepted the task, he got a more detailed task description, the specific composition of the 4 mercenary groups, and the levels of the 4 mercenary groups. Of course, there is no information related to the identity of the mercenaries, but there is a code name, and the ace agent said that he would notify Yang Bo immediately if there was any new information. Yang Bo decided to wait for a few days, and then take out some of the information he knew, mainly to lead this matter to the military. But Yang Bo knew a lot of things about these people through his memory. Yang Bo was thinking about how to make up some things related to the Alliance military through the memories of these people. Anyway, the Alliance military is big, so it is not afraid of trouble from the Free Mercenary Union. If it is small, it will not bother those free mercenaries to follow it. And the memories that Yang Bo knew also contained some struggles within the Scarlet Federation. Yang Bo felt that they could also be combined to make a seemingly plausible information to mislead the Free Mercenary Union. The Free Mercenary Union did not actually have too strong control over each mercenary, and the information they knew was limited to the information about this person in the Mercenary Union. Because the Free Mercenary Union does not require identity verification, you can join by saying any name, which will be your code name in the future. The Mercenary Union will not check your background, because they just need people who can accept tasks. In fact, the Free Mercenary Union model has attracted many free mercenaries and people who pose tasks. Similarly, people who pose tasks do not need to provide their own identities. This identity can also be fictitious. As long as you pay money, you can pose tasks, which gives Yang Bo more room for operation. Therefore, the Free Mercenary Union has a very good business. There are many people who accept and issue tasks. And of course, there are also strange tasks. Yang Bo browsed some tasks issued by the Free Mercenary Union. There are many tasks of kidnapping and killing. TSK. This guild is just greedy for money, and has no morals at all. Yang Bo looked at these kidnapping tasks, and there were also kidnappings of women and children. No wonder this kind of union was classified as an illegal organization in the alliance. Of course, there are also some tasks to assassinate some politicians. And these tasks have paid the task deposit. Huh? There are also tasks to kill pirates? Yang Bo thought that the Pirate Alliance would come here for a meeting next month. So he prepared to see if there were any tasks to kill pirates in the Free Mercenary Union. As a result, there were quite a few. Of course, the task amounts are also different. The largest task amount is 670 million credit points. And the smallest is only a few thousand credit points. There are also some inheritances. This makes people think about it. Maybe some people's relatives or something were killed by pirates. Of course, some of these tasks have been around for a long time. The earliest one was actually issued 200 or 300 years ago. And the shortest was a few days. It seems that these pirates are also very rampant. There are so many bounties. There is also a bounty for the Silver Moon Pirates. Soon Yang Bo saw his fake identity again. And there was actually a bounty. Some tasks even did not describe the pirates' tasks clearly. For the pirates, whose tasks were clearly described, Yang Bo remembered them clearly, and waited until the pirate conference to see if he could deal with these guys. I just don't know how high-level people the pirates of the Pirate Alliance will send. It would be boring if some small shrimps came. There is actually a bounty for free mercenaries? Yang Bo also found that there was a bounty for free mercenaries in the bounty tasks of the Free Mercenary Union. It's really free. This incident opened Yang Bo's eyes. Chapter 568 Luck is here. Yang Bo carefully looked at the tasks of the Mercenary Union, and then went home in stealth. I don't know if the people from the Mercenary Union will keep an eye on me when they come again. If they don't keep an eye on me, I won't be able to find these people. After returning to the villa, Yang Bo was thinking about what happened next. Yang Bo had no idea that the person he caught by mistake this time was really an intelligence officer of the Alliance Army. What he said to Zhang Boijin was just to make Zhang Boijin think that he was being targeted and let Zhang Boijin come forward. Zhang Boijin is indeed a little scared now, since he has found this intelligence officer. He asked the housekeeper to check the internet along this line to see who the previous owner is. But this is obviously not something that can be answered in a short time. Zhang Boijin is now scared. And the Mercenary Union is also a little scared because so many people disappeared at once. Not only does it affect his reputation, but more importantly, how these people's identities were exposed. The Mercenary Union has always been committed to high confidentiality and privacy. People who post tasks and people who do tasks use fake identities to post or accept tasks. In fact, the Mercenary Union does not know the location of each mercenary. The Mercenary Union itself is just a platform. It will not track the location of people who post tasks and do tasks. Now so many people are missing. How these people disappeared is not clear at all, because there is no sign. So many people have no information. According to the risk control system in the Free Mercenary, there are many ways to transmit information. But why didn't anyone pass on the information among so many people? Many people who accepted the task, after knowing the details of the task, also had some doubts in their hearts. A little too weird. And these people who accepted the task carefully checked March Star, and found that this place has been a little too weird recently. These people are ready to wait and see for a while to see if other colleagues have gained anything. But many people think so. So in the next period of time, no one from the Free Mercenary Union went to March Star. Even if there are still mercenary teams that have not arrived at March Star, they have retreated on the road. Faced with this weird situation, these free mercenaries are not stupid people. But these free mercenaries are more afraid of death. So March Star seems to have entered a weird safe period. In fact, as long as these free mercenaries don't come to follow Yang Bo can't know the other party at all. Of course, no one would think that the reason behind it is to follow Yang Bo, because Yang Bo does not have such ability from all aspects of information. But Zhang Boijin has become the #1 suspect of the free mercenaries. At this time, March Star, a planet that has not been fully developed, has many information black holes, mainly because of imperfect systems in all aspects. Yang Bo walked around the basement again. looking at the test subjects he had cultivated. Yang Bo used the invisible mice to make some genetic drugs, and then turned a batch of gerbils into invisible gerbils. Then he killed all the invisible gerbils, and used them to brush up his stealth skills. The main reason was that the gerbils reproduced too fast. If some were not killed, more would appear later. Yang Bo had not played the game for a while, which made the people in the game department angry. The mutant plant obtained by Yang Bo in the Super Mutant Beast mission was a rare creature with high research value, according to the preliminary research of the laboratory. So the game department has made another contribution. It was because of the contribution that the people in the game department were angry. Because if Yang Bo had done a few more tasks in these days, the whole department might have been promoted again. Yang Bo dealt with some of the gerbils in the underground laboratory until Annie and Xia sent a message saying that the bonus for the game leaderboard last month had been received. Yang Bo went online to the game, took a look at the number of game coins he had, and then downloaded the game. Yang Bo went online and then downloaded the game, which made the people in the game department happy again. Yang Bo was still angry because the game department fooled him too much. Originally, Yang Bo expected the super backpack to be something like a space box, but he didn't expect to get a robot follower to transport supplies behind him as a backpack to deceive himself. In other words, the game interface on Yang Bo's side showed a super backpack, but in fact it was a robot following behind. And it was the worst kind of cargo robot. Yang Bo checked the interstellar creatures again and found that these guys were still absorbing energy. In the meantime, Yang Bo went to the sword training room of the fat boss and trained with the advanced sword robot for half a day. There was no information about Zhang Buishan in the meantime, and the ace agent of the Free Mercenary Union did not provide more information. Finally, the wheel of history began to turn, and the time for the Pirate Alliance conference was finally determined. Yang Bo looked at the time sent to him and found that there was still a week away, and the specific meeting place would be announced on the first day of the meeting. TSK. These guys are really bold. Isn't this a slap in the face of Zhang Buishan? But these guys are also a provocation to the Alliance. After these guys have a meeting, they will issue an announcement or some videos, which is a slap in the face of the Alliance. Since it is a pirate conference, there will definitely be important pirates coming. These guys are not low level. Yang Bo estimated that these pirate leaders would definitely not come, but there is still a possibility of sending the most important people of each pirate team. Otherwise there will be no results. Yang Bo is even more curious about how these people will talk. After all, we are all pirates. Why should you and I listen to you? Should we find someone to check if there are any suspects? It shouldn't be possible. These people must have disguised identities. If it is really that easy to find out, these guys will definitely not come to the meeting. Yang Bo thought to himself, and then checked the arrangements of various hotels and conference venues in March Star in recent times. Yang Bo thought very simply, if these people want to come to the meeting, they will definitely find a conference room to book in advance. It is impossible to book it at the last minute. But this is not accurate. After all, they may book 7 or 8 places now, and they will only choose one of them at that time. Yang Bo then realized a serious problem. Forget it. Let's talk about it later. Yang Bo didn't have a good solution for the time being. Yang Bo didn't have any good solution. But someone got something. That is Zhang Buishan. Zhang Buishan wanted to avoid the military taking the blame for him. So he conducted a strict review of all the people who came to the planet, and soon found some suspicious people. But there was no evidence. The first person Zhang Buishan thought of was Mr. Jiu. So he immediately sent a message to Mr. Jiu and asked him to check some people. However, after waiting for 2 days this year, he did not receive a reply from Mr. Jiu. It was not that Yang Bo did not reply after seeing the message, but Yang Bo would wait a few days before checking the message. When Yang Bo checked the message, he found that Zhang Buishan had sent the message for 2 days. The two happily negotiated the reward. Yang Bo looked at the task message sent by Zhang Buishan, which was to find out the bottom of these people. TSK. These people are not from the Pirate Alliance. Right? Is Zhang Buishan a little too nervous? Yang Bo looked at the task message sent by Zhang Buishan. These people did not go on a tour when they arrived on this planet, but wandered around the city. This is somewhat abnormal, because people who come to March Star are basically traveling or working. In addition, this place is relatively remote, so few people come here to wander around. Haha. When Yang Bo came to the place where the first person to be checked was, he looked at this guy dressed like a tourist from a distance. Yang Bo knew that this person was disguised at a glance. The target number 1 is named Int. The data shows that this person is 65 years old. This time, he came to March Star alone. This person's job is to work in the network. Int is a middle-aged white fat man. Now he is wearing a fancy short-sleeved shirt, a duckbill cap, and a pair of blue crop shorts. He is wearing sneakers on his feet, not shoes. This person seems to walk carelessly. But Yang Bo can tell from his movements that this person is definitely a master. Because when this person walks, the frequency of turning his head and the direction he looks at are all to see the terrain. And this guy is 100% disguised at first glance. He is not a tourist. Tourists have to hold some small things in their hands, such as food, drink, or local specialties. This guy is not interested in the buildings or plants that tourists are interested in. Because March Star has a half-year storm period. The storm causes some plants to only grow branches and leaves on one side. And many trees are very smooth on one side, which is blown by the wind. The same is true for houses. One side of the wall is polished very smooth. Many tourists will take a second look when seeing this situation. But this guy didn't look at it at all. Yang Bo went invisible and came behind this person to look for an opportunity. Finally, when crossing the road, this middle-aged fat man almost bumped into others. And Yang Bo took the opportunity to attack. Spiritual Seed. Release the spiritual seed to this person. The reason why Yang Bo did not release it casually was that he was afraid that some people would have too high mental power to avoid noticing his skill. There must be something to distract these people. Unexpectedly, after Yang Bo released the spiritual seed to Int, this person seemed to have some feeling. He looked around and touched his neck. TSK. He is indeed a pirate. And he is the deputy leader of the Black Skull Pirates. An A+ level expert. No wonder he seems to have sensed the release of his spiritual skills. Yang Bo was reading this guy's memory, and was also shocked. This guy has another identity. He is actually a member of the Water Blue Empire military and a Viscount. I know that these pirate teams can become bigger and stronger. Not because of themselves. Yang Bo obtained more memories of this person. The Black Skull Pirates are supported by the Water Blue Empire. Should I give credit to Zhang Buizhen? Yang Bo was thinking about killing 3 birds with 1 stone. The Black Skeleton Pirates happened to be on the bounty mission of the Free Mercenary Union. This could earn him some money. And he could also earn some money from Zhang Buizhen. He could also get skills. If he did a good job, he might be able to rise again in the Pirate Alliance. I wonder how much an A+ level deputy leader of a pirate group is worth. Yang Bo also had a plan, which was to see if there were any people who could be controlled by him among the people who attended the Pirate Alliance meeting this time. At least not perverts. By controlling these people for a long time, he could find out all aspects of the Pirate Alliance information to create opportunities for these deputies to become the top leaders. Pirates were also a good trump card. Much better than taking action by himself. After all, no matter how powerful he was just one person. It seems that the Alliance also has a bounty, but this can only be given to Zhang Buizhen. As for why Yang Bo did not say that he wanted to give this credit to Wang Muxue, it was mainly because the other party did not need this credit. The position of general in the Alliance army is basically the peak. If you move up, you will not have real power in the army. Besides, Yang Boren had no idea how much money Wang Muxue had. After all, he was exchanging the money for the medicine he made himself. Chapter 569 Big Fish. It turns out that these pirates don't know each other's true identity. I used to think that since these pirates are going to have a meeting, they will definitely know each other. After reading part of this person's memory, Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. This person's real name is Lucas. His name in the Black Skull Pirates is Aaron, the first deputy captain. The first deputy captain is already the one with the highest combat effectiveness under the captain. And only those who have excellent command ability can be the first deputy captain. This guy didn't come alone. There are more than 20 of them. They are all the strongest pirates in the Black Skull Pirates. Half of them have reached level A. And the rest have reached level B. And they all have special abilities. And the pirates also control other pirates under their command through various methods, such as drug control and chip control. And there is also the Black Skull Pirates base. Yang Bo got too much information this time. The Black Skull Pirates base is actually an asteroid. The entire asteroid has been transformed. There is plenty of space and a sufficient circulation system inside, which is a bit like the Alliance's airport. There are more than 80,000 people living inside the asteroid. The Black Skull Pirates have more than 5,000 people, 2 C-class warships, 4 D-class warships, more than 20 small attack ships, 500 mechas, and more than 400 fighters. The Black Skull Pirates are the first echelon among all pirates. The pirates' warships are completely different from those of the 3 countries, because their warships are not the standard warships of the 3 countries. Although these warships are also provided by other countries, these countries cannot give the active warships to the pirates. What if they are captured by others? The classification of pirate warships is a bit complicated because the financial backers are different. But they can be roughly divided into 4 levels, ABCD. Class A is equivalent to the deputy ships of the 3 countries. Pirates don't need to have strong warships. Pirates usually target caravans. The main purpose is to catch them by surprise. And they won't confront the main fleets of the 3 countries. There are 2 types of equipment among pirates. One is the Black Skull, which has a large number of warships, so that even if it suffers a loss, it can recover. The other is to equip a strongest warship, just like the 2 pirate ships on the Green Devil Star last time, which were equipped with the 2 strongest warships. Then the warships were destroyed. Although other warships escaped later, they could never get up again and became the last force among pirates. Moreover, most of the people captured by pirates will be kept, because what pirates lack most is not equipment, but people. Because pirates' warships can't be repaired automatically like the warships of the 3 major countries. They can only rely on themselves to repair. Automatic repair robots are easy to use, but automatic repair robots serve their own warships. Once the automatic repair robots leave the warships, they are a certain distance away from, or the signal is blocked, etc. They will immediately self-destruct, because the automatic repair robot involves the core data of each country's warships, and it is useless even if the pirates take it, because the warships are different. The warships of the Black Skull Pirates are provided by the Blue Water Empire, but the Blue Water Empire will definitely not provide standard warships. Otherwise, if the pirates are defeated, the secrets of their warships will be leaked. Hee. I will definitely not sell this information of the Black Skull Pirates. Yang Bo knows this data, which is priceless and has great merit. But Yang Bo will not take it out, because no one can give the corresponding reward. How much is an asteroid base with 50,000 people, and a lot of material reserves worth? This can't be measured with money at all. Wang Muxue is now a general in the army, and he doesn't need much credit. As for Master Zhang, he is even more useless because he is just a government official. These people from the Black Skull Pirates must be killed, and they must be killed in front of them, so that the Black Skull Pirates base will not run away. Yang Bo decided to let these people from the Black Skull Pirates have a decent and glorious death. Then Yang Bo set off for the second target provided by Master Zhang. But this guy just has personality. Yang Bo saw that this person doesn't look like a disguise. Anyway, there are some strange laws on the Alliance side, which are made for some people. Then we come to the third target, Red Earl. Yang Bo looked at the old man. Although the old man looked very old, there were still some subtle movements between his walking, which made Yang Bo see at a glance that this guy was the Red Earl's man. The old man was wearing a long-sleeved white shirt, beige straight pants, a pair of leather shoes that were polished to a shine, and a head of silver shoulder-length hair that was combed sleekly. The old man was walking slowly on the road, and he seemed indifferent to the things around him. Is it a double identity? Yang Bo followed behind him in stealth, looking for an opportunity to release the spiritual power seed to this person. The old man walked slowly, occasionally looking at the plants or buildings next to him. It took more than an hour for Yang Bo to find an opportunity. It was 2 young men who were holding drinks in their hands. They were talking about something while drinking, and accidentally spilled the drink on the old man's pants. The old man was frightened and stepped back, and Yang Bo took the opportunity to release his spiritual power seed. The old man seemed to feel it too, and looked back and saw that there was no one. I'm sorry, sir. I really didn't mean it. Yes, sir. We are willing to compensate. The 2 young men dressed in fancy clothes hurriedly apologized. These dirty pigs. These people should have been buried in the ground long ago. These 2 stinky low-class people actually soiled my pants. Yang Bo's mind can easily know that the old man is cursing the 2 people madly. However, on the surface, the old man, the most kind-hearted me, said with an expression and tone, "It's okay. I was young too. Sir, do you really not need us to compensate?" The 2 young men saw that the old man was very kind and felt relieved. 2 stinky low-class people. If they were in another place, they would have skinned you and stuffed you into the sewer. And you actually polluted my favorite pants. The old man cursed the two people madly in his mind again. You don't have to pay. We were all young once. Go ahead, the old man said with a kind smile. Yang Bo wanted to grab the old man and put him into the sewer and flush him with toilet water. The two young men thanked him and left quickly. The old man looked at his pants with a slightly disgusted expression and quickened his pace. Yang Bo knew that the old man wanted to go back to his place to change his pants because he felt that he was polluted by the inferiors. Yang Bo read the old man's memory and found that he was indeed a member of the Pirate Alliance and one of the initiators of this pirate conference. The name of this person who came to March Star is Paul. He is just an A-level gene evolver. His first identity is the first deputy leader of the Light Pirates, and also the military advisor of the Light Pirates. His second identity is an intelligence officer of the Central State of the Crimson Federation. His third identity is a Great Knight in the Red Earl organization. However, this guy is called Paul in several identities, because this name is too common in the Interstellar Society. Yang Bo only then knew that there is a strict hierarchy in the Red Earl organization. The levels from low to high are Knight Squire, Apprentice Knight, Junior Knight, Intermediate Knight, Senior Knight, Great Knight, and Knight General. Among them, the Knight Squire is divided into first, second, and third grades. In addition to the branch of Revelation, the Red Earl also has a branch of Destiny, which is divided into 5 levels, judging by the color of the clothes worn. From low to high, they are black, gray, silver, gold, and the highest white. These people are the ones who command the knights. Why do I feel like these knights are cannon fodder in the hands of these Destiny people? And this Destiny people pay attention to blood inheritance, which seems a bit like the caste system of a country on Earth. These guys seem to be brainwashed. Yang Bo saw the so-called beliefs of the Red Earl organization from this guy's memory and muttered in his heart. The Light Pirates also came this time with 20 people, and half of these 20 people are Red Earl's people. The Red Earl organization is preparing to seize the Light Pirates and wants to control more pirate organizations and then use them for revenge. The main purpose of this Pirate Alliance meeting is to gather all the pirates to discuss how to kill the 9th Fleet of the Alliance. The 9th Fleet destroyed 2 pirate groups. This time, Paul will interfere and make the Pirate Alliance and the 9th Fleet confront each other. If the Pirate Alliance really crippled the 9th Fleet, then the Red Earl will find an opportunity to kill Wang Mushue. If the 9th Fleet is really crippled, Wang Mushue will definitely be transferred, which will facilitate the actions of the Red Earl's people. If the Pirate Alliance is defeated by the 9th Fleet again, then the Red Earl will be able to better control the Pirate Alliance, kill some pirate leaders in the chaos, and then support his own people to take the position. TSK. The Red Earl's people are smart enough to sow discord and fish in troubled waters. Yang Bo finished reading some of Paul's memories, mainly brainwashing the memory of that part. After all, they can develop into a cult, and their theories can often bewitch others. How should I explain to Master Zhang? Yang Bo found 2 more mission targets. The other 2 mission targets were a bit strange, but it was unknown which side they were from. Yang Bo didn't want to use the mental power seed again. This thing has some side effects when reading other people's memories, and it has a significant impact on emotions. We can't sell the information of these pirates to Master Zhang too early. After all, I don't know where the others are now, and we must be more careful that Master Zhang uses big data to find these people. After all, with so many people in a meeting, there must be some clues. Yang Bo decided to wait and see what other actions Lucas and Paul would take. Paul returned to his residence, threw away all his clothes and pants, and ran to the bathroom, sitting under the shower while mumbling something, because he was contaminated, so he had to clean himself. Yang Bo is not interested in these supernatural things, but cares more about the superpowers of these people. Lucas's superpower is bone control, which means he can control the bones anywhere on his body and grow them at will. If you shake hands with him, he can control the growth of bone spurs in his palm and instantly penetrate your hand. When fighting with you, sharp bone spurs can also grow in certain parts of his body. Of course, he can also cover his body with a layer of bone shell. I don't know if killing Lucas will give me this superpower. Yang Bo is already thinking about himself. If he has this superpower after becoming a giant and fights with others, it will be even more awesome. But Yang Bo is unsure because the superpowers he gets are random. Paul's superpower is more awesome, similar to illusion. Specifically, It makes what you see different from the real thing. Yang Bo thinks this superpower should be a branch of mental power. I don't know if these people give me 1 or 2 skills. It seems that A+ level can give 2 skills. Chapter 570 Valuation. Zhang Buizhen may use big data to find the information of these people. Yang Bo doesn't dare to bet on this. So it is impossible to sell this news early. In addition, Yang Bo also wants to see how the Pirate Alliance Congress reaches a consensus. After all, these pirates are lawless. How can they form a loose alliance? There must be some reason. And there are various forces behind these pirates. How can they get together? Yang Bo has not sent back news from Zhang Buizhen for a few days. Zhang Buizhen is also a little anxious. But there is nothing he can do. Because Zhang Buizhen doesn't have a strong master like Mr. Jiu now. After all, Zhang Buizhen was just an unpopular guy in the family before. Not even an heir. And was thrown to March Star to fend for himself. Naturally, there are no more resources to cultivate or recruit some masters. Generally speaking, many organizations cultivate masters by themselves. Because the masters recruited may be pawns planted by others. Fortunately, Zhang Buizhen is a direct descendant and has several helpers. Otherwise, if someone from the Zhang family's side branch were on this planet, they would have been kicked away long ago. Yang Bo has not played the game in the past few days. On the one hand, he mainly looks at the tasks of the Free Mercenary Union. And on the other hand, he is doing the bounty tasks on the Alliance side, which is to estimate the value of Lucas and others from the Black Skull Pirates, and Paul and others from the Light Pirates. In the end, Lucas from the Black Skull Pirates is worth about 2.2 billion credit points, and his followers add up to more than 5 billion credit points. Because it is difficult for the outside world to know who is in the Black Skull Pirates. The bounty is for the entire Black Skull Pirates organization. Lucas's main value is his rank and his status as a noble in the Blue Water Empire. Yang Bo checked Lucas's noble territory in the Blue Water Empire. And it was actually not small. The entire territory was worth about 60 billion credit points. However, the value of the territory has little to do with the ransom of the nobles. This mainly depends on the surplus of the noble territory. In other words, although some noble territories seem to be valuable, these nobles often do not have much income. Paul of the Light Pirates is much more valuable, although his rank is lower than Lucas. He knows more information with his multiple identities. So Yang Bo values Paul at 3 billion credit points. Because the value of information in the Interstellar era is priceless. Especially this guy has multiple identities. And these identities are not low in status. And he knows more secrets. And things like information can definitely be realized. But the noble territory is very difficult to realize. The 20 people with Paul are valued at more than 6 billion in total. The credit points are mainly because half of them are members of the Red Earl organization. And the Alliance offers a huge bounty for senior members of the Red Earl organization. After getting a rough valuation, Yang Bo had to find a way to cash it out. Yang Bo had to hand it over to Zhang Buizhen, because it was difficult to cash out the money he robbed from these people. But Zhang Buizhen, as the financier behind March Star, had plenty of tricks. For example, he forced them to sign an investment agreement. And then these people breached the agreement. And then robbed them openly. 2 days before the pirate conference, Yang Bo pretended to be Mr. Jiu and sent a message to Zhang Buizhen saying that he had found some things. But he still needed to confirm. Zhang Buizhen expressed his understanding. The Pirate Alliance conference was to be held the next day. But Yang Bo did not receive the email until midnight the night before. Bar. Yang Bo saw that the Pirate Alliance meeting place was actually a bar. And this bar was in Oma City. Not in other cities on this planet. And it was required that participants could only bring 2 followers. That is, only 3 people together. And everyone had their own exclusive code. An exclusive code assigned by Yang Bo. Have you eaten today? No one would ask if you had eaten today in the interstellar world. Because this would be suspected of prying into other people's privacy. Asking this question in the East on Earth is a normal greeting. But few people in the West ask this question. When people meet in the West, they usually greet each other with good morning, good afternoon, good evening, or how are you? They rarely touch on personal matters, such as how is your work recently? How is your family? Have you eaten? And what are you going to do? The next day, Yang Bo went out invisibly wearing armor, and then checked his emails in the suburban park to make sure he had not changed his place. Then he put on his sweatshirt and put away his armor because he was not sure if he could wear it in the bar. It would be troublesome if he took it off and put it aside. He went to the meeting place wearing a mask and glasses. Of course, Yang Bo is now the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. Smooth. Yang Bo arrived at the bar very smoothly. Isn't it the pirates' base? Yang Bo looked at the bar, which was considered medium-sized. The bar was a bit deserted in the morning, but there were people coming in and out. The staff at the door didn't look like they were in disguise. But when Yang Bo walked into the bar and saw the staff inside, he found that half of them were in disguise. However, these people were very cleverly disguised, and it seemed that they had probably worked here for a long time. Yang Bo entered the elevator, and the people attending the meeting were on the top floor of the bar, which had 6 floors. When he came to the 6th floor, someone stopped him outside the elevator. "Sir, this is the member area. Have you eaten?" Yang Bo said directly. "It turns out that the distinguished guest from Silver Moon has arrived. Sir, please go through security check." The other party knew who Yang Bo was when he heard this, because the code issued by each pirate group was different. So the other party knew who it was as soon as he said the code. "Dear sir, we are not allowed to carry any weapons and equipment here, and the communication of smart devices will be interfered." The person in charge of leading the way during the security check asked. Yang Bo did not speak, and the security check was a machine like a door. After Yang Bo passed, the security personnel nodded. At this time, the elevator behind opened again, and Yang Bo saw an acquaintance, Lucas, with 2 followers. Lucas also said a code, and then the 3 people were also taken to the security check. "Sir, please wear this." At this time, someone handed Yang Bo a badge with a moon on it. "Hey, who are all coming to this meeting today? What are people who have no strength and are bankrupt doing here?" Lucas had just passed the security check and saw the badge in Yang Bo's hand, and said with a disdainful tone, "Yang Bo really has nothing in his current identity. All the brothers in the pirate group were taken to jail, and the base was uprooted by the Alliance. Let alone a warship. He doesn't even have a spaceship. Why is it so stinky so early in the morning? Did you eat their ass last night?" Yang Bo sneered, took off his glasses and mask, and said foul language. Seeing that Yang Bo actually said that he ate his follower's ass, Lucas sneered, "If you want to eat mine, I don't mind giving you a spaceship to let you start over." "What the hell? A second in command has the nerve to talk to me. The first in command?" Yang Bo curled his lips. "Everyone. Today's meeting rules. Internal fighting is strictly prohibited." At this time, another staff member in charge of the meeting trotted over and said, "There is a problem." Yang Bo saw that Lucas was about to say his own, but the other party snorted coldly as soon as he spoke, and then left. Yang Bo knew that there was something wrong here, and it would definitely not be that simple. The top floor of the bar is like the layout of the bar below, but the decoration is more luxurious, and each booth is separate. Yang Bo sat alone in a booth, next to Lucas's booth. Some people are like dogs that have lost their homes. How dare they come to a meeting of this level alone? Lucas held out his wine glass, and his followers hurriedly got the wine. Lucas provocatively drank a sip of wine, then spoke while looking at Yang Bo. Yang Bo understood what Lucas was thinking. Lucas said so much just to know whether his purpose of coming here would conflict with his purpose. And this guy also wanted to find a way to get rid of Yang Bo's current membership. This guy looked arrogant, but I didn't expect that he had so many calculations in his mind. Yang Bo didn't know what was going on with this member of the Pirate Alliance, because Lucas only had information about members in his memory. But there was no information about how the Pirate Alliance controlled these members. Yang Bo was sitting in the booth with his eyes closed, but he was actually using the passive detection ability of sound waves. Paul came again, but this guy changed his appearance, and it seemed that he used camouflage potion. Paul also had a brand with a bright word on it. Yang Bo understood that this brand represented the identity of each pirate group. There were 22 booths, 20 of which were full, and the person who presided over the meeting had not appeared. No one said anything to each other. "Welcome all gentlemen to participate in this session of the Pirate Alliance Conference. Everyone can come here to participate in the meeting, which proves everyone's courage. Now it's still the old rules. Each of us will grab 1 minute. We will publish these on the internet at that time." A bald middle-aged man walked in from outside and came directly to the stage in front of the booth. He looked around and said, "Don't do those useless things. Our Pirate Alliance suffered heavy losses in the last cycle. I just want to ask about the intelligence on the Green Demon Star. How did your Pirate Alliance do it?" But someone asked impatiently, "That's right. We on Green Devil Star have lost 2 of our closest companions at once. Another person in a booth asked. But Yang Bo didn't know who the 2 groups of people were. One of them had a red bird on it, and the other had a drop of blue water on it. We will have a detailed report later. Please believe us. After all, only if you get rich. Can we get rich? The bald man said with a smile. Chapter 571 Disruption. However, Yang Bo soon learned the true identities of the 2 pirate groups from Lucas and Paul's memories. The bird was the Hellbird pirate group, and the drop of water was the Blue Water pirate group. He also learned that the 2 unlucky guys who were absent were the unlucky guys who were defeated by Wang Muxue on the Green Devil Star. He also learned that the reason why the 2 asked about this matter was because the bald man on the stage was a member of the Pirate Alliance Council. The relevant information provided by the Ashes organization was confirmed by the Pirate Alliance Council. So the 2 unlucky guys who were captured went to the Green Devil Star to attack the main fleet of the Alliance. At the same time, Yang Bo also learned from the 2 people's thoughts that the missions accepted by his pirate group were also confirmed by the Pirate Alliance Council. The council mainly helps pirates sell stolen goods and purchase various materials. The bald man saw that the 2 people who had just spoken were silent. So he spoke up. First of all, our board of directors is very sorry for those who didn't come today. But being a pirate is inherently risky. We have roughly checked the specific situation. It was a complete accident. The Green Devil Star discovered a super mutant creature called the Invisible Mouse. The bald man looked at the members of the other pirate groups when he said this. Sure enough, the members of these pirate groups all showed a very interested look. It was precisely because of this accident that the Green Devil Star had such an accident that their main battleships entered a silent state according to the relevant regulations of the Alliance. The second main fleet that appeared later was to escort the Green Devil Star's Invisible Mouse, a mutant biological test subject. The Silver Moon Pirates also encountered an accident. That is why the Silver Moon Pirates encountered the main fleet. Our council can only apologize for this, because we cannot control this accident. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, someone sneered. The Silver Moon Pirates were stupid. They actually let their warships be invaded? Tell me another one. Yang Bo stood up and pointed at the person who said this and cursed loudly. Oh, the person who said this was holding a black dog head sign in his hand. When he saw Yang Bo standing up and scolding him, he was about to mock him. The next second, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. The onlookers were also shocked, because Yang Bo flew out all of a sudden and knocked the people in the booth out fiercely. Of course, there were 2 followers who flew out together. Flame Shield plus 16. Mecha Driving plus 16. Mental Power Control plus 32. 3 skill information popped up in Yang Bo's mind at the same time. The 3 people who were knocked out flew to the wall next to them, and the whole wall caved in. And then the blood inside the 3 people's bodies spurted out. You, the bald man who had just given a speech, saw this scene and shouted loudly. But the next second, he saw Yang Bo flying towards him, and a strong energy light immediately lit up on the bald man's body. At this time, people holding laser weapons rushed in from outside. Yang Bo hit the bald man hard, and the energy light on the bald man's body was directly annihilated. And then the whole person flew to the wall behind him, and a hole was also smashed on the wall. And then the bald man also spurted out countless blood. The same look, the same action. The opponent has the same posture, and then the same result. Speech plus 16. The skill given by this bald man made Yang Bo speechless. A bunch of bastards. Don't you see how capable you are? I am at least a group leader. And you? You are just a bunch of lackeys. Yang Bo stood at the position where the bald man just stood as if nothing had happened, and fired directly at the guys who jumped up below. The other people below jumped up in fear, and they didn't react to Yang Bo's firing, because it was all too sudden. Also, the next time the council wants to send someone to preside over the meeting, send someone with weight. Don't send this kind of trash. I hate this kind of trash talking in this tone. My brother is still in jail. You just have an accident. Yang Bo saw that there was energy light on the people who stood up, and the person who just came in with a laser weapon was also dumbfounded, and didn't know what to do next. They collect money and lower the price of our goods. The council also sent this little bastard to disgust us. The way this little bastard came in just now was as arrogant as if he was a king. When we were killing people, this little bastard was probably just a drop of protein. Let me put it here first. If the council does not compensate me for my losses, Then I will stay in the alliance in the future. But you bastards should be careful in the future and don't touch me. I will find the channels of those bastards in the council one by one. I am alone now. Who am I afraid of? I have no warships, no bases, and no brothers. How the hell do I know that the Guardian of March Star is in the immigration spaceship? Yang Bo originally didn't plan to take action, and was ready to watch the excitement first. But he felt that it didn't fit the temperament of a pirate. Besides, he shouldn't fall into the rhythm of others when doing anything. So Yang Bo took action immediately. Okay. Well said. The old bastards of the council just sent a small bastard here. Is it an explanation to us? That's right. The things we robbed. These bastards pushed the price down so low. And they also charged us for information. If something happened, they said it was an accident. This time it was also an accident. Some representatives of the pirate group standing below also said loudly when they heard Yang Bo's words. What's the matter with this? Lucas said while looking at Yang Bo vigilantly. Seeing Yang Bo move, Lucas laughed. And at the same time, Lucas's collar clip flew out and circled around his body. Think I'm with those rubbish. The first generation of Li Kong. Seeing this scene, the other pirates cursed in their hearts. This Li Kong was too powerful in such a small environment. At the same time, they cursed the bastard who presided over the meeting. How did he do the security check? Pa! But the next second, Yang Bo stood in front of Lucas. And then, there was a crisp and loud sound. I didn't see Yang Bo's move at all. Just heard a very crisp slap. Then Lucas fell to the ground. And the Li Kong also fell to the ground. Everyone was confused. No one could see clearly how Yang Bo made the move. But everyone saw that the energy light on Lucas's body was gone. And Li Kong also fell to the ground. And half of Lucas' face was sunken. This is the result of not following the meeting discipline. You brought a weapon with you. If you can't play the sky split, don't play it. Yang Bo's words left the other members of the surrounding pirate group speechless. You're the only one who still talks about meeting discipline. You've slammed the host into a meat pie against the wall. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Then everyone saw Lucas' sky split slowly floating up from the ground. The energy light on everyone's body became more intense. Obviously, everyone was defending. Everyone thought Lucas was controlling the sky split. The next second, Yang Bo grabbed the sky split and broke it hard. The sky split broke, and it broke under the eyes of more than 70 people at the scene. Everyone gasped and looked at Yang Bo with disbelief. This was a sky splitter. How could this thing be broken so easily? Was it because the guy in front of him was so powerful? Or was it a fake product used by the person lying on the ground? It was just the lowest level sky splitter. But it could be broken by someone. How perverted is this guy? It's been a short time since we last met. Is this guy so perverted now? The energy light on everyone's body became stronger. And they all quietly stayed away from Yang Bo, fearing that this pervert would go crazy again. The reason why there were so many people was because of the guy who just came in with a laser weapon. You Black Skull pirates sent such trash to attend the meeting. You have the nerve to show off such a trashy sky splitter. Yang Bo didn't say that the other party was the deputy leader of the group, and pretended not to know his identity. Who else has to say? I hate you guys who make sarcastic remarks the most. If you still have something to say, we pirates need to say it properly. If you have such eloquence, why don't you become a lawyer? I have nothing now. And you still want me to speak nicely? This time is just a warning. Next time, you will be hung on the wall. Yang Bo pretended to spit. But of course, he couldn't really spit because there were biological samples. Lucas's two followers wanted to move, but didn't dare to. Some of the representatives of the pirate groups around nodded. They could understand Yang Bo's current state, because the entire pirate group was gone, and there was only a commander left. If it were him, he would definitely get angry. The reason why Yang Bo was able to hit Lucas just now was because the spiritual seed of Yang Bo in Lucas's brain could know Lucas's prediction. So this slap could hit Lucas. Who else wants to speak nicely? Yang Bo looked at the other people attending the meeting. No one spoke. And these people stared at Yang Bo vigilantly. Now Yang Bo gave these people the feeling that he was a powder keg, ready to explode at any time. There will be no meeting today. Let's go early. Tell those guys on the board of directors to come up with a solution as soon as possible. Also, don't send these rubbish to talk to us in the future. We are pirates. You can't reason with us. Yang Bo did not continue to target Lucas. He left after saying this. The man with the laser weapon in his hand saw Yang Bo coming, and had to bite the bullet and move aside. Sir, you can't go out during the meeting. Yang Bo was still wondering as he walked. Could he just leave like this? As a result, before he reached the elevator, a young man came over and said to Yang Bo from a distance. The young man was at least 10 meters away from Yang Bo. He didn't dare to get close at all, and his face was pale. Lead the way! Yang Bo shouted immediately. Ah! The young man was a little confused when he heard this, and he trembled a little, obviously scared. Don't you arrange accommodation? Yang Bo asked unhappily. Sir, please go this way. The young man was relieved when he heard this. Yang Bo was arranged to a rest room, which had everything and all the services he needed. Yang Bo was not interested in looking at the situation in the room now, and was watching the current situation of the meeting through Paul. Yang Bo found that the representatives of these pirate groups had no expression, and no one said anything, but everyone was more vigilant of each other. Then these people were arranged to live here, and when Paul left, the scene was not cleaned. Lucas was carried away by his 2 followers. Could it be that the bald man is the one who presided over the meeting this time? Yang Bo felt a little outrageous. How could such a low-level guy preside over the meeting here? Paul returned to his room, opened a game, and then communicated with people in the game. Yang Bo could see that the other party was the leader of the light pirates. Paul told the details of what happened today. These bastards on the council are completely screwed this time, the leader said directly in the voice chat. Yes, because we have to go through the channels of the council. We have to accept it. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is now alone, and is not afraid of the channels of the council. Paul also said. Then let's just watch the show for now. These bastards on the council have indeed gone too far in recent years. But the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is too scary. The leader of the Light Pirates spoke up. It should be that they suffered a great change, and then recovered. So their superpowers have been improved. After all, their pirate group was indeed too dangerous at that time. Paul spoke up. Let's continue to wait and see. Others must have the same idea. It depends on how the council will act next, said the leader of the Light Pirates. Then Paul played another game. This time Yang Bo could detect that the opponent was the top leader of the Red Earl. Yang Bo remembered the game and nickname of the top leader of the Red Earl, and then quickly played this game, ready to use the photoelectric superpower to see where the Red Earl's lair is. After Lucas was carried to the room by his followers, he jumped up and cursed. Bastard. This bastard. I'm going to kill him. Lucas didn't expect to make such a big fool of himself today. His own Skybreaker couldn't defend against the opponent's attack. The key point is that his own cleavage was broken by someone. In fact, Lucas had already woken up at that time. But when he saw that his cleavage was broken, he didn't dare to move at all, for fear that he would be caught and beaten by that pervert again. Lucas didn't know why he was so cowardly at that time. According to reason, he, an A+ level superpower, should have crushed the opponent. But Lucas had a hunch that if he had gotten up at that time, he might have been beaten by the opponent. Captain, treat him quickly. The 2 followers were also pale, because it was too scary just now. After all, several people were already hanging on the wall. Then listen to you. Treat first. Lucas was still confused. Why did he get slapped? Chapter 572 Council. A superpower like Lucas can recover from any injury, as long as his head is not blown up on the spot. Lucas had no idea that if Yang Bo had not released a spiritual seed for him, his head would have been blown up long ago. This bastard dared to provoke the council. His doomsday has come. Lucas used his superpowers to heal his injuries. Superpowers can speed up the recovery of physical injuries. In addition, the organizer sent a healing potion. While treating, Lucas also spoke. In fact, Lucas was afraid. Why was he slapped to the ground by someone? He couldn't figure it out at all. You know, Li Kong can be said to be invincible in close combat. Of course, there is no invincible weapon in this world. Li Kong consumes a lot of mental power. The opponent not only easily bypassed his Li Kong, but also slapped him hard and knocked him to the ground. Not to mention, he also broke Li Kong for himself. Each item alone made Lucas feel incredible. Not to mention that so many of them were superimposed, making Lucas feel that the god of death was calling him. These buildings can isolate energy fluctuations, but they still cannot isolate mental skills. Yang Bo sensed Lucas's psychological activities and smiled in his heart. At the same time, He also knew that the 3 pirate group representatives holding doghead cards, who were killed, were the Greyhound Pirates. I hope the Greyhound Pirates will have a higher level representative, so that I can use the spiritual seed and find their lair. The Greyhound Pirates seem to be a pirate group targeting the Blue Water Empire. The bounty has reached 3.5 billion credit points. I don't know which force is behind this pirate group. Fortunately, I cast the spiritual seed on Paul and Lucas. Otherwise, I would be blind and still get so much information now. Now the initiative is in my hands. Let's see what the council will say, and whether there will be higher level people. Then I will release a spiritual seed to them. And I am afraid I can know all kinds of situations inside the council. While thinking about the plan for the future, Yang Bo opened the game and prepared to find out the bottom of the Red Earl and others. Strange. The spiritual seed cast on Lucas seems to be constantly consuming my spiritual power? Yang Bo suddenly had a strange feeling. These bastards probably don't think I have such a superpower. You can chat in the game. And I can find you. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. Yang Bo downloaded another game. This is an adventure game mainly about hunting monsters, doing tasks, finding task items, etc. The people of the Red Earl are much smarter. Unlike those guys in the Free Mercenary Union last time. They are still in a guild. The people of the Red Earl mixed in the game, and the crowd of street vendors. Yang Bo found that he also had a character in this game. But Yang Bo created a new small account. After the small account went online, Yang Bo started to walk around the stalls in the game. The stalls here were basically small accounts, and the big accounts were out to adventure and do game tasks. What's the price? Yang Bo did not go to the stall where the Red Earl's contact person was immediately, but now walked around and pretended to buy something. The stall owner here actually set up an automatic reply to Yang Bo. Soon Yang Bo went to the person who was in contact with Paul. What's the price of this? Paul was still talking to the other party in a voice chat, and Yang Bo asked directly. This is 3,500. The stall owner answered directly. What about this? Yang Bo asked the other party about another item. This is 7,200. The stall owner certainly didn't know that Yang Bo could track his IP with the photoelectric superpower. In just 2 short question and answer sessions, Yang Bo had tracked the other party's IP. That is, where the other party sent the message. Is it actually inside the Alliance? Or on the capital star? Yang Bo was a little confused for a while. This senior executive of the Red Earl was actually a member of the Alliance. Could it be that the Red Earl terrorist organization itself is inside the Alliance, or an organization controlled by some guys in the Alliance? After asking, Yang Bo left the game directly. And the stall owner said to Paul, these inferior people are really rude. Of course, the 2 people used voice chat privately. So we have to kill all these inferior people and purify them all. Paul nodded when he heard this. You should pay attention and adapt to the situation. The main thing is to have a certain influence within the Pirate Alliance. Now we unite all the forces that can be united. When we control the Alliance in the future, we will deal with these damn pirates. The stall owner spoke again. Yang Bo had already logged out of the game. Of course, Yang Bo also knew the secret conversation between Paul and his online boss. After logging out of the game, Yang Bo took out the map and checked it carefully. Charity? Yang Bo checked the location of the capital star where the Red Earl's people were located and found that it was actually a charity. Yang Bo checked the charity again and found that it was a private charity, mainly providing charitable funding for artificial infant cultivation. Oh my god! The members of the Red Earl were not cultivated from the baby factory of the Alliance. Yang Bo suddenly had an idea. While Yang Bo was busy where he lived, the Pirate Alliance Council was already a bit chaotic. The Pirate Alliance Council controlled the pirates' stolen goods sales channels, so they had a good grasp of these pirates. At the same time, because the council had channels for selling stolen goods, they had enough information channels, and gradually became information intermediaries. The Silver Moon Pirates' attack on the immigration spacecraft was also a task issued by the council. Of course, when issuing the task, the council had already indicated that there were risks. So many times the pirates suffered losses, and had to bear them silently. Because the pirates' huge bases and huge personnel all need the council's channels. Because in space, whether it is a base or a warship, energy is indispensable. Without energy, no base can be self-sufficient. They also need various living materials, various hardware and software, entertainment, etc., as well as various consumable parts for mecha laser cannons, etc. However, The council has always been cautious in doing things. So although a manager was sent to preside over the alliance meeting, a permanent member of the council also came to March Star, mainly to prevent accidents during the Pirate Alliance conference. The council originally thought that the accident was that these pirate teams would not give in to each other for membership. But unexpectedly, someone from the council was killed directly. This bastard from the Silver Moon Pirates must be killed. The 13 permanent directors of the Pirate Alliance Council were holding a secret online meeting, and the third permanent director spoke directly. These permanent directors have never seen each other's true faces. Even if they are gathered together, they are all fake identities. So everyone knows it. However, these permanent directors have business sales channels in their hands. For example, the third permanent director has the channel of artificial energy stones in his hands, and can provide artificial energy stone supplies to the pirates anytime and anywhere. The 13 permanent directors are the decision-making level of the Pirate Alliance Council, and the other directors are just lackeys of the council. This kind of person must die. But the problem must be solved now. This guy is not easy to deal with alone now. The 7th permanent director said, "This is a virtual conference room. Everyone's virtual images look a little blurry to each other, but everyone's position is different. So everyone can know who is speaking. Then why not agree to his request first? Doesn't he want a warship? We will give him a warship. Now he has no one, and he will have to come to receive the warship. But we don't have any idle warships. The recently delivered warships will take more than a year to wait. This bastard doesn't know whether there are warships or not. As long as he comes to hand over, he can't leave. I think we can report his identity to the Alliance." "How can you say that? Those greedy and cowardly bastards in the Alliance, who are paid to work, really know where this guy is. Believe it or not, no one will catch him. And we have to prevent this guy from jumping off the wall. He may know something about our council. Don't let it affect our channels at that time." I also think this method is good. Lure him to the place first, and then deal with him. In the Alliance's territory, we can't let go and deal with him. What about the other 2 pirate groups? If they are willing to come, let's die together. I think these pirate groups have not been reshuffled for decades, which is very disadvantageous to us. These pirates don't think about it. If it weren't for us, how could they know which cargo ships have expensive goods? Also, you think the price we offer is too low? We didn't get this information for nothing. Besides, the price we sold it for was also low. Deal with this guy as soon as possible, as long as his conditions are not too outrageous. Agree to him, and set an example for other pirate groups. At the same time, test which pirate groups want to die. Now it's just right to see the reactions of other pirate groups. Those who are alienated from us will gradually be relieved in the future. I believe there are many people who want to be the leader of those pirate groups. It seems that the identity of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Group may not be ordinary. It seems that he has some relationship with the Blue Water Empire? There is no evidence. Besides, we are the Pirate Alliance Council. Although I know that some of us may be sent by the Blue Water Empire. What I want to say is that without interests, we would not be where we are today. We can only exist if we can continuously create benefits and then issue some tasks. Once we cannot create value, then we will lose any role. This permanent director said it very clearly. Anyway, many of us came with tasks. If we don't do it well, the consequences can be imagined. 9th permanent director. Tomorrow you go to ask the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates about their demands. And then we will talk about it, and see what other pirate groups have to say. The first permanent director saw that everyone had said so much and spoke directly. I know what to do. Try to solve other things tomorrow, and hold a meeting the day after tomorrow. The 9th permanent director nodded. Chapter 573 Beast. Yang Bo found that not only himself, but also other people did not eat or drink anything here. At least Lucas and Paul, and their followers did not eat or drink. It seems that there is no trust between the pirate team and the pirate council. Yang Bo pondered in his heart what to do next. Yang Bo has no idea. He wants to go back to being a pirate, because this identity is fake, and he can't leave this planet. I can only take it one step at a time, and see how the other party reacts. If I can make a profit, I will make a profit. If I can't, I will talk about it later. Because he didn't know what would happen next. Yang Bo didn't have any plans, and he just acted according to the circumstances. The pirate conference was held early today, and Yang Bo disrupted it at the beginning. So someone knocked on Yang Bo's door in the afternoon. What's the matter? Yang Bo opened the door, and found that it was your own staff outside. So he asked, "The ninth elder wants to see you." The young man outside answered carefully and respectfully, "Let him come over." When Yang Bo heard the so-called 9 elders, he knew what was going on. They were the permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council. The Pirate Alliance people privately called them elders. Some people also privately called the Council of Elders. Yang Bo opened the door and waited for 5 minutes. A middle-aged man in a white shirt, black pants, and black leather shoes came to the door. The middle-aged man had silver hair, and his eyes were a little yellow. There were 2 burly men behind the middle-aged man. The 2 burly men were wearing loose sweatshirts and holding 2 laser pistols in their hands. Ninth Elder. Yang Bo sat on the sofa in the living room of his residence, looking at the person who came in and asked with a smile. The 9th Elder looked at Yang Bo sitting on the sofa and had no intention of standing up. He smiled slightly, but he had long thought that the guy in front of him was dead. "I don't know how to address you, sir?" the 9th Elder asked with a smile, and then sat down. "Whatever you call me. No one shows their true face anyway." Yang Bo did not respond to the other party's words at all, and said in a tone of picking faults. The 2 people behind the 9th Elder were wearing sunglasses. When they heard Yang Bo's words, they immediately looked unhappy. "Well, then, tell me what you want." The 9th Elder was rejected twice in a row, and his tone was a little bad. "Since you came to talk, didn't you bring a solution?" Of course Yang Bo couldn't propose a solution himself. Who knows what the council's trump card is? Of course we have a solution, but we want to hear your thoughts first, sir. Otherwise, if we speak rashly, I'm afraid you may not be satisfied. The 9th Elder laughed. "You speak first, and then we can talk about whether you are satisfied or not." Yang Bo certainly wouldn't speak. "We, the board of directors, deeply sympathize with your plight and are willing to discuss compensation plans with you. You can propose them boldly." The 9th Elder cursed Yang Bo as an old fox in his heart, and laughed as he spoke. "If you don't propose any conditions, please go back and don't disturb my rest." Yang Bo raised his chin towards the door and said lazily. The 9th Elder was so angry that he laughed. If he hadn't thought that taking action here might alarm the defense system of this planet, he would have taken out his high-end space mecha and beat the bastard in front of him into a meat pie. "You can get the new warship you want. Are you satisfied with this condition?" The 9th Elder directly put forward the condition, because the bastard in front of him was already dead. As long as this bastard appeared in the Pirate Alliance's sphere of influence, he must die. "Are all the people in your council sick?" Yang Bo heard this and looked at the 9th Elder in front of him with an idiotic look. "Please be careful with your words. Our council has put forward the conditions with the greatest sincerity. Even if other colleagues know this condition, they will also praise our council." The 9th Elder was so angry with Yang Bo that he really wanted to take out the space mecha and beat this bastard to death. "I told you that you are mentally ill, and you still don't believe me. Ask your followers. I am alone now. What's the use of a warship? Let's not talk about whether your council has a warship. Maybe you are just using this as a pretext to deceive me. Just say you give me a warship. Am I going to drive it alone to rob? The people on it are not assigned to me by you. Who knows who these people are?" I said this. Do you admit that I am right? Yang Bo didn't want to be a pirate at all. Of course, he would not be tempted by the proposal of the 9th Elder. If he was replaced by a real pirate group leader, he would definitely be tempted. The 9th Elder was a little stunned when he heard this, and then laughed to cover up his embarrassment and his guilt. "Sir, what you said makes sense. But this is our greatest sincerity? It is impossible to rescue your brothers from the prison cell on the Alliance side. Look at me saying that you are brainless, and you still look unconvinced." Yang Bo spoke with a sarcastic tone, not giving Elder 9 face at all. "So what is your proposal, sir?" Mr. 9 knew that this guy in front of him was not easy to mess with, and this guy actually did not accept the conditions discussed by the council. "Discount. How much is the warship worth? You can give me a discount." Yang Bo offered his own conditions. Elder 9's face changed a little when he heard this, because Yang Bo's words really hit the council's soft spot. "I can't make the decision on this personally. I have to go back and submit it to the council for discussion, because it's a lot of money." Elder 9 felt that there was no need to talk about it. "Very good. I'll wait for your good news." Yang Bo nodded when he heard this. "So what other demands do you have? And what opinions do you have about this Pirate Alliance conference?" Elder 9 asked again. As long as this Pirate Alliance conference can be successfully held and ended, then slowly deal with this guy. I have no power and no influence and am a commander without troops. What opinions can I have? Yongbo had an expression that said I don't have any opinions. Well, I'll take my leave first. After saying this, the ninth elder stood up and turned away, not giving Yongbo a chance to speak, because the ninth elder was afraid that this guy would not be able to spit out ivory from his dog's mouth. I hope to bring good news next time. Yongbo certainly knew that it would be difficult to get a discount from the council. The ninth elder lived here. After leaving Yongbo's place, his expression was a little ugly, and he returned to his room. You keep an eye on him. As long as he walks out of this place, kill him, the ninth elder ordered after entering the door. Yes, the two followers answered confidently. This guy is really looking for death. The ninth elder went online again and entered the virtual conference room. After listening to the conversation with Yongbo, the other elders also said angrily, this guy has become smarter. Anyway, the compensation conditions we proposed are enough to shut up other people. If this guy really doesn't want to, let him go. But this guy has great destructive power. Why not just find someone to kill him directly? With some powerful weapons? This guy is quite powerful. And he also has a space mecha. The ninth elder sneered and said, his space mecha is nothing to worry about. My space mechas are all specially customized. Have you forgotten that this guy is a wanted criminal? As long as he can be shown in the city, then the planet's warning system will help us kill him. Then how to stabilize him next? If he is not stabilized, I am afraid that this Pirate Alliance conference will be difficult to end smoothly. First, promise him a discount. And after the Pirate Alliance conference is over, let someone force him to show his true colors. And then kill him with a borrowed knife. This is indeed a good idea. Then follow this idea. What Yongbo didn't expect was that the ninth elder came back less than 2 hours after he went back. We promise you a discount. But how will you receive the payment? And it's impossible to transfer such a large sum of money to you all at once. The ninth elder said directly. Okay. I like this solution. Yongbo saw that the other party agreed so readily. And he knew that the other party must be trying to kill him. Of course, they didn't have a falling out now. So Yongbo didn't take any extra actions. Like it. Like it. Elder 9 was relieved to hear this. So what is the total amount? How much is one payment? When will it arrive? Yongbo looked at Elder 9 like this, smiled and asked. He was thinking about how to find an excuse to find fault. Beat this guy up, and then release the spiritual seed for him. We need to discuss this, and we will give you a plan as soon as possible. Elder 9 didn't even think about the total amount, or how much money the first payment would be. The next second, Yongbo rushed towards him. But the armor on the two followers behind Elder 9 immediately emerged, bursting their sweatshirts. Elder 9 was instantly protected by two followers in armor. A dazzling light appeared on Elder 9's body, and a layer of golden soft armor burst the outer clothes. But the next second, the two people in armor and Elder 9 were directly hit by Yongbo and flew out. Because the room was really small, the three people flew to the door. Unfortunately, the door in this place was also modified and very solid. The ninth elder felt that his eyes went dark because he had no time to feel the pain. It was just that the door was deformed and the whole thing was protruding. As for the two followers in armor, their blood flowed out from the gaps in the armor. Mecha driving plus 32. Combat plus 32. Two pieces of information appeared in Yongbo's mind. Boom! Yongbo stepped over the two bodies in armor and kicked the door away. There were already other people in the corridor outside, including the security personnel responsible for the order of the venue and other members of the pirate group. Even the permanent director can't do that. Yongbo dragged the body of the ninth elder out and threw it in the corridor, then took off the golden soft armor on the ninth elder in front of everyone. The people around saw this scene, and all kinds of expressions appeared on their faces. TSK TSK. This is a good thing. The things we fought hard to get outside were taken away by these guys to make money. Look at this equipment. Yongbo picked up the golden soft armor stripped from the ninth elder and said while shaking it twice. Then he took the opportunity to plunder other things and used the spiritual seed on the ninth elder. The people watching the excitement around were actually waiting for the ninth elder to talk with Yongbo. In fact, the relationship between these pirate groups and the council is very contradictory. On the one hand, they rely on the council to sell stolen goods. And on the other hand, They are dissatisfied with the council's oppression. Actually, I'm a very reasonable person. Last time, this bastard said he wanted to compensate me with a warship. Do you think I'm a fool? Let me take a warship by myself. Do you want me to drive a warship to rob alone? Whether there is a warship is another matter. Of course, the board of directors has such sincerity. So I accepted it. I said discount. Then they agreed again. But when I asked how much money should be given to me, and when the first payment would be paid, and what the payment ratio was, this bastard actually said to talk slowly. Do you think I'm a fool? This is obviously playing me as a fool. When Yang Bo said this, he kicked the ninth elder twice, and the ninth elder woke up in pain. The ninth elder now felt pain all over his body. And then, he was boundlessly angry. He was about to take out the space mecha button and use his specially customized highest level mecha to kill the bastard in front of him. Pa! In full view of the crowd, Yang Bo slapped the ninth elder fiercely. Many people felt their faces slapped because Yang Bo hit them too hard. The high-ranking elder could see that half of his face was swollen and there was blood in his mouth. You are still not awake? What are you touching with your hand? Want to touch the space mecha button? It's here with me. When Yang Bo stripped off other people's clothes just now, he also stripped off all the bits and pieces on the ninth elder's body. The ninth elder just woke up and stared at Yang Bo angrily after seeing himself being stripped naked. Pa! Pa! I am very uncomfortable with the way you look at me. If I didn't see that I was going to kill you and no one could pass the message, I would kill you right away. Yang Bo slapped the ninth elder's face twice again, deforming it. Many people thought that Yang Bo might break the elder's skull if he slapped him a few more times. My dead brothers haven't come to you to settle accounts. You have no sincerity to talk to me. There is no detailed compensation plan. Do you think I am a stupid citizen of the Alliance? Look carefully. I am a pirate, and a pirate leader. Don't use your calculations in finance and business to measure us. In our eyes, there is no law, no morality, only fists. Pa! Pa! Do you accept it? Look at the two rubbish you brought with you. Bring some strong people with you next time. Yang Bo grabbed the hair of the ninth elder and let the man who was a little dizzy from being beaten look at the two people in armor who were bleeding just now. The ninth elder now saw clearly that the two people in armor were lying on the ground. The walls were deformed, and the door was deformed beyond recognition. This place is a contact point of the Pirate Alliance, and the construction specifications are built according to the top level. We are really sincere. Although the ninth elder gnashed his teeth in hatred, the situation was stronger than the person. Snap! Are you awake? Reorganize your words. Yang Bo slapped him again, because Yang Bo could sense that this guy was trying to recover his superpowers through the spiritual power seed. After being slapped hard by Yang Bo, the ninth elder felt that his brain was about to be beaten out. Other people around who saw the scene had different reactions. Some were eager to try, probably wanting to show themselves in front of the board of directors. And some were just watching. Only the staff and guards here were pale. These people were of lower rank, although they were also members of the Pirate Alliance. They had never seen a permanent director being stripped naked, pulled by the hair, and slapped. I was wrong. I was wrong. The ninth elder saw that Yang Bo seemed to raise his hand again and quickly admitted his mistake. MLGB? Why don't you just admit it earlier? And you lackeys. Look, this is the attitude of the board of directors. I think the next meeting should propose that the board of directors must bear certain responsibilities if the tasks provided by the board of directors are inconsistent with those provided by the board of directors. We all have families, brothers, and bases. It is impossible to say that these guys provide wrong information and do not take any responsibility at all. Yang Bo began to talk nonsense. Sir, let's talk about it. We are really sincere. Our board of directors cannot do without you. And you cannot do without our board of directors. We will definitely find a win-win solution. Before he finished speaking, Yang Bo, who had grabbed the hair of the ninth elder, smashed the ninth elder's head hard on the floor. Then he kicked him twice, cursing, "How dare you say win-win? How much have you exploited us over the years?" People around him felt that Yang Bo's kicking was too satisfying, because the pirate group had basically been working for the council for so many years. What are you watching? Hurry up and take this guy to get treatment. Don't let him die later. I'm afraid the council won't have time to send someone else to preside over the meeting. I really don't want to cause trouble. Why are you forcing me? Puff. Elder 9 spurted out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. He was angry. And this soft armor and space mecha button are my compensation. We worked hard to provide you with money. Find me a new room. If any of you want to talk to me, come and find me. I'm a lone commander now. I'm not afraid of their council at all. These old dogs are nothing in my eyes now. Yang Bo said arrogantly. Then Yang Bo was taken to the new room. And Elder 9 was helped away by the staff. A beast. This is a beast. Elder 9 was taken to the treatment room by the staff. And his hands were shaking with anger. You have to know that the space mecha is basically the hard work of Elder 9's half a lifetime. And most of this money was obtained by fraud. Not to mention the lost golden soft armor, which is made of materials from interstellar creatures. Alas, Elder 9 wanted to cry. But when he found that there were staff around him, he could only turn the grievance in his heart into a long sigh. Because Elder 9 knew that the space mecha fell into the hands of the other party. He would definitely not want it back. Moreover, the two masters brought by Elder 9 were dead. And his high-end mecha became a toy in the hands of others. So Elder 9 wanted to jump now. But he couldn't jump. This is a dog beast. Elder 9 thought of his high-end space mecha. And felt that his heart was dying. How many relationships did he rely on? How much money did he pay? How many favors did he have? And it was less than 2 months since he got it. Chapter 574 Compensation. Yang Bo was also reassigned to a room. And the person leading the way was a little trembling when walking. At this time, the staff realized that the people attending the meeting were pirates, who killed people without a care in the world, were lawless, and robbed and extorted pirates. This permanent director is different. He has good things on him. Yang Bo looked at the things in his hand. Yang Bo was originally looking for trouble to cause trouble. And as long as he could find an excuse, he would definitely make a fuss. Yang Bo also didn't want to give people the feeling of being unreasonable. Because being unreasonable would make others suspect whether he had other purposes. And now it made sense to do so. Facts have proved that Yang Bo's actions did not arouse the suspicion of other colleagues. After all, Yang Bo is now a commander without troops. And other colleagues think that if they were in his place, they would probably do the same. While counting the spoils, Yang Bo used the spirit seed to look at the ugly appearance of the ninth elder. The ninth elder was feeling extremely aggrieved now. Yang Bo also knew that the ninth elder's space mecha was specially customized. And the total value was close to 4 billion credit points, of which 2 billion credit points were cash, and the rest were materials. That is, he took the materials himself and asked the space mecha manufacturing company to manufacture it. This mecha space button alone is said to be worth nearly 1 billion credit points, because this special energy crystal can only be provided by the space mecha company. As for this golden soft armor, it is made of a special material of interstellar creatures. The biggest feature of this material is that it absorbs energy attacks. And this soft armor can hide its own energy fluctuations when worn. This is because of the characteristics of interstellar creatures. The bodies of interstellar creatures can absorb all energy. In addition, interstellar creatures basically use energy to attack each other. So their bodies can defend against energy attacks to the maximum extent. TSK. This soft armor is actually metal. Yang Bo picked up the soft armor and studied it carefully. He found that his metal superpower could control this soft armor. It's great. There is another layer of protection. Yang Bo was happy in his heart. But there was no change on the surface. And he did not test it. Because this is someone else's territory after all. The space mecha button is very familiar. But the space mecha button of the ninth elder is particularly beautiful. The energy stone in the middle. The blue and white buttons. It seems that this button uses technological encryption. Yang Bo carefully looked at it with his mental power, and found that this button is more advanced, and has more functions than the one he got before. A luxury watch. The second-hand goods are worth about 70 million credit points. Tut. Yang Bo saw another watch, and then checked and found that it was a watch made by the mother planet. The entire material was handmade by the mother planet, and all the materials were produced by the mother planet. There is also a luxury bag, which is useless. There is also a luxury pipe, which is also a specialty of the mother planet. Yang Bo looked at the harvest in front of him. The space button and the gold soft armor are the most valuable, and the rest are of little value. Yang Bo doesn't like them very much. After receiving treatment, the ninth elder basically recovered in an hour. This is also one of the advantages of superpowers. The body heals faster than ordinary people. The ninth elder connected with the rest of the council. The ninth elder certainly didn't know that Yang Bo was using the spirit seed to monitor him. Is this guy crazy? How dare he challenge our council members? I think we should issue a killing order. If he dared to attack the ninth permanent council member today, he will dare to attack us next time. Since that's the case, we won't compensate him with the warships. And we won't ask for a penny. We'll use the money to kill him. We didn't plan to give him the warships. These warships were reserved by others. I suggest using special funds and contacting other pirate groups willing to make a move. I agree. There is a bounty on this guy. As long as we can kill him, it will be a big deal. I think other pirate groups will definitely be tempted. For people who break the rules, we should let others see how they die. Whoever kills this bastard will be given a channel discount. That's right. This bastard also made some inflammatory remarks to challenge the authority of our council. This momentum must be suppressed. If it is not suppressed, these lawless bastards will become more and more excessive in the future. The other permanent council members said indignantly. These permanent directors felt that their dignity was offended. In the eyes of the permanent directors, these pirate groups were nothing more than cannon fodder. If they wanted to kill these cannon fodder, they would issue some tasks and let them die. The death of these pirates could also increase the credit of some people. In the eyes of the people in the council, only obedient pirates were good pirates. And only pirates who could create profits were pirates. Pirates who could not create profits should be given to the military of the Alliance as credit as soon as possible. Yang Bo was of course aware of what these people said, and shook his head when he heard this. These guys in the council were too rampant, and he must have a good talk with them in the future. Yang Bo looked through the memory of the ninth elder again. It turned out to be someone from the third warlord of the Alliance. Yang Bo then discovered that the ninth elder was actually a member of the third fleet of the Alliance. At the same time, Yang Bo discovered that if someone in the pirate team did not listen to the council, the people in the council would sell the information of the pirate team to those who needed it. Because this was a walking military merit, Yang Bo discovered that the council had also made the final decision, which was to offer a reward of 2 billion credit points to kill him. And if any pirate group killed him, they would be given a 5% discount on the purchase and sale of supplies. It seems that I am the model to be established. Yang Bo certainly understood why the people in the council were so angry. Because he challenged their bottom line and trampled on their authority. The council decided to find 2 pirate groups to do this. One is the Black Skull Pirates. Because Yang Bo beat Lucas, the council chose the Black Skull Pirates. The other is the Greyhound Pirates. The leader of the Greyhound Pirates has already said that he wants to blow up the head of the Silver Moon Pirates. The Greyhound Pirates are the 3 people that Yang Bo killed in the first round. Then the ninth elder was authorized after the meeting and first called Lucas. I wonder what you Black Skull mercenaries think about this. The ninth elder called Lucas, and the 2 sat face to face, poured the best wine. And then the ninth elder asked. Lucas was also a smart guy. He laughed when he heard this. I am just a representative. I cannot represent the opinions of the entire pirate group, or even the opinions of the leader. Does that mean your pirate group is indifferent to this matter? The ninth elder knew that these pirate groups were definitely dissatisfied with the council. So he picked up the wine glass and asked with a smile. When Lucas saw the ninth elder's current actions, he thought of the guy in front of him. How embarrassed was he when he was beaten up 2 hours ago? As a representative of the pirate group, it is not convenient for me to express my opinion. How could Lucas express his opinion? You know that lunatic is still here. If he said something and turned around to cause a conflict, the guy in front of him would beg for mercy and sell himself out. Maybe he would be embarrassed. Moreover, Lucas was originally the deputy leader of the pirate group and knew deeply what pirates did. The lunatics of the Silver Moon Pirates could do anything. There was no need for him to provoke these lunatics now. He would talk about it after returning. Because this madman no longer needs to mix in the pirate circle. Others are unscrupulous. And now he is a lone commander. So he can mix as he pleases. Besides, he is also on this planet now. If he is not on this planet, or if that madman is not on this planet, Lucas feels that he might express some opinions to cater to the ninth elder in front of him. I originally wanted to talk to you, because I have something good to tell you. Your attitude makes me very embarrassed. The ninth elder took up the shelf, and looked at Lucas with a smile. Seeing the ninth elder like this, Lucas naturally knew that the council would definitely not let go of the madman of the Silver Moon Pirates. But Lucas felt that it would be good for everyone to make some noise. I'm sorry. If you have anything to say, you can talk to the leader. I'm just an errand boy. I'm sorry to bother you. Elder 9. I'll take my leave now. I haven't finished my report today. Lucas stood up with a smile, said politely, and then left. As for the wine on the table, he didn't touch it at all. Bastard. After all, these bastards are afraid of that madman. Elder 9 watched Lucas go out and smash the wine glass in his hand. What made Elder 9 even more angry was what Lucas said before he left. This was a slap in the face. To report today's work. Is this to spread his ugly appearance? Elder 9 seemed to have heard his ugly appearance, which was spread everywhere by other members of the pirate group, and ridiculed himself. He resented Lucas in his heart. Yang Bo didn't expect Lucas to be afraid of him, and didn't say anything more to Elder 9. Elder 9 talked to representatives of the other two pirate groups. But the representatives of the other two pirate groups also said that they couldn't make the decision and looked like they were watching a show. The council was a little surprised by this result. After discussion, they decided to come up with a compensation plan and pay the first payment to Yang Bo as soon as possible to appease Yang Bo first. After the pirate conference is over, Yang Bo will be dealt with immediately, because the masters of the Greyhound pirates and the masters sent by the council are already on their way. At that time, Yang Bo must be killed in front of the representatives of these pirate groups, so that these representatives of the pirate groups can see the consequences of provoking the council. The ninth elder certainly did not want to see Yang Bo, so he entrusted the representative of the Blade Pirates. Brother Inu is so domineering. This is the first time that the council has been defeated. The representative of the Blade Pirates is also the first deputy leader of their pirate group. This guy is two-faced. He said bad things about Yang Bo to the ninth elder, and bad things about the council to Yang Bo. Brother, you are too kind. I am just talking about the facts. I am a very reasonable person. You know that in this business, the team that we have worked so hard to pull together can be disbanded just like that. I have been holding my breath. Of course. Yang Bo also spoke to this guy in a friendly manner, thinking about how to use spiritual seeds for this guy. We all understand this. Brother, you can get compensation from the council, which is unique in our entire pirate group. The representative of the Blade Pirates is a bald middle-aged man, but his body shape and face shape give people a feeling of being gentle and handsome. Chapter 575. The person who cleans the floor. Haha. You're so flattering. Yang Bo laughed and looked very happy. Brother, you see, I am a very reasonable person. I agree with the compensation plan you brought in principle. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates brought the compensation plan of the council. So Yang Bo of course agreed. If you don't do this time, you will definitely not get compensation. We are all in the same industry, so we naturally know how much you have been wronged. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates had to flatter Yang Bo, because the guy in front of him was really strong and lawless. Even the ninth elder of the council was beaten like that. If he didn't speak properly, he might be hung on the wall again. When the staff came to clean up the two followers of the ninth elder in front, the armor was taken up, and the inside flowed out, and the people inside became a pile of mincemeat. Even the pirates felt a little disgusted when they saw the scene. The staff vomited while cleaning up, and finally had to use protective clothing. Then please tell the people in the board of directors that I agree with the compensation plan. But the money must be transferred to my account before the pirate conference tomorrow. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. In the past, those old dogs in the board of directors were able to control our channels, and we gave them face. Now I am alone and I am not afraid of anyone. Yang Bo said. Then I will help you pass the message right away. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates did not dare to say that the people in the board of directors were old dogs. Yang Bo watched the deputy leader of the Blade Pirates walk out of his room and laughed in his heart. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates came to Elder 9 again. Elder 9. I have passed on the message, and he agrees, but he requires that the first compensation must be received before the pirate conference tomorrow. Otherwise he will go crazy. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates dare not say anything about Yang Bo. After all, he is really a madman. Humph. Go get his account. Elder 9 knew that he had lost face, so he didn't say much. After Yang Bo sent the people away, he took out the communicator and went to the balcony outside the room, opened the window on the balcony, and then took out the communicator to send a message to Zhang Buishan. Zhang Buishan was waiting for Mr. Nine's reply, and saw the message. Find an account, and I will take a sum of money. Zhang Buishan looked at Yo Bo, and Yo Bo immediately replied, How is the source? Mr. 9, The source may not be very good. 1.5 billion credit points. Zhang Buizhen, it's not a big problem. What happened last time? Mr. Gio, this time it's a bit big. We are investigating. It will probably be cleared up in a few days. Your people had better not move. Zhang Buizhen, how big? Mr. Gio, if it's true. Master Zhang, you will be famous all over the world, gaining both fame and fortune. But let me make it clear first. I want at least half of the profit. The reason why Yang Bo said this is to let Zhang Buizhen come out to clean up the mess in the end. Since the Pirate Alliance Council and the Greyhound Pirates are coming to mess with him, how can Yang Bo not hang them up? Before hanging them up, Yang Bo has to find out their details. And at the same time, after hanging them up, this is also a fortune, including those who were hung up before. The bounty on these important members of the pirate group in the alliance is quite high. What is this? This is merit. This is money. Zhang Buizhen is definitely willing to come out to clean up the mess. Zhang Buizhen, okay. The money will be deposited into this account. After Nyobo replied to the message, he and his young master looked at each other in surprise. Nyobo, what on earth did Mr. Gio find out that he would say it was so serious? Zhang Buizhen stood up, walked around in the room, and then asked Nyobo. Nyobo read the information carefully, and then answered analytically. He should be a member of a criminal organization, and he might have extorted the money from others. I guess he has found the other party's true identity. But Mr. Gio is extorting others and trying to squeeze the value out of them. Then he handed these people over to the young master. Zhang Buizhen nodded after hearing Nyobo's analysis. Nyobo, your analysis makes sense, but I don't know who it is. It's hard to say. There are many people wanted by the alliance, and they are not necessarily wanted people, such as the military we are guarding against. Nyobo couldn't think of who they were. Nyobo didn't even think about pirates, let alone a group of pirates. I hope what Mr. Gio said is true. Our planet does need some heat, and it's best not to be negative. Zhang Buizhen sighed. Reputation can play an unexpectedly good role in many cases. After receiving the account, Yang Bo returned to the room. The reason why Yang Bo had to send the message on the balcony was because the room was isolated from the signals and energy fluctuations, and only by going to the balcony could he receive the signals from outside. Yang Bo was not sure whether the network system in this house would be monitored by the council. This bastard is not alone. The ninth elder cursed secretly. Soon Yang Bo knew that what he did was right, because 1 minute after Yang Bo entered the room, someone reported to the ninth elder that Yang Bo had contacted the outside world directly. But then, the ninth elder's clever idea almost made Yang Bo burst his stomach with laughter. The ninth elder suspected the other permanent members of the council in his heart. This is the advantage of smart people. They will automatically make up some conspiracies and tricks. In fact, these permanent members of the council are also scheming against each other. What does the channel mean? It means income. Some channels can easily make a lot of money, such as the channel of artificial energy stones. And some channels are more difficult and not very profitable, such as robbing various daily necessities or ordinary goods, because sometimes the information obtained by pirates is not so accurate. Originally thought that there were valuables on the merchant ship, but it turned out to be some ordinary goods. Hee hee. Yang Bo felt very funny about the ninth elder's imagination. Can you mislead this guy before leaving and let them fight among themselves? Yang Bo knew that the ninth elder suspected several people, and that he had conflicts with several other permanent directors. Ninth elder Yang Bo was not going to move, but it was no problem to beat him up at that time, making this guy more embarrassed and even more suspicious of others. For example, the ninth elder suspected that his embarrassing story was circulating in all the pirate groups. Of course, if you can deal with pirates, you must be more careful. Otherwise you would have been robbed by pirates long ago. But being too careful is sometimes not a good thing. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates came again, and he smiled when he saw Yang Bo. Yang Bo knew that this guy was afraid that he would go crazy. Brother, the board of directors has agreed to your request. As long as we get the account, we will arrange the transfer soon. Brother is our idol. After the deputy leader of the Blade Pirates came in, he smiled and flattered Yang Bo. Yang Bo picked up a note and stuffed it into the hand of the deputy leader of the Blade Pirates. This move scared the deputy leader of the Blade Pirates and almost dropped the note in his hand to the ground because Yang Bo's action was too fast. In fact, Yang Bo took the opportunity to cast the spiritual seed on this guy. Haha. It seems that you are afraid of me. Brother? I am a very reasonable person, Yang Bo said with a laugh. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates cursed in his heart, who said in the corridor that he was a pirate, unreasonable and lawless. And now he said he was reasonable. No. No. But on the surface, this guy quickly held the note in his hand and shook his head to answer. It seems that you still don't believe me. I am really not the kind of unreasonable person. I am unreasonable to unreasonable people. Besides, there is no conflict between you and me. How could I do anything to you? Yang Bo said with a smile. Brother, I will send the account to them now, so as not to delay your time. This guy was indeed frightened by Yang Bo's behavior. Go. Come to me if you have any problems in the future. You are afraid of those old dogs in the board of directors. But I am not. Yang Bo did not hold the other party back. Yang Bo could sense that the deputy leader of the Blade Pirates was indeed afraid. But he cursed himself in his heart. Good fellow. I'll keep this account in mind for you. When I find a good buyer, I'll sell all your Blade Pirates for a good price. Yang Bo still cares about being scolded by others. But now this guy is just a deputy leader. So he has to play the long game to catch the big fish. But these guys are not easy to sell at a good price. After all, Wang Muxue doesn't need the military merits of destroying the pirates. Besides, Wang Muxue is also a poor guy. Let's talk about it later. If it doesn't work, I'll support someone in the military. Yang Bo didn't think about it for the time being. Anyway, even if these pirate groups make more money, they are there for him. I just don't know if I control these guys to kill other people. Will the heads be counted on my head? Yang Bo suddenly had a more magical idea in his mind. In just over an hour, Yang Bo learned from Zhang Buizhen that several transfers had been credited, which happened to be 1.5 billion credit points. Then Yang Bo asked Zhang Buizhen to exchange these credit points for the energy metals he wanted. Because Yang Bo himself couldn't have said that he would give the account to Zhang Buizhen and ask him to transfer money to him. The next morning, in another meeting room, Yang Bo came here to attend the pirate conference. Everyone looked at Yang Bo with different expressions. The face of the ninth elder was ugly, because Yang Bo was the last one to come in. According to reason, he should come in last. The more noble the person, the later he came. I am alone now. You guys talk about it. After Yang Bo sat down carelessly, he spoke in a tone of command. Hey, didn't you say in the corridor yesterday that you wanted the council to re-establish the rules? A representative of the pirate group couldn't help asking. How much money do you give me? Yang Bo asked unhappily. What do you mean by this? Nothing. It's just that I have received the first compensation. Didn't we keep it confidential yesterday? After Yang Bo finished speaking, he looked at the ninth elder with a very ugly face. Chapter 576 Calculation. How much compensation? Without waiting for the ninth elder to answer, the people around who heard this immediately asked, Why should I tell you? Anyway, the compensation can allow me to sit here quietly for the meeting. Yang Bo's tone was like asking for a beating. The others around wanted to beat Yang Bo up when they heard this. But thinking of the other party's abnormal strength, there was no need to bother with this lunatic. No, the compensation of the Silver Moon Pirates has arrived. So what about the others? Someone turned the topic to the ninth elder. Yes, we also suffered losses before. Why don't you compensate us? It seems a bit unfair for the board to do this. Before the ninth elder spoke, he heard Yang Bo shouting impatiently, What are you yelling about? What are you yelling about? Do you think the board's money is so easy to get? Now I have got the money with my own ability. And you want to take advantage of me again. The main task today is to hold a meeting. Whoever wants to delay the meeting, I will be the first to deal with him. When the people around heard Yang Bo's words, and saw Yang Bo looking at him with a slanted eye, everyone felt angry. When the ninth elder heard Yang Bo's words, he cursed at his heart. This bastard is still talking about holding a meeting. Who hung the chairman of the meeting on the wall yesterday? What made the ninth elder even more embarrassed was that the others really didn't make trouble. This is not slapping himself in the face. He is presiding over the meeting here, and the people below are yelling for benefits. Once this guy opens his mouth, no one else will speak. Yang Bo almost rolled his eyes. Just for the psychological activities of the ninth elder, he should at least beat him twice more. There were two other people's psychological activities nearby. Paul was just watching the show. Lucas also cursed Yang Bo in his heart. After all, he was slapped to the ground by someone. And the sky split was also broken. There was also the deputy leader of the Blade mercenary group. This guy was thinking about when to ask the council for compensation, because the Blade mercenary group also suffered a large loss due to a wrong message. This guy also thought that he had a close relationship with the Ninth Elder and was ready to test the waters first. We are holding a meeting this time, with two main topics. The first is our pirate group membership system. After all, a lot of things happened in the past period of time, resulting in the absence of two members. We need to introduce fresh blood. The Ninth Elder was sitting on the stage and speaking, feeling uncomfortable, because the previous topic was to wipe out the Silver Moon pirate group from the Pirate Alliance and replace it with a new pirate group. Yang Bo heard that this pirate conference was to eliminate all the unqualified members on the one hand, and to reserve the supply of various weapons and equipment for the next period on the other. Because there were a lot of weapons and equipment, they needed to be reserved in advance. Then the council also wanted to discuss the channel issues with other pirate groups. In fact, they just wanted to get more benefits from the channel. The competition for the membership of the Pirate Alliance is quite fierce, and everyone has a recommended pirate group. What Yang Bo didn't expect was that in addition to the members of the Pirate Alliance here, there are more than 100 pirate groups of all sizes, and the smallest one even has only one space fighter. As long as you can become a member of the Pirate Alliance, you can get support from the council. If you don't have a warship, you can get a loan to buy a warship. And if you don't have a mecha, you can get a loan to buy it. To put it bluntly, it means supporting you to become a new pirate group, and then quickly go out to rob things for the council, so that the council can make a fortune. Yang Bo is indeed a trustworthy person. Although everyone quarreled during the whole day of the meeting, the first topic was not decided in a day. What Yang Bo didn't know was that before the meeting, the council had communicated with most of the pirate groups. This situation happened entirely because of Yang Bo himself, because the Silver Moon pirates would also be removed from the list in the past. Now no one dares to offend. Originally, there were 3 positions for the things discussed, but now there are only 2. Of course, everyone has different opinions. That's it for today. Let's talk about it tomorrow. If you have any ideas, you can come to me privately to talk. The Ninth Elder was not in a hurry, just waiting for the quarrel below, because the Ninth Elder still had to wait for the people sent by the council and the leader of the Greyhound mercenary group to deal with Yang Bo. The bastard. It would take about a week for the people who would deal with Yang Bo to arrive. So the Ninth Elder watched others quarreling and quarreled, just taking the opportunity to collect some benefits. Of course, Yang Bo knew what the other party was thinking, and he also wanted to see who was actually trying to deal with him. It's just right to ask for another sum of money in a few days. I'll tell them that I'll leave if they don't pay me, and force them to give me another sum of money. Yang Bo was very happy, and planned to make another profit. That night, there were many guests in the room of the Ninth Elder. Although these pirate groups had opinions about the council, they couldn't do without each other. At the same time, Yang Bo also knew that these small pirate groups actually depended on these big pirate groups for survival, because the small pirate groups were not members of the Pirate Alliance. They could not directly use the channels of the council to sell stolen goods. If these small pirate groups want to get supplies, they can only look for these big pirate groups. Pirate groups cannot grow too large. On the one hand because of the size of the base, and on the other hand because of the risk. The larger the pirate group, the easier it is to be discovered by the military. So some pirate groups will automatically split into 2 pirate groups when they reach a certain size. This guy probably received 200 million in benefits last night. The next day, Yang Bo sat in the booth and looked at the Ninth Elder who was speaking in front. This guy promised this and that last night and gave benefits to other pirate groups. This elder seems to be very comfortable. Do you want to help him in the future? Forget it. I can't leave March Star, but I can use this guy's biological samples to cheat in the future. But the risk of exposure is too great, so forget it. But Yang Bo thought again. The risk of exposure is too great. After all, what does it mean for a person to appear in different places? After several days of meetings, the membership positions of the 2 unlucky guys were taken by the other 2 pirate groups. Then we need to strengthen the communication between the pirate groups, so that they can exchange information with each other. Then, the important thing is that the communication department will charge a certain amount of information fee. This information fee is not collected by our board of directors, but by the information provided by everyone. If it is valuable, the money should be given to the person who provided the information. The Ninth Elder said to everyone in a flowery way. Yang Bo almost rolled his eyes when he heard this. No matter how much money he gave, he had to buy things from the board of directors. After all, the money was taken by the board of directors. The representatives of the pirate groups below knew this. But they didn't refuse because they thought they could get more. After all, sometimes you can get some information, but it's useless to you. But it may be useful to others. As long as you can sell it for money, it's a good thing. As for who pays, it's none of your business. A mob, a pile of loose sand. After today's meeting, Yang Bo's opinion of the Pirate Alliance was this. It's an insult to pirates to come out like this. Yang Bo knew that the pirate groups of the Pirate Alliance had been completely controlled by the council. The sales channels were in the hands of the other party, and the procurement channels were also in the hands of the other party. If anyone disobeyed, the council could turn around and sell these pirate groups back. Well, wait a minute. At the end of today's meeting, Yang Bo stood up and shouted directly at the Ninth Elder when he saw that the Ninth Elder was about to leave. Huh? The Ninth Elder's face was distorted by Yang Bo's impolite action, and he cursed Yang Bo crazily in his heart. Can you pay the second payment in advance now? Yang Bo didn't care about the other party's ugly face, and walked up to ask directly. The Ninth Elder felt his scalp tingling as he watched Yang Bo approach. Now he had no soft armor or mecha, and he couldn't beat the madman in front of him. How can we advance the plan we agreed on? The Ninth Elder still answered with a stiff upper lip. If you don't give me money, I'll leave. Anyway, I don't have much to do here. It just so happens that I'm going to find a place to live in seclusion. The money you gave me is just right for buying property. Yang Bo was also knowledgeable, and stopped at a certain distance from the Ninth Elder and spoke. Are you leaving? The Ninth Elder originally thought that Dr. Yang was here to cause trouble, but who knew that he was actually leaving? I am a commander without troops. Your information fees, and so on have nothing to do with me. I wanted to find a place to buy some property before, so that my brothers can have a place to stay after they come out. Now I have such a large sum of money. I have to do it quickly. Yang Bo said it as if it was a matter of fact. The Ninth Elder was certainly unwilling to hear this. First of all, after Yang Bo left, the money in his hand must have been spent. Even if he was found in the future, he could still get a discount on various things he bought. Besides, he had to find a chance to get his own gold soft armor and his own high-end space mecha back. This guy ran away. Who knows if he can meet him again in the future? Besides, the council has sent people to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys in person. Now that the monkey has run away, what will these chickens think? This is not okay. If you leave first, who can guarantee that you won't go to inform on others? The Ninth Elder did not speak, but Lucas spoke from behind. Are you looking for a fight? You're exposed because your pants weren't pulled tight. I'm the leader, and this guy is a member of the board of directors. How dare you? A deputy leader. Speak up? Yang Bo turned around and started to scold Lucas. That's right. You can't leave. If you leave, we'll all be in trouble if you tell on us. You can't leave. Everyone, be quiet. Do you want to end the meeting as long as you get the second compensation? The Ninth Elder was also relieved. If he wanted to keep the other party, he would definitely be suspected by the other party. Now that others said so, he could just keep this bastard. Anyway, the money he gave now can be taken back later. So straightforward this time? Yang Bo's next words made the Ninth Elder want to strangle this bastard to death. He got the advantage and still acted cute. Chapter 577 Unexpected Wealth. You just answered the question of yes or no. I just want to complete this meeting as much as possible. The Ninth Elder asked with a cold face. Of course, I didn't plan to collect the next few payments. I still know the style of those bastards in your board of directors. Now I can get more money. Why not? I will run away with the money. With billions of credit points, I can live comfortably anywhere. When Yang Bo said this, he also showed a smug smile, which made the Ninth Elder grit his teeth. I will discuss with other permanent directors right away and give you the results soon. The Ninth Elder was about to leave after saying this. Try to be quick. Otherwise I might leave. Yang Bo was very happy. There were too few opportunities to get wool like this. The compensation Yang Bo wanted was as high as 30 billion yuan. The value of the Silver Moon Pirates warship was almost this value. Of course, there were many other things on the warship, so it was difficult to calculate. The warships used by the Silver Moon Pirates are small warships, so they are so cheap. As for the warships of the armies of various countries, It is hard to say how high they are, because this is only the internal purchase price, and there is no export. Humph! The ninth elder simply said nothing and turned around and left. But he was gnashing his teeth in his heart. When the reinforcements arrived, he must skin this guy and let him enjoy it. TSK. In the eyes of others, this was Yang Bo deliberately threatening the council, because once Yang Bo left, this meeting would definitely not be held. Elder 9 was also quick to act. 2 hours later, he went to the deputy leader of the Blade Pirates to tell them that the second compensation would be deposited into the account within 2 hours. Yang Bo came to the balcony again and confirmed with Zhang Buizhen that it had indeed been deposited. Go back and tell that old guy that I'll wait until the end of this meeting. Yang Bo came in from the balcony and spoke to the deputy leader of the Blade Pirates. Okay. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates felt that something was wrong. After all, the money from the council would definitely not be so easy to get. So he did not bother with Yang Bo. TSK. Who did Mr. 9 catch this time, that he could extort 3 billion credit points? Zhang Buizhen was very curious about the fact that Yang Bo had received 1.5 billion credit points in just a few days. We have all seen Mr. Zhou's methods. Especially Mr. Jean Letian. I think these 3 billion credit points are probably just the beginning. I just don't know which unlucky person will fall into his hands again. Niu Bo is not surprised by Mr. Zhou's methods. After all, Jean Letian was blackmailed more last time. Haha. I'm afraid my third uncle will have to spend the rest of his life in prison. Zhang Buizhen thought of his third uncle, who was forced to donate money by Mr. Zhou after taking out a loan, and now owes a large sum of money. I'm afraid life in prison is not so easy. After all, those bankers are not philanthropists. Niu Bo nodded. That's great. I just don't know what surprises Mr. Zhou will give us. I'm really looking forward to it. Zhang Buizhen said. Master, if the person Mr. Zhou gives this time can really make you famous and rich, we can actually make money from it. Niu Bo said again. Oh! Zhang Buizhen looked at Niu Bo suspiciously. Master, fame and fortune don't really matter to you. Instead, it's the people who follow you who need these merits. For those who are close to you, you can give the merits, so that they will be loyal to you and set an example for others. Of course, this merit is definitely not given casually. Niu Bo stopped talking here. Zhang Buizhen understood instantly. I believe they are willing to pay some price for progress. After all, I have also paid a price. Master, you are wise. Niu Bo nodded with a smile. I just don't know who Mr. Zhou is talking about. Zhang Buizhen stood at the window door and looked at the mountains in the distance with some expectations. Yang Bo thought that he had received the money today, and then he would wait for those who came to hammer him. Unexpectedly, after a long time, someone actually knocked on the door. What are you doing? Yang Bo looked at the 3 people standing outside the door. These 3 people were representatives of the 3 pirate groups. The names of these 3 pirate groups are Red Spider Pirates, Lock Pirates, and Huey Pirates. Among them, the Lock Pirates and the Huey Pirates were once a pirate group. But later, because the Lock Pirates grew stronger, another Huey Pirates was split off. Sir, we have a business to discuss with you. The representative of the Red Spider Pirates is a hot woman with light blonde hair, fair skin, blue eyes, and a height of about 1.75 meters. Although she was wearing a white sports suit, the top was not buttoned up, revealing a white tight low-cut vest inside. So her figure was very hot. 36D. Yang Bo estimated that it was probably this size. And because of the superpower, this woman's size was more flexible, and it would not feel like the other sizes would fall down. As for the other 2 vice leaders of the pirate groups, they were all young people with silver hair and white skin, and they were also wearing sweatshirts. But one of them was wearing a red sweatshirt, and the other was wearing a green sweatshirt. How big is the business? Yang Bo did not let the 3 people in, and asked at the door. It depends on the ability of the gentleman. In fact, this time it is not just the 3 of us. We represent some of his other people. 36D of the Red Spider Mercenary Group said. Come in. I roughly know what you are going to do. When Yang Bo heard this, he had a guess. Speak. Yang Bo let the 3 people in, and then sat down, and the other 3 people also sat down. Fortunately, the living room was big enough. Yang Bo sat alone on a sofa, 5 meters away from 36D, and the other 2 vice captains of the pirate group sat together, also 5 meters away from Yang Bo. The two groups were 6 or 7 meters away from each other. This scene made Yang Bo feel strange. After all, two grown men sat together. But pirates are like this. If they are not on the same side, they must be on guard against each other. We would like to ask you to propose at the meeting tomorrow that if the mission information provided by the council is wrong, and it causes our losses, they must bear the relevant compensation. 3060 spoke first. You guys are so cowardly. You dare not even raise this question? Yang Bo laughed at the three people. Sir, we all have families to support. Not just you. Please name a price. Locke and the deputy leader of the pirate group said with a smile. Since you are so timid, then I will make an offer. How about 3 billion credit points? Yang Bo did not expect that there would be wool delivered to his door. Sir, if this proposal is passed, then 3 billion credit points will be no problem. We have so many pirate groups, and each pirate group only has more than 100 million credit points. But what if the proposal is not passed? 3060 looked at Yang Bo with a smile. Yang Bo looked at this 3060, who looked a bit like a beautiful female model he saw in his previous life. That is, Kate, who is called the swimsuit girl. If the proposal can be passed, it will be more than this money. Who dared you not to ask? Yang Bo's words were a bit murderous. But the two groups of people who came here did not dare to turn their faces. Then, sir, is there any way to ensure that this proposal can be passed? The deputy leader of the Lock Pirate Group asked after hearing this. Of course. But it depends on whether you dare to play. Yang Bo nodded with a smile. Sir, can you tell me what the plan is? 3060 also looked confused. In fact, the people of 3060 did not intend to pass this, but let Yang Bo propose this. And then others bargained to achieve other goals, such as increasing the purchase price of stolen goods, etc. Then if it is passed, how much money are you willing to pay? Yang Bo laughed and did not answer directly. We need to discuss this matter again. How sure are you that the people in the board of directors can agree to it? The deputy leader of the Lock Pirates did not expect that Yang Bo could actually find a way to make the people in the board of directors agree to compensation. Although it was a bit unbelievable. Yang Bo's performance was always unexpected. 100%. As long as you cooperate. Yang Bo laughed. See you in an hour. The two groups couldn't sit still after hearing this, and then stood up and left. 3060 walked at the end and threw a wink at Yang Bo. Who knows if it's a man or a woman? Yang Bo just looked at her to enjoy his eyes. And there was no need to really go. After all, in this era of men and women, it's better to be careful. Yang Bo didn't find a chance to release the spiritual seed to the other party. An hour later, it wasn't just one wave of people, but 10 people. Sir, if you can get the council to agree to the request, then we can take out 10 billion credit points. 3060 said. 10 billion credit points do not include after sales. Yang Bo nodded. After sales? The 10 deputy group leaders who came were a little confused when they heard this. Everyone was curious about after sales for such things. Yang Bo looked at the 10 people with contempt. Are you sure that the council will fulfill the agreement reached? At that time, a commander without troops, especially a commander without troops in the alliance, played a role. As long as they violated the agreement, you can find me. With my current ability, it is too easy to find their delivery channels. But there was no benefit before, so there was no motivation to do such dangerous things. But if you are willing to pay, I don't mind doing something inside the alliance. Yang Bo's words instantly reminded the 10 people that this guy was right. He was a commander without troops. Everyone knows more or less about the channels through which those bastards in the council ship goods. After all, there must be only those people who can consume so many supplies. Sir, how much do you think the after-sales service will cost? Someone asked. It must be at least 30 billion credit points. Yang Bo actually didn't care about the money, but he was interested in being able to contact these people in the future. At that time, he could use the photoelectric superpower to know where the contact person of these people is, and then catch the contact person of the other party. Use the spiritual seed, and follow the clues. By then, the pirates of the entire pirate alliance will be in his hands. Of course, Yang Bo also has to act like a lion's mouth. If the price is still too low, these bastards will not believe it. Sir, how about this? We still give 3 billion credit points, and we will give you a commission of 5% of the total after-sales price after one after-sales service. 3060. This woman, thinks quickly, and thinks of a way. You have no guts. And you are not willing to pay. But you still have the nerve to come and talk to me about these conditions. You deserve to be exploited by the people in the council. Yang Bo laughed and ridiculed these people. Then, sir, please tell me a condition. You also know that we don't have many credit points. You have also been the leader of a pirate group. And you know how much our expenses are. We also have families, old and young, and brothers in our base. We are sitting here for brothers. Not to mention that there are talents among these pirates. Trying to impress Yang Bo with brotherly feelings. That is your brother. Not my brother. Your woman and your baby are in your base. Not my woman. Don't talk to me about this useless stuff. Yang Bo cursed with an unhappy face. Sir, 10%. You treat me like a beggar. Go ask the gangsters how much commission they get for collecting debts. If I don't provide after-sales service for you, do you believe that those bastards in the board of directors won't give you a penny? Yang Bo cursed loudly again when he heard the offer. Then, sir, please make an offer. The 10 deputy heads were also furious when they were scolded by Yang Bo. But what Yang Bo said was right. If there was really no after-sales service, who knows what the bastards in the board of directors would do? 30%. Yang Bo made a price. We have to go back and ask for instructions. The 10 deputy heads decided to discuss it after hearing this. Then the 10 deputy heads left Yang Bo's room and came to another small meeting room, where there were a few people, including Paul. Yang Bo used the spirit seed to see what these guys were going to do. This bastard has such a big appetite. He is the same as those guys in the council. But what this guy said is right. If he doesn't provide after-sales service, the people in the council may regret it. I think 20% is enough. In fact, we are just putting this bastard in opposition to the council. The council may offer a bounty for him across the galaxy. And then we can sell him information in reverse. We can even find someone to kill him ourselves. And then find someone else to pretend to be him. Don't forget that we are pirates. Who doesn't rob? TSK. This method is really good. In fact, I think 30% is acceptable. You are just cheap. Don't you know what bargaining is? Let's contact the leader first to see what everyone's bottom line is. So these people returned to their rooms one after another, and gathered together again half an hour later. 25% is the bottom line. Yeah. Who's going to talk to him? I don't want to face that bastard who just scolded us. I'll go. I'll go too. 3 or 4 deputy leaders of the pirate group stood up, including Paul and 36D. TSK. Yang Bo didn't expect that this matter was about to end. And there was another unexpected asset. And he could also contact these pirate teams. In fact, if these people insisted on 10%, Yang Bo would finally agree. Because Yang Bo didn't want others' share at all. He wanted others' entire assets. Chapter 578. Pay attention to meeting discipline. Ha ha. Yang Boya laughed in his heart. Because the 9th elder was also anxiously jumping up and down on the other side. These pirate group representatives came to Yang Bo's room. Which must be no good. These guys must have a conspiracy. These bastards seem to want to take this opportunity to rebel. I want to see who will be the first to come out tomorrow. Have these bastards forgotten that they still have a balance payment from us? And these bastards have ordered so many things. Don't they want them anymore? The 9th elder walked around in the room anxiously. There are also several representatives of pirate groups in the room. These pirate groups are close to the 9th elder. But these people did not participate in the discussion with Yang Bo. In fact, these permanent members of the council have pirate groups with good relations in the Pirate Alliance. We really don't know what they talked about. I asked them, but they didn't tell me. The deputy leader of the Blade Pirates looked at the 9th elder, walking around anxiously, cursing and explaining carefully. No matter what these bastards are going to do tomorrow. Watch my eyes. The 9th elder felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have come to host this meeting. Not only was his reputation ruined, but he was also robbed. The permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council were actually robbed. Who would believe it if this was told out? Only these permanent members provided information, allowing the pirates to rob others. Yang Bo was very happy. This was the best of both worlds. This time he gained a lot. Soon the representatives of the pirate group entered Yang Bo's room. Sir, we have discussed it. 20%. No more. 36D said after entering. Okay. Yang Bo agreed immediately. Because Yang Bo felt that there was no need to fight for 5%. It is not easy to collect the money here. So it is better to keep it in the hands of these pirates, so that when the time comes, it will be yours. Huh? 36D was a little surprised to hear this. Not satisfied? Yang Bo heard this and looked at the representatives, who came in curiously. Satisfied? Sir, please give me an account number. We will pay you 30% today. If the contract is established tomorrow, we will pay you 70%. We will need after-sales service later. How about we do one order at a time? These people who came in did not expect Yang Bo to agree immediately. These people were ready to talk with Yang Bo for a while, and be scolded by Yang Bo. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. Then, sir, can you tell us what methods you have to make the people on the board agree? Everyone was very curious about what methods Yang Bo used to make the people on the board agree. It's troublesome for you, but it's very simple for me. Yang Bo told the plan. Yang Bo told these people the account number. And then these representatives left with a lot of questions. For these pirate groups, 3 billion is really not much, because there are more than 20 members of the Pirate Alliance. Not to mention other pirate groups that are not members. For these pirate groups that are members, each pirate group only has more than 100 million credit points, which is not a big deal for these pirate groups. But for Yang Bo, these billions are a huge fortune. The next morning, everyone was in the conference room. Yang Bo received a deposit of 1 billion credit points last night. The representatives of the pirate groups were afraid that Yang Bo would run away, so they basically took turns to watch Yang Bo's movements. Today, let's continue with yesterday's topic, which is about information sharing. The ninth elder stared at the people in the meeting and said, Ahem. I have a proposal. Yang Bo stood up and interrupted the ninth elder directly, and even came to the seat of the ninth elder host. The ninth elder looked at Yang Bo and asked with a sneer, Are you not satisfied after receiving the compensation? Everyone has seen that the biggest reason for my current situation is that the council provided wrong information. If I knew that the planet guardian of March Star was on the immigration spaceship, I would definitely not accept this task. Yang Bo didn't care what the ninth elder said, and said directly, That's enough. You have received your compensation. The ninth elder heard this, and wanted to stop Yang Bo, because he had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. Bang! Bang! The next second, everyone in the meeting jumped up, because Yang Bo slapped Elder 9 3 times, and kicked him out. However, Yang Bo used his strength this time, and kicked Elder 9 into the wall next to him. I didn't interrupt you when you were speaking in the past few days. Do you still follow the meeting rules? It won't be so easy next time. Yang Bo said, as if nothing had happened. Elder 9 was extremely angry, but he didn't dare to make any moves, for fear that he would be hung on the wall by the guy in front of him, and the reinforcements would arrive the next day, or the day after tomorrow. What made Elder 9 even more angry was that you, a bastard, could have knocked me out, but now you made me sober. Am I shameless in front of everyone? Elder 9 didn't know whether he should continue to lie on the ground or jump up to refute the other party. Elder 9. However, other representatives of the pirate group hurried to support Elder 9. I am still a very loyal person. Although I will not be a colleague with you in the future, I can still do something for you. That is, I propose that if everyone is like me, because the council provides wrong information, then they will have to pay for the loss. Yang Bo talked to the representatives of these pirate groups. The representatives of these pirate groups, who knew the inside story, applauded when they heard Yang Bo's words, while some representatives of other pirate groups were more surprised, and some looked ugly. Most of them looked contemptuous. If I hadn't given you money yesterday, you, a bastard, would have spoken for us. But these people must not show it on the surface. Soon everyone in the meeting applauded, but Elder 9 looked ugly next to him. Even though some representatives of the pirate groups have a special relationship with the permanent members of the council, if they do not express their views on this occasion, they will offend all their peers. So these people were forced to applaud. Come! Yang Bo waved to the ninth elder and asked him to come over. This is impossible. Being a pirate is inherently risky. The ninth elder did not come over at all and rejected Yang Bo's proposal. Come over. Yang Bo saw that the other party did not come over, and immediately glared and shouted. The ninth elder now wished that Yang Bo had knocked him out. He didn't know how good this would be, but it was impossible now. And looking at Yang Bo's appearance, the ninth elder felt that it would be better for him to go over. Otherwise he would go crazy, and who knows what would happen. Don't complain here. We rob houses to make money for your council. I seriously doubt you now. Sometimes you provide wrong information. You should know that the official bounty for us pirates in the Alliance is not low. Yang Bo said with a sneer when he saw the ninth elder slowly approaching. Seeing that the other party was about to say something, Yang Bo directly reached out to stop him. If you don't agree with this proposal, I will call the police immediately. Anyway, the Alliance doesn't have the death penalty. Maybe I can reunite with my brothers after I go to prison. But as a permanent member of the council, I'm afraid it's not as simple as going to jail. The people behind you will definitely erase all traces of your connection with them in this world. And the people in the council will immediately cut off all your information, your family, and all your information as if they don't exist in this world. Do you think I'm right? Yang Bo looked at the pale-faced ninth elder. When Yang Bo said he was going to call the police, many people present jumped their eyelids. Those who knew the inside story were fine. But those who didn't know the inside story were thinking about whether to run away. There are so many representatives of the same industry on the scene. What do you think will happen to other pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance if they are arrested? Turn on your communicator now, and let me talk to those old dogs in the council. Yang Bo gave orders directly to the ninth elder. Impossible. What? This is absolutely impossible. Yang Bo slapped him again. The ninth elder was furious and wanted to fight with Yang Bo. But he was beaten by Yang Bo so hard that he couldn't gather his superpowers at all. Guess what will happen to you if I call the police and I become a tainted witness, and the police declare you a tainted witness? Yang Bo chuckled. Don't be too greedy. Our board of directors has already compensated you with 3 billion credit points. And you are collecting money from other people to go against our board of directors. The ninth elder gritted his teeth and said while trying to gather his superpowers. Papa! Yang Bo knew that the other party was going to fight through the spirit seed. So he slapped him twice again, making him a little dizzy. I can be here today because of your board of directors. You deserve what you are like today. That's right. I took their money. Yang Bo admitted openly. Is it stupid not to make money in this world? If you were in my place, would you do it if I gave you billions of credit points? Hurry up and open the communication software for me and convene a meeting of the board of directors. Believe it or not, I can find out the channels of you old dogs. If you don't let me make money, you can't make money either. Don't think that the people behind you have great power. You are all in this society. You don't have many opponents. I don't believe that the people behind you don't have opponents. Yang Bo directly began to threaten the entire board of directors. If your board of directors doesn't let me make money today, then you can't make money in the future. Do you really think that I didn't know your bottom when I was a pirate? To tell you the truth, I made special marks on many of the goods I robbed. Yang Bo began to talk nonsense and threaten the other party. Impossible. Humph. I'm going to talk to this guy alone. Yang Bo picked up the ninth elder and went out. Even if you kill me, you can't achieve your goal. The ninth elder was directly dragged out of the door by Yang Bo. The man behind you is named Lee. Do you believe that I will go out and rob everyone with the surname Lee? Are you an idiot? I will make money and leave. If you are willing to pay them, then pay them. If you don't want to pay, forget it. Yang Bo looked at what he said, which made the ninth elder pale. Chapter 579 Talk. Elder 9 was so shocked that he couldn't speak, because the channel behind him was surnamed Lee, which was a very secret matter. The family surnamed Lee was also the head of the third fleet of the Alliance. This, Elder 9 didn't know what to say for a moment. He had no way to judge whether what Yang Bo said later was true or false. Anyway, if your board of directors doesn't let me make money, then I will make all the channels of your board of directors invalid. Although I am unreasonable, I will definitely keep my word. Yang Bo naturally understood what the other party was thinking in his heart, and continued to increase the stakes with a smile. I have to communicate with other members of the board of directors first. Elder 9 had no good solution now. Okay. Yang Bo smiled and entered the meeting room. Other people in the meeting room looked at Yang Bo as he came in, and looked at him with questioning eyes. Elder 9 is already contacting the permanent members of the board of directors. Yang Bo just said this. The others present breathed a sigh of relief, fearing that Yang Bo would beat Elder 9 to death and hang him outside. Yang Bo checked the ninth elder again, wondering how to tell the others. What happened again? The ninth elder put on his virtual glasses and waited in the virtual conference room. The second elder came online and asked impatiently. Something happened. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. This bastard took money from other pirate groups and asked us to take responsibility for the wrong information. The ninth elder explained the matter in detail. But of course, he would not tell anyone about the channels behind him. Other standing directors came to the meeting room one after another, and everyone looked over what the ninth elder said before. These bastards have grown wings. If it weren't for us, would they have been here today? That's right. This condition must not be agreed to. This bastard from the Silver Moon Pirates will not live for more than 2 days. This bastard has no way of knowing who is behind us. If he dares to touch our channels, I guarantee that he will have no room to survive in this galaxy. That's right. We can't agree to them. Other standing directors spoke up one after another. The ninth elder sighed when he heard this. The bastard leader of the Silver Moon Pirates said that he had marked the goods when he gave us the goods before. And he knew who was behind us. And he accurately said who was behind me. F*CK. 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 The ninth elder's words stirred up a hornet's nest. And other standing directors cursed one after another. This bastard should have been killed long ago. This dog thing actually came to touch our channels. These permanent directors felt their scalps tingling when they heard this, because they didn't know how much materials they had handled over the years. And the Silver Moon Pirates had a very good performance in the past, so they handled a lot of materials. Not to mention whether the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates was true or false. As long as this sentence reached the ears of those behind him, half of the people on the board would probably disappear. These permanent directors of the board of directors certainly knew the purpose of the people behind them doing these things. Colluding with pirates to rob passing merchant ships, and even providing some information to suppress opponents to gain a lot of benefits in the business and political fields. If this matter is exposed, it will be a disaster. Although what the standing director said before is very reasonable. There are so many forces in the entire alliance, and each force has its opponents. Did he really say who is behind you? The others asked a little unbelievably. Yes, he is very correct. Give him a pair of virtual glasses. We want to hear what he says. The standing directors of the council are a little scalp numb. The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is the hardest to deal with. Actually, I have a suggestion. I think we can agree first. And after killing this bastard, whether to pay compensation later is the business of our council. I don't believe that these pirate groups can ship goods by themselves. As long as they want to find us to ship goods, then we will control them. And we all have a group of our own people. And then let these people admit their fear first. The ninth elder did not say that this opinion was raised by Yang Bo, because the ninth elder felt that Yang Bo dared to raise such a thing. And he must be sure. Anyway, we don't have to pay this time. Their channels and their supplies are in our hands. I don't know why they do this. Let's get the Silver Moon Pirates online first, and then we can talk. So the ninth elder opened the door with gritted teeth, and then took out a virtual glasses and handed it to Yang Bo. I don't need it. Just open a chat room on the social software. Yang Bo refused the virtual glasses. Then how about opening a game? The ninth elder didn't take it seriously. The reason why Yang Bo had to use social software or chat in the game was because the virtual glasses needed to speak. So Yang Bo was told about a game, which was an entertainment game for playing small games. And there were also similar social things in it, because the virtual network has developed to the present. It is very realistic. Even small games are like real games. Just like billiards games. In the virtual image, it is really a big billiard room. Of course, Yang Bo, who did not wear virtual glasses, was just like looking at a mobile phone, showing the content inside, without virtual scenes. Hello, old dogs. Everyone. I can have today. All thanks to you. Yang Bo directly chatted with these people in a chat room in the game with text. Bastard. Asshole. Son of a bitch. Do you want to die? These permanent directors of the council saw Yang Bo's greetings and cursed one after another. Yang Bo was happy in his heart and deliberately angered the other party. In the end, several guys cursed him with a bunch of dirty words in succession. Because it takes a certain amount of time for the photoelectric superpower to track the other party's IP. When these guys cursed enough, Yang Bo had already mastered the IP addresses of 4 people, and he was happy to watch the other party scolding him. In the eyes of the ninth elder, this guy is a pervert who actually likes to be scolded. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be alone. You guys would take money for information without verifying it. And on the other hand, you would lower the price of our shipments. I also have evidence that you betrayed our pirate groups and made us pirate groups give heads to some of you. Yang Bo didn't care what the other party scolded. and replied directly. Then, there was another round of cursing. But it was somewhat like a sense of impotent rage. Yongbo took the opportunity to master 3 more IP addresses. Back then, I spent a lot of effort to find out the channels of you people. But at that time, my family was big and I needed your supplies and sales of the goods we robbed. So I didn't find the opportunity. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yongbo's words were a bit murderous. And everyone in the small chat room of the entire game was silent now. So I'm sure to make this money today. If you don't transfer it to me, I'll immediately arrest this old dog next to me and send him to the police station. Although these people behind you have power, they also have many enemies. And I also know some clues about what methods the people behind you use to mess with others. Anyway, if you don't let me make this money today, then don't even think about making money in the future. And don't think about delaying my balance. Otherwise, I'll show you what it means to be barefoot and not afraid of wearing shoes. There are no swear words in Yongbo's message. But these words are deadly to these council members. The Silver Moon Pirates had a good performance in the past. So these people also sold a lot of stolen goods. So it's hard to determine whether Yongbo's words are true or not. But some things are not to be afraid of accidents, but to be afraid of the unexpected. I have enough money now to sue. And if I send the representatives of the pirate groups attending the meeting and the old guy next to me to the police station, I don't think I will be in jail for more than a few days. And you have to understand one thing. Your existence depends entirely on the people behind you. If the other pirate groups break up with you this time, and then go out to mess around, and accidentally mess up their own people, the people behind you will skin you alive. And your role is not to make money, but to fight against the competitors of those behind you. It seems that you idiots still don't understand the meaning of your existence. Yongbo's words touched the hearts of these people. Anyone can be a permanent member of the board of directors, as long as the people behind them support you. How can we trust you? You bastard who doesn't keep your word. The elder sent a message. How did I break my word? Yongbo used his photoelectric superpower to track the other party. You took our compensation, and now you are looking for trouble here? The other party replied again. Is there something wrong with your brain? I am a pirate, so I don't need to reason with you. Besides, is there anything in my agreement with you that I can't find trouble? Yongbo sent another message. You can't say that. What else did the elder want to say? Then don't say it. Yongbo has locked the other party's location. As for what this place is specifically for, he has to go back and check it out. Can you guarantee that this is the last time? The second elder asked directly. I can't guarantee it. Yongbo replied directly with a few words. You? The message sent by the other party showed how angry Yongbo was. And Yongbo also found out the IP address that the second elder was using. If any of you have other questions, do you want me to give you time to chat alone? But I hope to hear good news. Yongbo left the chat room in the game after sending the message. After seeing Yongbo leave, the other permanent directors cursed. But everyone felt guilty because this matter must not be told to others. Otherwise, once those people behind the scenes became suspicious, they would definitely replace themselves. I think we can agree to him temporarily. Our reinforcements will arrive the day after tomorrow. As long as we deal with him, everything else will be fine. The great elder cursed and could only make a proposal. Because some things cannot be gambled. This bastard. We must skin him alive after our reinforcements arrive. The other members of the council were also numb. But Yongbo's words threatened him again. Yongbo really surrendered himself now. Arrested the representatives of the pirate groups on the scene. And then arrested the ninth elder. The people behind them will definitely find a way to kill them. Regardless of whether they can get anything out of them after being arrested. I agree. I agree too. Chapter 580 Add more money. The representatives of the pirate groups attending the meeting looked at Yongbo with incredible eyes. The people of the council actually agreed to this condition. As long as the losses were caused by the wrong information provided by the council. The council was willing to compensate 50% of the losses. Of course, this 50% was the result of everyone's negotiation with the entire council. The representatives of these pirate groups immediately passed the news back to their own pirate groups. Then the leaders of each pirate group reached a contract with the council. Because the representatives present were not qualified to reach a contract with the council, the permanent members of the council cursed and decided to break the contract later. Anyway, these people in the pirate group could not do without the council and the huge channel for selling stolen goods. The pirate group knew that the people of the council would not give up. But Yongbo admitted to after-sales service. So the pirate group immediately gave all the money to Yang Bo after reaching the contract. Then the leaders of these pirate groups also added Yang Bo as a friend on the social software. If they needed Yang Bo's after-sales service, they could find Yang Bo as soon as possible. Haha. Yang Bo didn't expect that the leaders of these pirate groups would actually add him as a friend. He almost woke up laughing in the middle of the night. There are several reasons why the leaders of these pirate groups added Yang Bo as a friend. Some of them sincerely wanted Yang Bo to provide after-sales service. And some of them were people who had a good relationship with the board of directors and wanted to get information from Yang Bo. Of course, some of them were just eyeing the money Yang Bo collected. After all, Yang Bo was now a commander without any troops and had such a large sum of money in his hands. Who wouldn't it matter if he robbed it? As long as Yang Bo shows his hand, these people will probably go to the place to rob Yang Bo immediately. These leaders of the pirate groups are not in the base. Some are in the Alliance. Some are in the Crimson Federation. And some are in the Blue Empire. Yang Bo found that the leaders of these pirate groups were not in their base. Of course, it is also possible that the other party is not the leader of the pirate group, but an account held by someone else. The issue of the compensation ratio was discussed for a whole day. Zhang Buizhen saw that Yang Bo had earned so much money today, and his heart was itching. A wanted criminal with a net worth of billions is definitely not an ordinary wanted criminal. The next day was a normal meeting, and Yang Bo was like a wooden man again. Finishing the meeting, all things were discussed in the meeting today, because after everyone signed the contract yesterday, everyone had a good basis for cooperation. So everyone cooperated in information sharing today. This conference has successfully completed the predetermined goals, and our cooperation has become closer. The mood of the Ninth Elder was very pleasant, because some people would be finished tomorrow. So at the evening banquet, the Ninth Elder was smiling. There was no one on the side where Yang Bo sat, because Yang Bo showed that he was a madman. So these people didn't want to deal with a madman. Besides, Yang Bo had offended the people of the council, and the pirate group would have to rely on the council to come to dinner in the future. So the representatives of these pirate groups kept their distance from Yang Bo. I really look forward to who these people said by the council will be. Yang Bo thought silently in his heart. Because of the presence of the Ninth Elder, Yang Bo knew exactly what these people were doing. They had already arrived at the airport of March Star, and would land tonight and start to mess with him tomorrow. Everyone will leave together tomorrow morning. I hope we come here in one piece and leave in one piece. I don't want anyone to mess with us. After the banquet, the Ninth Elder spoke. Everyone nodded and agreed, and then dispersed. At night, Yang Bo returned to the room, closed the door, went to the balcony, and prepared to send a message to Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen was waiting anxiously, because Yang Bo got billions of benefits, and Zhang Buizhen thought that Yang Bo got them from one person. Zhang Buizhen wanted to take over as soon as possible and get some pocket money himself. Niu Bo hurried in, and then showed the communicator to Zhang Buizhen. Master. Big news. Great news. Zhang Buizhen quickly picked up the communicator and saw the content on it. Mr. Jiu, according to my careful tracking and observation, these people are related to interstellar pirates. Now I have a lot of evidence. I may take action tomorrow. I will send you a message before I take action. Zhang Buizhen didn't care about Niu Bo and quickly sent a message. What level? What kind of people are there? The reason why Zhang Buizhen asked so much detail is that there are many types of interstellar pirates, and those small karami are of little value. Mr. Jiu, the leader of the Greyhound Pirates and his followers. The details are not known yet. I am following the clues to investigate. In addition, there are people from the Pirate Alliance Council. The specific level is not clear yet. After seeing the other party's answer, Zhang Buizhen's eyes widened. Greyhound is a famous pirate group. Moreover, there are people from the Pirate Alliance Council in it. This is a mysterious organization, which is said to be the core of the entire Pirate Alliance. Zhang Buizhen looked at Niu Bo with a little disbelief and asked, Niu Bo, do you think this news is reliable? Niu Bo nodded when he heard such an answer. Mr. Jiu has no reason to lie to us. Pirates actually live among us in our daily lives, but we can't find them. Zhang Buizhen quickly sent a message. So what do you need me to do? Mr. Jiu, you wait for my message in advance. I will tell you the time and place. When the time comes, I will solve the people and send you their identity information. You decide the rest. Zhang Buizhen was relieved when he heard this. Because it is definitely unreliable to rely on the police to solve these things. Because the police are just a job. And the people in these pirate groups are all desperate criminals. Zhang Buizhen replied, I know what to do. Yang Bo put away the communicator. And then quietly waited for tomorrow's conflict. Zhang Buizhen also put the communicator on the table and asked Niu Bo, what should we do tomorrow? I suggest shutting down the entire area's security system and communications tomorrow. These people are all fierce bandits. And I'm afraid there will be a big conflict. Niu Bo thought for a while and said, but wouldn't it be a bit obvious? Zhang Buizhen knew what Niu Bo meant. That is, to distribute the credit for killing these people to others. So there can be no other surveillance evidence. But surveillance evidence is the most important proof. Before Mr. Jiu takes action tomorrow, ask him what area he is in. And then tell him the nodes of the regional network. And let him destroy them before taking action. It will have nothing to do with us. Niu Bo is very smart. If the backup network nodes are activated, there will be at least half a minute in between. I believe Mr. Jiu's means are enough to deal with it. Niu Bo said again. Do you think it is possible to make him wear police armor? Zhang Buizhen was more confident. Why not send a message to ask? Zhang Buizhen sent a message now. But unfortunately, there was no reply. So Zhang Buizhen kept waiting. Besides, Yang Bo was carefully monitoring Elder Jiu. He soon learned about the plan of the council, and the plan of the Greyhound pirates. The plan of the council was divided into two parts this time. One part was to send the killers of the council to attack and kill Yang Bo by means of a frontal attack. And the leader of the Greyhound pirates would assist him. The council also had a plan as a last resort. If the previous part of the plan was not completed, the people behind would use electromagnetic bombs to attack. These people were all the dead soldiers raised by the council, and obeyed the council. Of course, in Yang Bo's opinion, these people are the death warriors trained by the families behind the council. As for the location of the attack, it is Yang Bo's residence. Because these people think that Yang Bo will have a foothold on this planet. As for the time, we have to wait until tomorrow morning when the other representatives of the pirate group and the Ninth Elder leave by spaceship. And then take action at night. And the Ninth Elder also wants these people to broadcast live. And watch him being beaten to death in the live broadcast. Yang Bo found out that the Ninth Elder was thinking about broadcasting live to order the killers to cut him off piece by piece. And take back the things he had robbed. If I didn't think you would be useful in the future, I would leave you with me tomorrow. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. In order to prevent Yang Bo from escaping tomorrow, the people in the council bought all the seats for tomorrow's flight. Ha ha. After knowing the whole plan, Yang Bo thought about where to go tomorrow. Yang Bo came to the balcony again, opened the window, took out the communicator to search, and then rented a beachfront homestay. Yang Bo saw the message sent by Zhang Buizhen, and replied to Zhang Buizhen with 2 words, add money. Zhang Buizhen also replied with 3 words, no problem. The Ninth Elder was very happy after communicating with the people sent by the council. It's a pity that I can't see this bastard being killed with my own eyes. The Ninth Elder sighed slightly. Send someone. Send the most beautiful one. And see if you can get his address tomorrow. The Ninth Elder thought for a while, and gave another order. So half an hour after Yang Bo came here, a very beautiful woman came to Yang Bo's door. Sir, this is our special service. Would you like it? The beautiful woman smiled at Yang Bo. Was it sent by those old dogs of the council? Yang Bo asked the woman in front of him with a smile. The woman in front of him was wearing a sleeveless low-cut vest and a miniskirt, which was so short that it couldn't cover her thighs. A pair of slender and long legs, a slightly round face, long golden hair, blue eyes, and white skin. She was about 1.75 meters tall. And the most conspicuous thing was the 2 hills, which also revealed a deep groove. We are just service staff here. The woman in front of him smiled and answered. I don't like women who have been touched by others. I am a bit of a germaphobe. Yang Bo shook his head and refused, and then prepared to close the door. Sir, if I go back, I will be punished. Unexpectedly, the woman opposite suddenly blocked the door and begged in a low voice. Punishment? Old dogs of the council. Yang Bo heard this and ran to beat the Ninth Elder angrily. Chapter 581. Everything went smoothly. Assholes. You are violating human rights and forcing women to accompany guests. You actually force women to accompany guests and punish them if the guests don't want to. You are committing a crime. Do you know that? The representatives of the pirate groups on both sides of the corridor were a little dumbfounded. Because the ninth elder was beaten up in the corridor by the madman again. And the words said by this madman made the representatives of these pirate groups a little confused. Human rights? Do we pirates talk about human rights? Crimes? We pirates have been committing crimes. Okay. The beaten ninth elder had no way to defend himself now. Because he was twitching from the beating and couldn't say a word. Elder 9 was so angry that he almost fainted when he heard the words coming out of the mouth of the madman in front of him. We pirates still have to talk about human rights? Have you? A madman? Lived in the Alliance for a long time and been brainwashed by the weird remarks of the Alliance? Comfortable. Yang Bo could of course feel how hard he hit Elder 9. He stopped his hand when he felt that the other party could no longer stand up. And then said 2 words. Other people who were watching the excitement around hurried back to their rooms. Because these people understood that this madman must be looking for an excuse to beat the people of the council. After all, this guy's pirate group is gone now. And he must be angry. Elder 9 was helped back to heal his injuries by other pirate group representatives who had a good relationship with him. Why are you following me? Yang Bo looked at the woman who was standing at his door just now and was scared, and watched her follow him into his room. I dare not go back now. Elder was beaten. The woman looked at Yang Bo and turned to ask him, and was startled. But there was a wall behind her. So she answered with a trembling face and a pale face. Why are those old dogs afraid of him? Don't you know what's going on here? Yang Bo was curious. Where did these people come from? Of course we know. My family is still in the base. The woman was trembling now, and answered in a low voice. Yang Bo understood that these people were all from the council, because the council also had a base, and they had to transfer supplies. In addition, many supplies also needed people to change their appearance. So the council also had many bases. These people seemed to be selected from the base, and it was even easier to get identities for these people. After all, the people behind the council had great power. As the president of a bounty hunter branch, Joe Roy could get fake identity information, let alone other people. Which base are you from? Which permanent director's channel? Yang Bo felt annoyed. If this woman was a pirate, he would have slapped her and hung her on the wall. I don't know. The woman stammered. What do you think now? Don't ask for excessive conditions. I used to be the leader of a pirate group. Yang Bo pulled the woman over, closed the door and spoke. I don't know either. The woman shook her head quickly. Yang Bo reached out to touch the woman's head to see what was going on with the chip in her head. The woman was so scared that she leaned against the wall and squatted on the ground. Yang Bo touched the woman directly and used his mental power to sense it. He found that the woman's biochip was the same as the one used by the Alliance. Then he got a mental seed for the woman and read her memory. It turned out that the woman didn't know where the base she lived in was, because she couldn't see what was happening outside in the base she lived in. She only determined the day and night by the lights in the base. The people he had seen were all wearing armor. This woman had been on March Star for 2 years and had been working as a waitress in this bar. This bar was a base of the Pirate Council. But because March Star was an undeveloped planet, this base didn't have much business. That is, not many people came. Yang Bo also knew that there were more than 20 people with this woman, both men and women, and some management. Yang Bo didn't question why the woman didn't dare to call the police on the Alliance side, because this woman had been brainwashed since she was a child, and had also witnessed the power and tyranny of the Pirate Council since she was a child. It is also difficult to say whether some people on this planet are colluding with pirates. After all, there are problems of one kind or another in society, and it is the same on Earth. If everyone abides by the law, there will be no underworld. Why can the underworld become so big and strong? Isn't it because of the existence of umbrellas? Moreover, these women have never experienced things outside. They are not allowed to go online in this bar, nor are they allowed to contact other people at other times. The information gap plus brainwashing made this woman and her companions dare not cross the line. Yang Bo left the woman and came to the balcony, and sent a message to Zhang Boijin. The address Yang Bo said to the other party was the address of the B&B he rented, and asked Zhang Boijin to hide a set of police armor for him first, and then ask for an energy shield. Zhang Boijin got this information on the other side and hurried to prepare. He also asked Yang Bo if he wanted any heavy weapons, and Yang Bo told him to do it. Back in the living room, Yang Bo saw that the woman was still squatting at the door. Women are trouble, Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Then Yongbo came to the bedroom where he slept and closed the door. And locked it. The woman squatting at the door was a little confused. And she didn't know what to do now. Because the disobedient companions were missing. The ninth elder was completely autistic after being beaten today. And he didn't say a word when he was treated. Because the ninth elder felt like a dog when he was beaten by the madman in the corridor. Just like the pets he raised. He could beat them if he wanted to. And scold them if he wanted to. Without any reason at all. If there were no other people around. The ninth elder would have cried all his life. And he had never suffered such grievances. The next morning, Yongbo got up and opened the door. And found that the woman sleeping on the sofa sat up suddenly. This woman also has superpowers. But her strength seems to be very low. Yongbo didn't have much to pack. So he opened the door and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the woman behind him ran away and followed Yongbo. Because Yongbo released the spiritual seed to this woman. Of course he knew what the other party was thinking. The other party thought that Yongbo could beat up the ninth elder. And as long as she followed Yongbo, nothing would happen. Yongbo also wanted to leave this woman here. But after thinking about it, forget it. If this woman stayed here, she might be retaliated by the ninth elder later. Everyone, please ensure your safety. Elder 9 left with 7 or 8 people. Other pirate group representatives also left one after another. And the elevators above were running at full speed. Of course, there were also people who took the stairs. And Yongbo also took the stairs. After leaving the bar smoothly, Yongbo sent a message to Zhang Buizhen, asking for the identity information of the people in the bar. Zhang Buizhen saw that Yongbo wanted the identity information of these people, and sent everyone's identity information in more than 10 minutes. Because Yongbo read the memory of the woman following behind. He marked all the backbones sent by the council. However, Yongbo did not send it to Zhang Buizhen now. Because Yongbo had to wait for Elder 9 and his people to leave safely. These dogs are really cautious. Elder 9 and his people found another place, changed their identities, and then went to the airport. Obviously, the place where Elder 9 changed his identity was also one of the bases of the Pirate Alliance Council. However, Yongbo did not intend to expose this base. Yongbo found a place to eat. And looking at the woman following behind him, Yongbo was also worried. Sit down and order your own food. Yongbo entered the dining area. And the woman behind him also came in. Although the woman behind him was dressed very sexy. It was not surprising. And no one passing by took a second look. Because there is a kind of woman in the Alliance who deliberately dresses to attract people's attention. If you look at her a few more times when walking, she can sue you for sexual harassment. And she can win the lawsuit. So there are very many people wearing sunglasses on the street. Just to avoid this situation. The woman following Yongbo heard Yongbo's commanding tone, and subconsciously picked up the menu. Yongbo was fiddling with the communicator in his hand, based on the trajectory of the woman in front of him to March Star. Such as how long she flew on the spaceship, what she saw on the spaceship, and how many space jumps she had to go through. Yongbo could roughly determine the area where the base where the woman used to be was located. Soon the food was served, and neither of them spoke. Yongbo was now wearing a sweater and big sunglasses, and he took off his mask when he was eating. However, the woman opposite had neither a mask nor sunglasses. Here, Yongbo quickly saw the person following him through the window. After Yongbo finished his meal, he took the woman one after the other without taking a taxi or anything like that. After walking for nearly an hour, they arrived at the place where they rented the B&B. Mr. Gio? Zhang Buizhen saw the person who entered the B&B from a distance through the surveillance. Not necessarily. Maybe Mr. Zhio's teammate. Nyobo said on the side. Check this woman? Zhang Buizhen looked at the woman who followed Yongbo into the B&B again. She works in the bar Mr. Zhio mentioned. Could she be Mr. Zhio's teammate? Nyobo didn't know. Of course. Yongbo has always been alone. Even Zhang Buizhen thought that Mr. Zhio, who was aliased by Yongbo, was a large team. Erase the information of this woman. The information on our planet. Zhang Buizhen thought for a while, and said, Okay. Nyobo nodded. Close the door. And don't go out. Yongbo ordered without looking back after entering the B&B, and then went upstairs. The woman downstairs closed the door and looked at this strange place, not knowing what to do for a moment. Good stuff. Yongbo looked at the police armor and energy shield prepared by Zhang Buizhen. This energy shield is the most powerful one. Then there is a high-power laser cannon. Yang Bo was a little speechless when he saw this laser cannon that might be used for mecha. The transport boat that the Ninth Elder took had already taken off and was about to arrive at the airport. There were also many representatives of the pirate group. But everyone had changed. Alas, it's hard to wait. Yang Bo was on the balcony of the B&B, looking at the sea in the distance. It's really impressive. I actually have to send out 30 killers and 6 people from the Greyhound pirate group. Yang Bo knew that his B&B had been surrounded by these killers. There were 6 on the beach in front, and 8 in the B&B on the left. There were 6 sitting on the coastline embankment on the right drinking tea, and there were 6 in a hotel behind his B&B. The rest were backup forces, and the 2 parts of the killers did not know each other. TSK. Some people actually brought space mechas, and some brought space boxes. The space boxes actually contained heavy weapons and electromagnetic bombs for mechas. Yang Bo learned from the Ninth Elder that the second wave of people brought unconventional heavy weapons. It just so happens that my space boxes are not enough. Yang Bo was already calculating how much spoils the other party had and how much strength he could replenish. These big organizations are still rich and powerful. They are going to get rich again this time. Chapter 582 failed. After looking around, Yang Bo went back to the room and found the heavy weapon given by Zhang Buizhen. It's useless. Yang Bo looked at the heavy laser gun that Zhang Buizhen prepared for him. For close-range combat, laser guns are not suitable, because laser guns have a process of energy storage. The greater the power, the stronger the attack power, and the longer the energy storage time. At noon, Yang Bo ordered 2 more takeouts. Now the people of the Ninth Elder have boarded the spaceship, and the spaceship is ready to set sail, and the killers around have already taken their positions. I'm too lazy to wait. Yang Bo, who had finished his meal, felt that it was unnecessary. If he waited any longer, he had to take the initiative. Just stay here and don't come out. Yang Bo took the strange woman to the basement of the B&B, where the security level was very high. Did something happen? The woman in front of him saw Yang Bo was about to close the door and asked. A killer sent by the council. If the police find you in the future, you can live in the alliance with a new identity. I will warn the people of the council about your family. Yang Bo explained and closed the door. Yang Bo came upstairs and sent the information he had edited before to Zhang Buizhen, which was the identity of the staff in the bar where the meeting was held yesterday. Zhang Buizhen had been watching the surveillance today and saw Yang Bo bringing a woman into the B&B. Zhang Buizhen didn't know Yang Bo's true identity. He thought Yang Bo was Mr. Zhou's accomplice. So after Yang Bo sent the message, Zhang Buizhen jumped up when he saw the message. The base of the Pirate Alliance Council. Zhang Buizhen's voice changed a little. The amount of information Yang Bo gave was too much. The Pirate Alliance Council was a very mysterious organization. In today's internet age, few people know about it, because there is almost no relevant information about this organization on the internet. Quick! 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 Zhang Buizhen hurriedly said to Niu Bo. And then Niu Bo hurriedly bowed slightly and ran out to do things. Detonate. After Yang Bo sent the information, he knew that this action would definitely detonate the killer to attack him. So Yang Bo came upstairs, put the police armor into the space box, and then Yang Bo summoned his armor to disguise it as a police armor. Then Yang Bo held an energy weapon in one hand and an energy shield in the other, quietly waiting for the killer to come. Zhang Buizhen acted quickly here. In just 5 minutes, the bar where Yang Bo and others attended the meeting last night was blocked by a swarm of police robots and police drones, because of the identity information provided by Yang Bo. The backbones sent by the Pirate Alliance Council were instantly knocked to the ground by the drones, without giving these backbones any chance to react, because these drones have their own identity recognition system. The bar was still open. Although there were not many people, there were still customers. The staff inside had never expected that a large number of police drones and police robots would swarm in. However, the Pirate Alliance Council got the news as soon as possible. Bastard. The bastard from the Silver Moon Pirates. Kill him. Must kill him. The permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council were waiting in the virtual conference room for the good news of killing Yang Bo. They didn't expect such news to come, so they cursed. The order was given to the killers, and a wave of nearly 20 killers stood up in various places after receiving the order. Then these people started to act. Several killers on the beach hurried to the nearest locker room, because their armor was in the locker room, and those who were drinking tea next to the homestay where Yang Bo lived came to a nearby car to put on their armor. As for the people living in the hotel behind, they also put on their armor as soon as possible. The killers in the homestay next to Yang Bo had already put on their armor. These armors were transported in space boxes, so they were not discovered during security checks. Members of the Greyhound Pirates were also in a homestay next to them. The leader of the pirate group personally brought a group of good players to put on armor, and they all had energy weapons ready in their hands. Everything that moves in that house must be killed. The leader of the Greyhound Pirates looked at the homestay where Yang Bo lived in the distance. The first deputy leader of the Greyhound Pirates and 2 followers were hung directly on the wall by Yang Bo, which was a naked insult to the Greyhound Pirates. The leader of the Greyhound Pirates must come for revenge. After all, Yang Bo is just one person, and the Silver Moon Pirates were not much stronger than the Greyhound Pirates before. So the leader thought that the other leader might be just like that. Yes, the people led by the leader of the Greyhound Pirates were also very angry after knowing that their first deputy leader was hung on the wall. I hope those damn killers don't kill the other party. Otherwise we will have made a wasted trip. The leader of the Greyhound Pirates was somewhat unwilling to accept that his trip might have been in vain. The leader of the Greyhound Pirates stood in front of the window, watching a car parked next to the B&B where Yang Bo lived. The car door flew out to the B&B where Yang Bo lived in an instant, and then 6 shadows rushed directly to Yang Bo's B&B. The people around were startled by the huge noise, and they looked over and saw 2 people in armor throwing something at the glass of a house. When this black thing approached the glass, it made a loud bang, and then the whole glass was blown to pieces. Ah! Someone who was watching the excitement nearby was scratched by the flying glass, and then screamed and ran away quickly. Those confused people were also startled, and they started to run away, and 2 more cars came from a distance. The car door was also kicked open, and then several shadows rushed into the house. At the same time, on the front of the house, that is, on the side facing the beach, several figures in armor rushed directly to the B&B where Yang Bo lived with a residual shadow from the locker room on the beach. Almost at the same time, the glass windows of the guest house where Yang Bo lived were blown out by a huge bomb, leaving a big hole. The city's warning system began broadcasting, asking all personnel to leave the area. But because the opponent was too fast, the surrounding laser cannons did not capture the target. There were also countless rescue robots flying over to help the people around leave. Police drones and police robots also quickly established a defense line, under the premise of not knowing what happened. The first priority of police drones and police robots was not to eliminate possible dangers, but to save these ordinary people. The people on the beach were also screaming in fear, because a terrorist attack broke out on the beach last time. The police robots, drones, and rescue robots in the entire city were all working hard to evacuate these citizens. Yang Bo was sitting in the room and saw with his own eyes that the window of the living room was directly blown to pieces by some bomb thrown by the other party. As soon as the window was blown up, 6 people in armor jumped in from outside. As soon as these people in armor jumped onto the window, they saw a ball of fire flying towards them. Boom! The 6 killers in armor just jumped onto the window. And then, there was a loud bang. The window that had just been smashed by the killers spewed out a huge tongue of fire. The 6 killers in armor were directly hit by the impact and hit the hotel's outer wall and windows behind. This loud noise made everyone in the entire Oma city quickly hide in the safe house. Zhang Buizhen, who saw the scene in the surveillance, was also shocked. This is actually comparable to the power of a heavy shockwave bomb, because the surveillance has given relevant data. That is, how powerful the explosion was this time, and how much damage the 6 people who were blown away suffered. The 6 people who were blown away were still confused because it came too fast. I didn't expect the other party to release such a strong superpower. This is not a superpower at all. It is comparable to a heavy bomb. Not only is it high temperature, but it also has a strong impact. Before the 6 killers in armor came to their senses, they were directly exploded next to their bodies by several self-destructing police electromagnetic drones. Damn! Yang Bo now regretted it a little. Yang Bo's original intention was to use the fire superpower to blow up the other party, and then use the energy weapon to harvest these people's skills. Unexpectedly, the skills were used too much at once, and the other party was directly blown away, nearly 1,000 meters. Then Zhang Buizhen was also picked up, because these 6 people in armor were just blown up and stuck to the outer wall of the hotel behind them. Several drones hit these 6 people at supersonic speed and then exploded directly. Yang Bo could feel the electromagnetic fluctuations emitted by the self-destructing drone. These 6 people trembled all over. And then the next second, several drones hit these 6 people directly at supersonic speed and emitted a strong current. Yang Bo heard the crackling sound of the ultra-high voltage current released by these drones from a distance. These things happened very quickly, but they happened in just 1 second. The killer blew up the window, jumped up, and was blown away by Yang Bo's superpowers, and then was abused twice by 2 drones. At this time, this wave of killers in the hotel just opened the door. 8 killers in armor. At the moment when the door was blown open, these people rushed into the living room at super high speed with countless fragments and shock waves. But the next second, these people felt black in front of their eyes. And then, they didn't know what happened. At this time, the killer in the locker room on the beach had just blown up the front window and jumped into the living room. I saw a horrifying scene. That is, the group of people who rushed in from the door were hit by an invisible force. And 8 people were hit and hung on the wall in an instant. The 6 people who just jumped from the front of the room had no time to react before they were hit by a huge force. This force was hard to explain and very strange. It was not a direct hit. Instead, it was a bit of attraction. And the entire killer and the armor were turned around and then thrown out, hanging on the wall. However, there was also an unlucky guy who was directly knocked away for 3 kilometers and then hit a yacht. A big hole was directly smashed into the yacht. The owner of the yacht was hiding on the yacht with his bodyguards, listening to the rumbling noise on the shore, and saw that a homestay was directly blown into ruins. The next second, there was only a bang, and then his yacht was smashed into a big hole. The owner of the yacht quickly stretched his head and saw that it was a person who smashed the engine of his yacht. But the armor on this person was bleeding. Call the police. Call the police. Terrorist attack. Call the police. Call the police. The owner of the yacht screamed in fear when he saw the scene. And the next second many police drones flew over. Chapter 583 Shocked. Zhang Buizhen was also shocked by the sudden change. He didn't expect that there were so many perverted killers around. Zhang Buizhen's monitoring directly gave the power of the bombs used by these people, as well as the energy fluctuations on these people, and the data analyzed by their action armor. The final evaluation of the combat effectiveness of these killers reached the peak of Class A. In less than a second, the windows and doors around the B&B where Yang Bo lived were blown to pieces by the bombs. And the whole house was left with only the frame. Because this B&B is on the seaside and has to withstand the strong storm of March Star, only the doors and windows can be blown open by the bombs. And other places are obviously not. There are more than 20 killers around. To be precise, there are 28 killers. The 6 killers on the street window side were directly stunned by the police's ultra-high voltage electric shock drone. The 8 killers who entered from the door have not made any movement. One of the 6 killers who came from the beach flew 3 kilometers away, which made Zhang Buizhen's eyelids jump. 8 assassins also came from the remaining side, blew open the windows with bombs, and jumped in. Yang Bo used his gravity superpower to apply a reaction force to himself and then to the opponent at the moment of his collision. The reaction forces of both sides were superimposed, plus the force of Yang Bo's own collision. The force the opponent endured was at least several times the force of Yang Bo's collision. Because Yang Bo was too fast, the opponent flew out as soon as he came into contact with him. However, Yang Bo was too fast, and this force caused the opponent to be carried away and hit the wall in a rotation. It looked like Yang Bo was like a spinning top, throwing all these people to the ceiling, the ground and the wall, including the last 8 people who rushed in. They didn't have time to react at all, and were directly knocked over by Yang Bo at super high speed. The last 8 people were still broadcasting live, and the permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council and the 9 elders were watching the live broadcast in the live broadcast room. So these 8 people broadcast live because these 8 people came in last. And according to the Pirate Alliance Council's idea, they have already controlled the situation. Because Yang Bo does not have any heavy equipment now. Because there is no way to use the height limit of mecha in the B&B. But to be honest, the Pirate Alliance Council is still very reliable. With such a powerful configuration, a second plan was prepared. And there was also a reserve team of the Greyhound Pirates. The 8 people directly blew up the window on the other side with a bomb. And the armor on the 8 people shone. The 8 killers swarmed into the room. On the one hand because they wanted to catch Yang Bo off guard. And on the other hand, if they didn't go in quickly, it would be troublesome to be locked by the police drone. Anyway, there is no death penalty in the Alliance. Even if they are caught by the police, they will only go to jail at most. In addition, these killers are trained by the Pirate Alliance Council. Good. Elder 9 was watching the live broadcast in the room of the spaceship. The window of the homestay where Yang Bo lived was blown up, making a loud bang. The screaming crowds around him, and the huge warning sound of the local government's alarm system made Elder 9 feel very cool. As if he was there. The high-definition cameras carried by several people made people watching the live broadcast feel as if they had rushed into the window. You can hear the sound of glass being blown away after the explosion, as well as some other sounds around, because the virtual live broadcast is an immersive feeling. However, just as the 8 people jumped into the window, the 9th Elder found that the live broadcast he was watching was black screen, and then resumed the live broadcast. However, after resuming the live broadcast, the 9th Elder was so scared that he lost the virtual glasses on his eyes. Because after resuming the live broadcast, he saw a guy wearing police armor in front of him. Not only the 9th Elder, but also the other permanent directors were shocked. And several of them lost their virtual glasses. Because the virtual live broadcast was too real. It felt like he was wearing armor, blasting the opponent's window, then jumping in. And then a policeman appeared in front of him in the next second. The 9th Elder felt something was wrong, and quickly picked up the virtual glasses and adjusted the plane mode. Only then did he realize that the 8 killers were all live broadcasting. And now only one person was online. Because of the live broadcast of the 8 killers, the others died. So the live broadcast screen was black because of the other 7 people. The live broadcast equipment was broken and the people were dead. Yo, you sent some rubbish rookies to target me. The permanent director of the Pirate Alliance Council. Let's record this account. 28 people came to attack me, and each of them must compensate me with 200 million credit points. Otherwise you better pray that I don't catch you. The 9th Elder was stunned by the live broadcast in front of him, because the man in police armor in front of him turned out to be the madman who beat him up. Yang Bo laughed at his heart now, because he also saw the 9th Elder's actions just now with his spiritual seed. Fortunately, I am quick-witted. Otherwise you can't see me. Let me show you these killers. Yang Bo almost solved the last 8 killers in one fell swoop. Fortunately, he found that these people were still carrying live broadcast equipment. So he knocked the last person unconscious. The reason why he didn't kill this person was that the live broadcast equipment was turned off when the people bound to it died. Yang Bo had time to sort out the skills he had obtained. He killed a total of 21 people. 6 of them were waiting to be arrested by the police, and another one was in Yang Bo's hands. 21 super killers died in less than 2 seconds. In this small environment, Yang Bo's combat power can be superplayed, with abnormal power and abnormal armor. In this small environment, he can deal with these people like cutting tofu with a knife. This is the real crushing, and he can rush over without any action. 1 hacker plus 32. 3 swordsmanship plus 32. 2 pharmacy plus 32. 8 fighting plus 32. 4 mecha repair plus 32. 1 archaeology plus 32. 1 painting plus 32. 1 music plus 32. No special ability. Just archaeology. Are these killers so idle that they can learn archaeology? Yang Bo muttered to himself while holding the other party. The permanent director of the Pirate Alliance Council felt his scalp tingling when watching the content in the live broadcast. The whole house was like a slaughterhouse. Judging from the people hanging on the wall, the power they endured was too abnormal. The walls here are of the highest standard, and these walls were dented by the whole person. The ceiling, the walls, and even the corners between the ceiling and the wall are inlaid with weird things. And these things are of different colors. These are killers wearing armor. They hold various energy weapons, and even laser guns. However, they are holding various weapons, and are strangely embedded on the walls and ceilings. If it weren't for the blood coming out of the armor, some people would think it was a decoration style. Please find a stronger killer next time. I really enjoy the gifts you gave me, but I feel that these people are not strong enough. You don't think this place is where I stay, do you? I rented this place specifically to wait for you to cause trouble. And the place where I attended the meeting yesterday is also where I called the police. I know that once I call the police, you will be angry and send killers to target me, because I don't want to wait here any longer. I want to use the billions of credit points I earned this time to enjoy life. I can buy a fake identity and live anywhere. But I just said about this matter today. A killer has 200 million credit points. If you don't give it to me, you'd better pray that you don't meet me in the next few days. Is my armor handsome? I can use this armor to blend in with those idiot policemen and escape easily. Yang Bo was chattering to the live broadcast. It seemed that Yang Bo was a little too proud of himself. But in fact, Yang Bo was waiting for someone. At this moment, a group of people rushed in. These people were wearing armor and holding various energy weapons in their hands. This was the person Yang Bo was waiting for. Then the live broadcast screen moved, and everyone looked at the people who had just come in, hanging on the wall at various weird angles. And in some places, they overlapped with other killers who came in earlier at a weird angle. Greyhound. These permanent directors screamed one after another. They forgot to notify the Greyhound pirates. The leader of the Greyhound pirates led more than 20 people and rushed into the BNB from a distance at 3 times the speed of sound. In an orderly manner. Because the leader of the Greyhound pirates wanted to personally kill the man who killed his first deputy leader. However, they felt something was wrong before they rushed into the BNB. Because everyone smelled a strong smell of blood. But Yang Bo's BNB was less than 1,000 meters away from the hiding place of the leader of the Greyhound pirates. So the 3 times the speed of sound could not stop them at all. So when more than 20 members of the Greyhound pirates landed in the room, they were dumbfounded. The reason why these people had to go so fast was that they were afraid of being locked by police drones or military drones. Only in this way can they avoid the laser cannons of the warning system. The horrific scene in the room full of blood was like a slaughterhouse. What made these people even more stunned was that there was a person wearing police armor in the room, and another person wearing armor whose life and death were unknown. Before these people could react, the man in police armor disappeared instantly. Before the leader of the Greyhound pirates could react, he was hit by a huge force and was speechless, and hit heavily on the wall. Then the leader of the Greyhound pirates watched the people who followed him hit the wall next to him, and then slid down softly against the wall. These people in the Greyhound pirates have real identities, and they are all money. So Yang Bo didn't make it too ugly. What era is it? Why are you still lining up in such a dense formation? Yang Bo only charged. And more than 20 powerful pirates brought by the Greyhound pirates were killed by Yang Bo. The only survivor was the leader of the Greyhound pirates. How dare you come out to be a pirate when you are so incompetent? Yang Bo came over and took off the helmet of the leader of the Greyhound pirates, and then patted the guy's big bald head. And guess why the people of the council didn't inform you that all their killers are dead? Now it's good. You are going to die too. And then, the women and children in your family will become someone else's. They slept with your women and beat your children. And maybe they will sell your children to other laboratories. Do you think that after you die, other people in your pirate group will support your family? Will the people of the council do things without paying attention to them? They will definitely sell the news of your death to our colleagues. The leader of the Greyhound pirates is a middle-aged white man and a bald man. I don't know if he disguised his identity. Yang Bo took this opportunity to release his mental power to this person. The biggest feeling of this person now is pain, because all the bones in his body have been broken. Yang Bo kept talking, and the leader of the Greyhound pirates widened his eyes in pain, because Yang Bo's words stimulated him. Yang Bo just read the memory, and shuddered all over, because he could feel the pain himself. In addition, he could feel the anger in this guy's heart. Permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council. We will see you later. Yang Bo picked up something casually, which seemed to be a piece of glass, and threw it directly behind him, directly chopping the head of the killer, who was unconscious and dead in the live broadcast later. Then the live broadcast on the Pirate Alliance Council was gone. The permanent members of the council were shocked. They didn't expect Yang Bo to be so strong. The ninth elder was shocked. Yang Bo could feel that this guy was afraid now. He looked at the people around him with suspicion. Yang Bo took back the spirit seed skill and found the leader of the Greyhound pirates. He rolled his eyes and fainted. Then Yang Bo slapped the man on the head, and the brain in the man's head was smashed. Battleship driving plus 32. This skill given by the leader of the Greyhound pirates made Yang Bo want to spit on him. However, Yang Bo still searched for a space mecha button on the other party. Poor guy. Why don't you equip some good things like space boxes? Yang Bo cursed in his heart. Then he took a photo of this person and sent it to Zhang Buishan, and explained that this was the leader of the Greyhound pirates. Then, He took photos of other people brought by the Greyhound pirates and noted them, because Yang Bo had already known who these people were from the memory of the leader of the Greyhound pirates. As for the other killers, Yang Bo said they were assassins sent by the Standing Council of the Pirate Alliance, because those people were all code names, and they didn't know each other's details. Zhang Buizhen was dumbfounded when he saw the dense messages sent by Yang Bo. There was also a horrible scene, and he was still worried about the other party. But he didn't expect that the other party was so strong. There was actually the leader of the pirate group wanted by the Alliance, as well as 3 deputy leaders, and some backbones of the pirate group. A total of more than 20 people. What is this? This is a great achievement. Zhang Buizhen felt like he was going to faint from happiness. The bounties on these people were so huge. Although these scenes would eventually be divided among Mr. Jiu, he was making money by doing them. And he could make a lot of money by reselling these merits. Quick! Quick! Uncle Nyo, make arrangements. Zhang Buizhen quickly sent the information to Uncle Nyo. Uncle Nyo was busy communicating with other people here, and his eyelids jumped when he saw the message. Everyone, your merits are here. Please read this information. As I said before, this merit is huge. For the sake of fairness, the auction will start now. The starting price of the merit of the leader of the Greyhound Pirates is 10 million credit points, and it can be settled in any way. Uncle Nyo was in a bright conference room. There were more than 200 people sitting in the conference room. These people were both men and women. The people below were stunned when they saw the displayed information. And then they were all eager to fight. One more thing is that the bounties on these people are no longer in the auction. Uncle Nyo said again. Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui were also sitting in the conference room. Lu Jijia looked at the information on it and aimed at a manager of the Microhound Pirates. Then he whispered to Zhou Rui, "How much money do you have? Can I borrow some money? Which one do you like?" Zhou Rui whispered, "Manager number 18. Lu Jijia pointed to the displayed information and said, "I don't have much money. Alas, I have to take out a loan again." At this time, in the surveillance, Zhang Buizhen saw a man in police armor rushing out directly, and then flying recklessly on the street. Zhang Buizhen breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the police came out of the house in the surveillance, everything would be easy. No matter who comes to review this matter, the police did these pirates and killers are all the credit of the police. As for the distribution to other people, this is normal. It's a windfall. Zhang Buizhen looked at the inspiring auction. The leader of the Greyhound Pirates has been auctioned at a high price of 300 million credit points. And there are 7 or 8 people competing. Although it is said that promotion in the alliance depends on relationships. If there is merit, this time can be shortened. And Yang Bo is now racing on the street. And the sonic boom caused by it did not attract anyone's onlookers. Because at this time, the residents around ran into the safe house. After all, it was not the first terrorist attack. The last time was attacked by a nuclear bomb. As for the warning system, it had been tampered with by someone long ago. As for those police drones and police robots, they could not catch up at all. And the order from the background was to protect the safety of the surrounding residents as the first priority. The huge sonic boom made the warning system ring non-stop. Now the warning system is also a bit at a loss, because the person in front of him is wearing police armor. But there is no enemy identification. In the blink of an eye, the man in the police armor flew more than 4 kilometers and rushed directly into an underground parking lot. Yang Bo didn't care to see what skills these pirates gave him, but most of them were mecha driving, combat mecha maintenance, spaceship driving, etc. There were no rare skills. Yang Bo's current target was the second wave of killers, and Yang Bo would definitely not let go of the equipment of this wave of killers. Chapter 584, One Wave. The second wave of killers is in this underground garage, and is about to leave. There are 8 killers in this wave, and the equipment they carry is very powerful. According to Yang Bo's current understanding, 2 of them carry 4 space boxes, each of which is a cubic meter. 4 of the other 6 people also carry 4 space mechas, and the last 2 are responsible for support. One of them is the gunner of the laser cannon, and the other operates a small multi-barrel missile launcher. The Pirate Alliance Council arranged this way, which can be said to be foolproof. But they did not expect that the first wave of killers would be finished so quickly. The Pirate Alliance Council quickly let these people run away, because the Pirate Alliance Council had a bad premonition that Yang Bo seemed to know the Council's plans. Yang Bo can accurately know where the second wave of killers is, and where they are now through the ninth elder. Yang Bo just rushed into the underground parking lot, because he knew that 8 people took the elevator to the underground parking lot. These 8 people already knew the news that the previous wave of killers had been wiped out. So these people were highly nervous. When they saw Yang Bo appear, 4 of them took out laser pistols and shot at Yang Bo. Because Yang Bo was so cool. He flew directly into the underground garage. And the police armor on his body was so conspicuous. Then the 4 people took out small electromagnetic bombs and threw them directly in front of him, trying to block Yang Bo's progress. The other 4 people immediately reacted, jumped to the side, and then 4 mechas appeared. However, Yang Bo had an energy shield in his hand, so he was not afraid of the opponent's laser pistol at all. In order to hide his presence, Yang Bo directly formed a layer of energy shield outside the armor. Therefore, the battery impact of the electromagnetic bomb explosion directly formed a bright and dense electric spark on Yang Bo's armor, making a crackling sound. Run separately. Damn it. Run separately. The permanent director of the Pirate Alliance Council shouted loudly when he saw the scene. These people's equipment is very valuable, and there are some sensitive equipment in it. These sensitive equipment come from some mysterious families. If these sensitive equipment are seized, there will be big trouble. The Pirate Alliance Council did not expect that the leader of the Silver Moon Pirate Group would be so strong. After all, the Pirate Alliance Council is still very familiar with this leader. They have dealt with him more than once, and they also know some of his details. The reason why the last wave of 28 killers was to kill the chicken to scare the monkey, to let other pirate groups that tried to resist the Pirate Alliance Council see how strong our council is. As for the latter, it was just a drill that everyone thought was basically useless. What's more, this time, there was also the leader of the Greyhound Pirates. The reason why the leader of the Greyhound Pirates was asked to act together was just a means for the council to win over other pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance. The alarm in the underground parking lot sounded very sharp. The moment the laser gun fired, the alarm here was triggered because the laser gun would have energy fluctuations when firing. However, when the electromagnetic bomb exploded, the alarm in the entire underground parking lot disappeared because the electromagnetic shock directly damaged these alarms. But the alarm sounded in the entire building and the surrounding areas. It has to be said that the 4 killers with space mechas reacted very quickly. The reason why these 4 killers jumped away was to avoid the space mechas being released to hurt their teammates. The 4 killers also released the space mechas while jumping away. After the space mechas landed, they directly opened the mecha cockpits. In less than a second, the 4 killers could control the 4 mechas. However, at the moment when the 4 killers opened the mecha cockpits, the 4 killers saw a bomb from the corner of their eyes. The next second, the bomb exploded with a bang, and the huge electromagnetic shock instantly made the 4 killers feel like they were electrocuted by high voltage. This is Yang Bo's electromagnetic bomb. Yang Bo also has this kind of dangerous item, but he doesn't use it in normal times. Yang Bo just rushed into the underground parking lot. Before Yang Bo had time to identify where the 8 killers were, he didn't expect the other party to take out a laser gun and shoot, because these killers were wearing masks and sunglasses when they talked to the 9 elders. And there were many such outfits in the underground parking lot. Yang Bo only knew that the other party had arrived at the underground parking lot. If the other party hadn't opened fire first, Yang Bo would not have been able to judge. Yang Bo flew over with an energy shield in hand, seeing the electromagnetic bombs thrown by the other party. Yang Bo himself had anti-gravity and could make these electromagnetic bombs fly back, but it was unnecessary. Then Yang Bo took out an electromagnetic bomb in his backhand, because he knew that the other party had 4 space mechas, and these killers must use mechas. So when Yang Bo saw 4 guys jump away, he knew that these guys had space mechas. So the electromagnetic bomb was thrown directly into the middle of these guys. The 4 killers were about to enter the space mecha, but unfortunately, the strong current of the electromagnetic bomb explosion paralyzed them instantly. Then the next second, these people found themselves crashing into the wall. And then, they didn't know what happened. The killers holding laser guns only saw Yang Bo holding an energy shield. And there was also an energy shield on the armor. The electromagnetic impact energy of the energy shield and the electromagnetic bomb reacted. And Yang Bo rushed over with sparks and lightning in an instant. And then the 4 companions next to him flew out strangely. The 4 killers holding laser guns threw away their laser guns when they saw this scene. And there was a faint light on their bodies. And then each of them took 2 electromagnetic bombs and rushed towards Yang Bo at super high speed. These killers didn't think about whether they were injured or not. Their first priority was to kill the other party. The 4 killers carried 8 electromagnetic bombs. Of course, these were not the large electromagnetic bombs used by mechas. One person couldn't lift such a large one, and it was not convenient to operate. At the moment when Yang Bo knocked the 4 killers away, the other 4 killers rushed over with electromagnetic bombs. Zzz. Crackling. The huge electromagnetic shock caused the wiring of the entire underground parking lot to explode directly. And then the lighting equipment also exploded. And the entire underground parking lot fell into darkness. And even the monitoring equipment was instantly blacked out. John Boyjan, who saw the scene in the monitoring background, had his eyelids twitching, because the impact of the explosion of these electromagnetic bombs was too great. You know, these monitoring devices have the ability to resist electromagnetic shocks. Even the drone that had just entered the underground parking lot was disturbed by the electromagnetic shock. After 30 seconds, the electromagnetic shock ended, and the first wave of police drones rushed into the underground parking lot. There were screams everywhere. Obviously, some of these people were injured by the electromagnetic shock, and some were simply scared. The bodies of the 8 killers were horrible. The 4 killers who flew out directly hit the wall. Although they did not hang on the wall, their bones were broken. As for the 4 mechas that Zhang Boyjan saw in the surveillance, there was no shadow. After the police searched with all their strength, they did not find the 4 mechas and the space mecha buttons. The other 4 people were also obviously searched, and it was unknown what was lost. As for the mysterious man wearing police armor, he had disappeared. God help me. Yang Bo had already come to the street invisibly at this time. Originally, Yang Bo could stop these 4 guys who self-destructed electromagnetic bombs. But thinking that he was going to leave, he took advantage of the gap of the electromagnetic shock to leave invisibly. After the electromagnetic shock made the entire underground parking lot dark, Yang Bo quickly put away the 4 space mechas, took the space boxes from the other 2 people, and then ran directly to the stairwell. The reason why he ran to the stairwell was because Yang Bo was not sure if there was a superpower in the underground parking lot who could see him in the dark. There was a radiation-proof and shielding door in the stairwell of the parking lot. Yang Bo also made the sound of the door closing louder, and then became invisible in the stairwell. So later, the survivors in the parking lot said that they heard the sound of the stairwell door closing when describing it. Shooting accuracy plus 32. 5 mental control plus 32. 2 hackers plus 32. The skills given by these 8 people made Yang Bo's eyes light up. There were actually 5 mental control. But Yang Bo had expected this, because when Yang Bo was searching for spoils just now, he found that these people actually had the first generation of cracking the sky. Why didn't these guys use the first generation of cracking the sky, but used laser guns and electromagnetic bombs? Yang Bo couldn't understand why the other party didn't use the cracking sky, if they couldn't crack the sky to attack him. Of course it's useless. It seems that these guys are too dependent on the weapons in their hands. Yang Bo thought about it, and found that these guys used laser guns to interfere with him again, and then used electromagnetic bombs to block his way forward, without any panic on his face. Maybe these guys think they just need to stop me, and then the 4 mechas behind will solve me. Yang Bo guessed that the other party might have made a misjudgment. In fact, Yang Bo's guess was very accurate. These 8 killers had a tacit understanding. 4 of them prevented Yang Bo from approaching the other 4 and taking out the mecha. But unfortunately, these killers didn't know what happened next. Yang Bo didn't mention it at all. And Yang Bo also had electromagnetic bombs. Electromagnetic bombs are key-controlled items. These killers brought electromagnetic bombs to this planet through space boxes. In the impression of these killers, their equipment is top-notch and their tactics are also through long-term running-in. However, they underestimated Yang Bo's ability. Yang Bo himself has super electric ability. Even if he is hit directly by an electromagnetic bomb, it will not have much effect. Of course, it does not mean that the spacecraft can release the battery missiles weighing several tons. It is useless to itself. The electromagnetic impact of that thing is too strong. It can only be said that this small electromagnetic bomb can't break Yang Bo's defense at all. This time I harvested 5 space mechas, 2 space box buttons, and 8 first-generation cracks. More than 2 hours later, Yang Bo returned to the villa and took out his harvest in the basement. Chapter 585 Huge Loss. What a great harvest! Although these space mecha buttons have intelligent recognition systems, Yang Bo easily unlocked them. Yang Bo used the mechanic state to unlock each space button in just 3 seconds. Awesome. Looking at the 5 space mechas placed in the basement, Yang Bo felt that he was awesome. 4 of these space mechas are gray and look inconspicuous, but they are 13th generation mechas from the appearance. The space mecha of the leader of the Greyhound Pirates gives people a more ferocious feeling, and there is a dog head painted on the outside of the mecha. But Yang Bo feels that it looks a bit like a wolf head. Just these 5 mechas. If you want to order them from the Dimension Company, you may need 20 to 30 billion credit points. The value of the mecha itself is one aspect, and the most important thing is the space attribute. I don't know which forces sent these killers. The Alliance Council should not have such a large amount of equipment. So many space mechas? Yang Bo guessed that these killers should be trained by those behind the permanent members of the Alliance Council. The Greyhound Pirates are from the Su family, the major shareholder of Shunt Eye Securities. Otherwise, the leader of the Greyhound Pirates would not be able to get the space mecha. After all, the space mecha is customized by the Dimension Company. Not everyone can customize it. It requires identity verification, etc. Then Yang Bo opened the space box again. This one also has an identity recognition system. Fuck. When Yang Bo opened a space box, he found that it was a huge electromagnetic bomb. At least 5 tons. Yang Bo moved the electromagnetic bomb and found that it weighed about 5 tons and looked like a copper lump. The second box contained a backpack, which also contained 15 micromissiles. The diameter of these missiles was about 6 centimeters, and the length was 40 centimeters. Then, there were 300 spare missiles in the box. Cool. Yang Bo put the backpack on his back. And then Yang Bo looked in the mirror, and found that he was so cool now. The range of these micro-missiles reached 800 kilometers, and the fastest speed reached Mach 14. However, this micro-missile backpack is limited to superpowered people above level C, because the missile itself uses an overclocked energy thruster with certain radiation. Of course, this data is under standard atmospheric pressure and standard gravity. There are 3 types of missiles. The white one is an energy impact bomb. The red one is an ultra-high temperature combustion bomb. And the green one is an electromagnetic bomb. I'm afraid only the military has this kind of equipment. Or some military factories. And military research units. Yang Bo felt that this weapon was definitely not something that ordinary people could have. In the third space box, Yang Bo's eyes lit up, because there was a spherical object inside, and this thing seemed to be carried on his back. It took a minute. Yang Bo used the mechanic state for a minute to get control of this thing. High-energy laser cannon. This is the high-energy laser cannon used in the killer. Yang Bo didn't expect that this was the laser cannon used by the gunners arranged in the council. The short-term burst of attack power of this laser cannon is equivalent to the attack power of the secondary guns of the battleship, with high frequency and high power. Of course, there are also disadvantages. That is, this laser cannon can only use specially made energy stones. The energy stone used in this thing is a high-purity, high-density artificial energy stone. Yang Bo controlled the ball through language, and it floated up from the space box. The diameter of the whole ball is about 50 centimeters. It is a little flat and round, with many high-tech systems on it, which can scan, explore and analyze the surrounding environment, and transmit the most threatening targets to the user through the control glasses at the first time. There are various energy detection modes and excellent protection measures. If it is subject to electromagnetic interference, this laser cannon that can fly by itself can also extend its mechanical arm, attached to the back of the user, and communicate with the control glasses through wires. Yang Bo put on the control glasses. As long as his eyes look anywhere, the laser transmitter behind will point to a certain place. In addition, this laser cannon can also turn on the automatic defense mode. The laser transmitter also has an identification system and a radar system. Yang Bo activated the anti-interference mode, and then the laser cannon attached to Yang Bo's back. For thin hoses were separated from the laser cannon and directly cross-fixed on Yang Bo's chest, which means that Yang Bo carried it on his back. Then the laser cannon changed again, and 3 spheres of 7 or 8 centimeters stretched out, each with a cylindrical mechanical arm of 3 centimeters in diameter. These 3 spheres are laser emitters. Then another mechanical arm stretched directly to Yang Bo's hand along his right arm, which is a multifunctional controller. The reason why there are 3 laser emitters is because this is a high-energy laser cannon. The firing frequency is very fast, and the attack power is also very fast. However, The full power working time cannot exceed 3 minutes. And the energy reserve in this intelligent laser cannon can support full power working for 10 minutes. Poor guy. Yang Bo looked at the box and found that there were only 12 spare energy columns. Yang Bo originally thought that such a large box would store hundreds of spare energy columns. These energy columns are about 10 centimeters in diameter and 20 centimeters in length. They are polygonal and are in containers filled with viscous liquid. If I make these things public, I'm afraid some people in the alliance will suffer. Yang Bo certainly knew that this kind of thing is definitely not something that ordinary people can have. But Yang Bo will not take it out, because taking it out proves that he can gain control of these intelligent systems. After looking at the force space, Yang Bo was slightly disappointed in the box, because there were only some fake identity certificates and matching communicators in it, and nothing else. Yang Bo put away several space boxes, including the latest high-energy laser cannon. Then Yang Bo hurried upstairs and came to the internet room, and found that his communicator received a lot of information. There were messages from Lu Jijia, Zhou Rui, Lu Jingxiang, and Zhou Kersen, and the most were from Annie and Xia. Yang Bo replied to them one by one, using the excuse that he was working. Then Yang Bo replied to their messages while reading the news. The news on the Alliance website was all flooded with news from March Star. This time the commotion was too big, and there were many people who were not afraid of death and took videos, various angles and various virtual videos. It was as if you were there in person. One of the angles of the video was a hotel behind the BNB where Yang Bo lived. From this angle, you can see that 4 waves of killers rushed into the homestay where Yang Bo lived. First, the 6 killers here directly blew up the window, and then rushed in and were sprayed out by a huge fire snake and hit the wall and window of the hotel here. Next to the window of the photographer, there happened to be a killer who was hit here. Just as he landed next to it, he found a black shadow, which came over and exploded instantly. The video was slowed down, and it was found that it was a self-destructing drone. Then the killer in armor shivered all over, and then another drone fell on this person instantly. Then through the window, you can see that the drone released a super high current to the killer, because from the angle of the video, you can see the electric sparks bursting between the gaps of the armor of the killer wearing armor. And you can also see electric sparks when the drone contacts the killer's armor. At the same time, this picture also shows that 2 other groups of people blasted the house in front. And then the killers on the left and right rushed in again, followed by the 4th wave of killers. More than 20 people rushed in directly from a distance at Mach 3 speed. This 4th wave of killers is the Greyhound mercenary group. Then everyone clearly saw a man in police armor flying out of the house and running away. The latest official news released by March Star was placed first. The official news of March Star announced, this attack was a terrorist attack launched by the Pirate Alliance Council on March Star. But we have taken control of the situation and successfully killed the leader of the Greyhound Pirates. The identities of the others are still being confirmed. In addition, we also destroyed a base of the Pirate Alliance Council on this planet and captured 13 key personnel. Below are more videos taken by others. Yang Bo also saw a rich man's yacht being smashed. And there was a video of this man flying 3,000 meters and hitting his own yacht. The news section of the entire alliance was dominated by the incident on March Star. Yang Bo took a look and it was just that. But other people in the alliance did not think so, because this time it was too intense. Various types of bombs were used, and more than 40 people openly attacked the building. So many people criticized the alliance, which was not good for the crackdown on pirates. Yang Bo replied to several people with a communicator while continuing to watch the news. Then he used his mental power to see the reactions of the 9th Elder and others. The 9th Elder and others were checked once on the spaceship. Now the permanent director of the Pirate Alliance Council is already very anxious. The content of these people's meeting was to fear that the sensitive equipment in the lost space box would be discovered by others. And at the same time, the loss this time was too great. Those pirate groups will probably laugh at us this time. How can this guy be so strong? Is he colluding with the official alliance? How could he collude with the official alliance? Don't you know who is behind us? If this guy joins the official alliance, we will definitely know. 30 top killers, each worth at least billions of credit points. All of them are A-level superpowers. For space mechas are worth at least 20 billion credit points. And there are sensitive equipment in the space box. Our direct losses this time may reach 60 billion or even more. A permanent director said in a deep voice in the virtual conference room. Now we have been caught by someone and exposed to the public. I think some of us are colluding with the other party. Otherwise, they would not have been able to find the 8 members of our reserve team. The second group of talents we have prepared are the most valuable. Humph. I know that some of us have ulterior motives, and always want to reach out to other people's territory. You have to say it clearly. Don't be sarcastic. That is, if you want to say who sold the information, you must provide substantial evidence. Otherwise, what will those people behind us think when these words get to their ears? It is inevitable that everyone's business has competition. But I hope everyone will take the overall situation into consideration. Don't talk big here. This matter was proposed by you. Yongbo almost laughed out loud. The people in the board of directors are usually scheming against each other. After all, everyone has a lot of channels covered. You know, handling the stolen goods robbed by these pirates is a huge profit. I didn't expect the harvest this time to be so valuable. 30 A-level superpowers. And they have been trained for so many years. It can really be considered priceless. After all, the labor contract of an A-level strongman can be signed for more than 300 years at most. 500,000 credit points a month. 6 million credit points a year. 60 million credit points in 10 years. 600 million credit points in 100 years. And 1.8 billion credit points in 300 years. It obviously takes more investment to train a killer. And not everyone's superpowers can be a killer. Of course, this income is also taxed at more than 60%. Because the tax on this kind of income is very high. Based on this account alone, 30 killers lost 54 billion credit points. Oh my god. With these miscellaneous things, the Pirate Alliance Council has lost a lot this time. Yongbo carefully calculated the accounts and realized it was terrible. Yongbo found that the thing that the council was most worried about had happened. That is, other pirate groups expressed their intention to negotiate the channel fees. In other words, the people of the council wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys this time, but failed, and instead lost a lot of face. These members of the council also wanted to find Yongbo to redeem the space box button and the space mecha button at a high price. On the other hand, the people of the council decided to report to their respective masters behind them and search for their traces in the alliance. As long as they can find me, they will do everything they can to kill me. Yongbo smiled. Who would have thought that the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates had died long ago? And he was just a fake. It's a good thing that these people want to find me. If I get into trouble in the future, I can borrow a knife to kill people. Yongbo quickly thought that this was not a bad thing. In the future, if I encounter some guys who are difficult to deal with or too powerful, I can use them to kill people with borrowed knives. It took more than an hour to send messages back and forth with several people. And then Yongbo went to take a bath. I haven't taken a bath for several days. Although there is nothing dirty on my body, it still feels very comfortable to take a bath. But I'm afraid it won't be so easy next time. This time, the people of the Pirate Council underestimated the enemy. Yongbo also concluded that these killers on the other side underestimated the enemy and regarded him as the leader of an ordinary pirate group. Of course, Yongbo also knew that it was because the Pirate Council knew him before that they underestimated him. What should I do with these space mechas? It seems that I can only give them to my subordinates in the future. When the time comes, let White and others build a laboratory and change the appearance. The reason why Yongbo did not use his metal superpower to change the appearance of these mechas was that he did not want to expose his metal superpowers. Besides, it would be a waste if he did not use the free cattle and horses. Yongbo also knew that the people who could use these mechas in the future must be his close confidants. At that time, he might meet with White and others. If he changed the appearance of the mechas, these subordinates might be able to guess what superpowers he had when they met. Yongbo tried his best not to reveal his superpowers. Even the cracking of the space button. Yongbo was going to pretend to let White and others do it. Yongbo slept comfortably, and then got up to watch the news again. Yongbo was looking at the introduction in the news, which said that Lu Jijia killed a manager of the Greyhound Pirates in this response to the terrorist attack. Yongbo quickly read other news, and saw Zhou Rui again. He found that she had killed a wanted criminal, who was also a killer sent by the Pirate Alliance Council. Yongbo was a little confused, and then continued to watch, and found that the leader of the Greyhound Pirates was actually killed by a police chief. Zhang Buishan did it. Yongbo understood instantly. I don't know if this guy took the money. According to his character, he must have taken the money. Yongbo looked at the news one by one. These killers, as well as the Greyhounds, and the people in the pirates were all killed. Those who killed these people were not limited to the police officers of the Alliance, but also personnel from other official departments of the Alliance. Yang Bo also found that these people came out of the homestay where he lived. Could these guys have dug a hole underground and let these people come out? Yang Bo felt that he had found the truth. So Yang Bo quickly went out in stealth and came to the country park. He saw Zhang Buizhen sending him a series of messages. And then the permanent members of the Alliance Council sent him messages, saying that they were willing to pay a high price to redeem some things. The message sent by Zhang Buizhen made Yang Bo a little speechless. It mainly said that he had settled the woman who was traveling with him and was in a certain villa. And the villa was also given to him. Mr. Jiu, how much did the merit sell for? Zhang Buizhen was waiting for Mr. Jiu's message, and suddenly saw the other party sending a message. Zhang Buizhen, 30 killers. 16 of them are wanted criminals through biological sample comparison. The average auction price of these with identity is 65 million credit points. The average auction price of the other 14 without identity is 23 million credit points. And there are 16 wanted criminals with identity information. The total bounty is about 720 million credit points. The total is 2.08 billion credit points. Yang Bo cursed the profiteer in his heart, worthy of being from a big family. However, Yang Bo also understood that it was very good for these people to spend this little money to get this credit, because the alliance has been too peaceful for too long. If you want to be promoted, you can only wait for seniority. This kind of credit is hard to come by. Zhang Buizhen, Greyhound Pirates. Because there is specific identity information and position here. The total auction price reached 3.2 billion credit points. And the reward amount of the alliance reached 1.8 billion credit points. But the wanted bounty will have to wait for a while. And the Supreme Court of the Alliance will come to verify it. Yang Bo didn't expect that the bodies he gave up would make Zhang Buizhen so much money. Zhang Buizhen, but more than 2/3 of the auctions are settled in other ways. Does Mr. Jiu want a commission? Chapter 586. Let the bullets fly for a while. The auction money belongs to me. And the bounty money belongs to you. My share, including the money in the convertible bond account, will all be exchanged for energy metals. Not the kind I personally robbed. Of course Yang Bo wanted it, and he would not refuse it. If young Master Zhang did not ask, he would be embarrassed to ask. But since the other party asked, he would be sorry for not asking. Zhang Buizhen had actually been prepared for a long time, because Mr. Jiu cared a lot about money, and would add money at any time. Now Zhang Buizhen was relieved to see Mr. Jiu's answer. As long as the auction fees were okay, he could still keep a large sum of money. The key is that he earned fame. Although the entire alliance was reporting on March Star, many people knew secretly that he was now in control of the planet. No matter how the members of these pirate groups and the killers died, they died on their own planet anyway. So the credit belonged to them. What's more, they captured so many people alive. That is, those people in the Pirate Alliance Council's base on March Star. This is an unprecedented success. A precedent that the entire alliance has never had. It is a strong part that can be remembered in the history of the alliance. Okay, Zhang Buizhen replied. I will try to deliver the energy metal to you as soon as possible. Yang Bo was very satisfied with Zhang Buizhen's answer. Happy cooperation. Yang Bo was also very satisfied to see the other party's answer. I have arranged for the woman who is your companion. Zhang Buizhen's words were actually for the purpose of testing. Because through the interrogation of the people in the Pirate Alliance Council, these people admitted that the person who went out with the woman was the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. This news shocked Zhang Buizhen. You know, the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates is famous throughout the galaxy. Zhang Buizhen didn't know what the relationship was between Mr. Jiu and the leader of the pirate group. Was he the same person? Or was he a member of Mr. Jiu's team? Zhang Buizhen never thought that the so-called Mr. Jiu was just one person. Because from all the signs of previous cooperation, the other party had a very top mercenary team. Otherwise, how could one person handle Zhang Lishan's spaceship? Of course, Zhang Buizhen was a little uneasy now. If someone found out that he was in contact with the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, his reputation would be ruined. It shouldn't be necessary. Everyone has their own life. Yang Bo was also very cautious and replied with this sentence. Zhang Buizhen looked at this sentence and still didn't understand what the relationship was between the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates and Mr. Jiu. Mr. Jiu, do you have more news about the Pirate Alliance Council? Zhang Buizhen sent another message. I will notify you if there is any news. Now we are partners. Yang Bo would certainly not leak the news of the Pirate Alliance Council again. This time, Zhang Buizhen was forced to come out to clean up the mess. If Yang Bo had any ability to cash in, it would be impossible for him to give this credit to Zhang Buizhen. Of course, Zhang Buizhen didn't know this. Okay. Zhang Buizhen answered with a good answer. Although Zhang Buizhen had a lot of questions, he couldn't ask them because it involved Mr. Zhou's secrets. For example, how did Mr. Zhou know that there was a second wave of killers? For example, how did Mr. Zhou know that there were so many killers? For example, how did he let these killers attack at the predetermined location? Shouldn't these be top secret? It's impossible to act, because there are more than a dozen wanted criminals with names and surnames discovered this time, who would use these wanted criminals to act and then get those insignificant benefits. Yang Bo saw Zhou Rui send a message to the third master again, asking about the Pirate Alliance, and Yang Bo replied that he didn't know. Yang Bo contacted the agent of the Free Mercenary Union again, but the agent of the Free Mercenary Union said that the Mercenary Union had withdrawn the previous bounty, and warned everyone not to go to March Star. That place was too weird. Yang Bo didn't expect the Free Mercenary Union to be so flexible. As for the messages sent to him by the Pirate Alliance Council, Yang Bo didn't reply at all. Then Yang Bo went back to the villa in stealth. This time the harvest is very good. The Pirate Alliance looks like a big treasure. Yang Bo observed the spiritual seeds he released to the three pirates. One is the ninth elder, one is Lucas, and one is Paul. Although these three people are on the same spaceship, they don't know each other, and all use fake identities. The ninth elder didn't dare to leave his cabin. This matter was too scary. The council sent such a powerful force, and was dealt with by one person. All the standing members of the Pirate Alliance Council agreed that there was more than one leader of the Silver Moon Pirates, and there should be others. As for how many people this organization has, and what its strength is, nothing is known now, because the people sent here died too quickly, especially the second wave of reserve teams, who did not have time to send any information. Such a powerful configuration was directly crushed. The most important thing is that the ninth elder still has to face the inquiries of the people behind him. The Pirate Alliance Council suffered too much loss this time, and it must give an explanation to the people behind it. If the people behind it are unhappy, then these standing members can be replaced at any time. As for Lucas, he was also very scared, because after being beaten by Yang Bo, this guy wanted to retaliate. The most unhappy person was Paul. After all, Paul came with a mission this time, but he didn't expect that his mission was not completed at all. Let the bullets fly for a while. Yang Bo felt that this matter could not just pass, because the spoils he obtained were too sensitive. Whether it was the kind of micro-missile backpack or the ultra-high-energy intelligent laser cannon, these were obviously not the equipment that pirates should have. So the identities of these dead killers should be very problematic. However, this is how interstellar society is, because the distance between each planet is relatively far. So many things are reflected slowly. Of course, the internet is full of reports about March Star, and they are all extremely positive reports. Yang Bo originally wanted to stay at home for a few days, but the next day Lu Jingxiang sent a message, asking Yang Bo to participate in sword training, and said that he had signed up for the sword competition for Yang Bo. Brother Jia, I saw you in the Alliance news. So awesome. The next day Yang Bo saw Lu Jijia in the company dormitory building here, and said happily. Of course Yang Bo was happy, because the money from the auction of the merit of this big bastard in front of him was given to him. No. Lu Jijia felt a little bitter, because he spent nearly 30 million credit points for this merit, because there were too many people participating in the auction. The price rose sharply. There were nearly 300 people participating in the auction, but the merit was just that little. I was scared when I saw the video. These guys were also very strange. What are they doing on this planet? What is in the building that was attacked? Yang Bo saw that Lu Jijia looked unhappy, so he deliberately talked about this aspect. These are confidential. Don't talk about these things anymore. You should be careful when you go out recently. After our planet's defense system is upgraded, there will be no more such big things. Lu Jijia had just taken out a large sum of money. When he heard Yang Bo still talking about this, he felt distressed. So he changed the subject and said, okay. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. He didn't expect that his boss's tolerance was so poor. What Yang Bo didn't know was that Lu Jijia went to the scene. And the scene was simply horrible. Because Yang Bo left early, Those who hit the wall had blood seeping out of their armor at most. But Lu Jijia and his men went into the room from the underground passage. It had been a while, and the blood had seeped out. When collecting evidence, the armor of these people was taken up, and the tissues in their bodies looked like mincemeat. Anyway, these real people at the scene vomited and turned pale, because some so-called evidence had to be filmed. These dead people had to be reposed. After a long time of tossing and perfecting the chain of evidence, those who got the credit had a chance to get away, because these new evidences cannot be processed by machines, because machines will archive them, and can only be processed by people. Sister Rui, you have done a great job. Yang Bo saw Zhou Rui again, and he was also happy to give her a thumbs up. Thank you. Zhou Rui felt uncomfortable when she thought of the scene she saw, and she paid for the discomfort. But there is no way. If you don't buy it, there are people waiting to buy these merits. Yang Bo. Lu Jingxiang greeted Yang Bo happily when she saw him coming. Then Yang Bo began to practice swordsmanship with the advanced training robot. With one sword against two swords of the advanced training robot. It must be said that the advanced training robot is very strong. Although Yang Bo countered the moves, he was still defeated quickly, because Yang Bo had many tricks that he couldn't use. And according to the rules of the game, two swords had a strong advantage. Of course, the rules of the game were 1-to-1, and each person could only take one sword. But using two swords during training would make the players react faster. Yang Bo's one sword and the two swords of the robot kept colliding, making a pleasant and crisp sound. The people watching had their own thoughts in their hearts. In 2 hours, Yang Bo was defeated as many as 18 times. The longest time, Yang Bo lasted for 6 minutes. And the shortest time, Yang Bo lasted for 1.5 minutes. This robot not only moves fast, but also has two swords that are fast. The robot also has a very accurate grasp of strength. If Yang Bo uses too much strength, it will be detected by the detection equipment inside the building, which will affect the subsequent scoring. In addition, the competition venue is so small. Yang Bo, I have good news for you. We don't have to go to other planets for the competition for the time being. 2 months later, our planet will hold the preliminaries. After the preliminaries, we will go directly to the capital planet to participate in the regional trials. If the results are out by then, we will go to the Blue Water Empire to participate in the semifinals and finals. Lu Jingxiang took a bath and changed clothes after Yang Bo came out and told Yang Bo a good news. When Yang Bo heard the news, his first reaction was that something was wrong. There must be something fishy here. Chapter 587 Bold Assumptions. The reason why Yang Bo felt something was wrong was because the Sword Association was originally funded by a big sponsor, the Blue Water Empire, because they wanted to expand their cultural influence. Such competitions are not short of money, so as long as the place where this competition is held, it will boost the local economy and increase the local reputation. Even on an undeveloped planet like March Star, various vicious incidents have broken out one after another, including nuclear bomb explosions, senior officials of the Reserve Committee being torn apart, and recently a large number of killers from the Pirate Alliance. You know, it is impossible for such a sports competition to be arranged on such a planet with a bad reputation. Why did they choose our planet? I feel scared living on this planet. Yang Bo asked. I don't know. The Sword Association did not announce the specific reason. Lu Jingxiang shook her head. Our level is too low, and we don't know what decision the Sword Association made internally. Of course, only people from 3 provinces on our planet signed up. Lu Jingxiang said again. The Eden Alliance used to have 7 provinces, plus the Central Province, a total of 8 administrative regions. But March Star was designated as a separate province because of the 9th Fleet. However, due to the internal conflicts of the Zhang family and the appearance of mutant plants and animals on March Star, the planning of this province has never been implemented. Many people are jealous of the benefits of March Star, so the planning of this province was stopped halfway. As I said, some people are not good at doing things, but they are good at making trouble. Although these people can't help much in the provincial planning, if you don't give them benefits, it will be easy for them to ruin your things. Which 2 provinces? Yang Bo asked casually after hearing this. Zhou Rui came over at this time. Zhou Rui was wearing a white 3/4 sleeve dress today, and the hem of the dress reached the knee. Her smooth legs were not wearing any socks, but she had a pair of white flat shoes on her feet, revealing a pair of white jade feet. Her hair was tied up high, not only showing her beautiful figure, but also her slender neck. It is the Woting province and the Rhine province. We are also quite confused about this matter. But the Sword Association took the initiative to come to us. And we have no reason to refuse. Zhou Rui answered. Yang Bo was still a little confused. Because there were only 2 fleets involved in these 2 provinces. One was the First Fleet, and the other was the 6th Fleet. In the alliance, there is a fleet for each province, which is not like the division of military areas on Earth, which is intertwined with the division of administrative areas. There is no such phenomenon in the alliance, mainly because the alliance is too large. Yang Bo also has no time to stare at the 9 elders of the Pirate Alliance Council all the time. So we haven't gotten any information from the Pirate Alliance yet. We have to check it out carefully. So this time it's a bit strange. Be careful when you participate in the competition. According to estimates, this competition will bring us more than 400,000 tourists. Lu Jijia is getting thinner now. And he has some yellow hair on his head. He said, I'm also a little confused. After all, our planet is so chaotic? Yang Bo hurriedly said when he heard the 2 people say this. Lu Jingxiang looked indifferent. It shouldn't be the case. Although the Sword Art Alliance has received funds from the Blue Water Empire, it has been law-abiding for so many years. I think it's best to be careful. Let's go eat. Zhou Rui looked at Yang Bo and asked. Yang Bo shook his head quickly. Let's order takeout. Who knows what's going on outside now? Are these people from the Pirate Alliance looking for treasures here? They actually sent so many people? Yang Bo asked this now. And no one doubted it. Because the identities of these people had been revealed in the news. Don't tell anyone about this. This time it's a big embarrassment. The Pirate Alliance actually held a meeting on our planet. It is said that hundreds of people came. All representatives of large and small pirate groups, including many pirate group leaders and deputy pirate group leaders. Lu Jijia shook his head with a wry smile. Not only Yang Bo pretended to be shocked, but also Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were shocked. Pirate Alliance Conference. You mean these pirate groups sent representatives to our planet to hold a conference together? That's what I mean. These pirate groups have conflicts with each other. They can't hold a meeting on someone else's territory. So they chose our planet. This matter has not been officially announced. If it is announced, our planet will be embarrassed. After all, so many pirates come to our planet as if it is their own home. Lu Jijia nodded. It's too dangerous. If it were you, they should check security and check everyone's biological samples. Yang Bo also looked scared. Zhou Kersen asked again, who did they attack in the house as reported in the news? That can't be said. This is a plan made by our official. These people don't show up. And we can't identify them at all. So we use some plans to lure them into action. The plan is not convenient to disclose. It's a pity that we knew it too late. It would have been better if we knew it earlier. Lu Jijia was actually acting. Yang Bo estimated that Zhang Boizhen sent people to dig a tunnel underground. And then sent the people who auctioned the credit in. And then had to present a complete chain of evidence. It's too easy for the authorities to dig a tunnel underground. Robots can build it quickly. Don't you have an undercover in the pirates? Lu Jingxiang asked suspiciously. Zhou Rui shook her head. Let's not talk about this matter. Because this matter involves confidentiality. What do you want to eat at noon? How about we order our own? Zhou Rui didn't want to mention this credit because it was too disgusting. Even though she killed a lot of people. Can you imagine what it feels like to have more than 40 people in a homestay become sticky? Okay. Yang Bo nodded. The group did not go out to eat, but ordered takeout in a tea house here. Yang Bo looked at the takeaway he ordered, and had no appetite at all. It was just a mixture of various vegetables and some meats. The meats were cooked like cooked food, and the vegetables were all raw. Lu Jingxiang was also eating something gray and sticky, and there seemed to be some particles in it. This seemed to be an energy meal. Yang Bo, I think your swordsmanship level should be able to compete in the capital star. Lu Jijia ate a plate of grilled mushrooms, picked up a mushroom with a fork, and took a sip of wine after eating it. It would be great if I could go. I also want to see the prosperity of the capital star. Yang Bo looked very expectant. Yang Bo, your swordsmanship level is very high, but you still have to be careful in the official competition, because swordsmen will play tricks. Many people have good results when practicing with machines, but their results are a mess when competing with others. Lu Jingxiang scooped a piece of energy meal with a spoon and ate it, then wiped her mouth with a tissue and spoke. That's right. Training robots is to react according to your actions, and competing with others is mainly about prediction. If Yang Bo can get a good ranking this time, there is a great chance that you can get a subsidy from the Fencing Association. Zhou Kersen also spoke. The Fencing Association will reward new fencing masters with certain achievements and age groups. Then Zhou Kersen added another sentence. If you get excellent results, maybe you can get a visa to the Blue Water Empire. Let's go to the Blue Water Empire to play, where we can enjoy a life we have never enjoyed before. Zhou Kersen said this with a little yearning. After hearing this, Yang Bo took a sip of his drink and asked, "Is it difficult to get a visa to the Blue Water Empire?" "It's very difficult to get. They are a slave society. In the past, people from the Alliance used the excuse of tourism to shoot some content there, and then came back to criticize the slave society of the Blue Water Empire. In addition, the Blue Water Empire also has anti-government armed forces. They want to overthrow the slave society and kill the emperor and nobles. In the past, many people from the Alliance took visas to join their anti-government armed forces. So it's difficult to get a visa to the Blue Water Empire. I really want to experience the feeling of being a master. Of course, it's just a thought," Zhou Kersen explained later. If Zhou Kersen's remarks were exposed, he would be targeted by the Alliance's human rights organizations. Yang Bo understood that the political systems and cultures of the two countries were different, and the Alliance's brainwashing was quite severe. So many people found it difficult to identify with their social culture after arriving in the Blue Water Empire. For example, when walking in the Blue Water Empire, the paths taken by commoners and nobles are different, from a restaurant to a public venue. Even the way to dress is strictly regulated. In other words, the obvious class distinction can be seen everywhere. Don't discuss these things in the Alliance in the future. There are some things you can do, but you can't say them. Once you say them, you will be criticized by many people," Lu Jijia said when he heard this. Everyone nodded. The current ecological environment of the Alliance is a bit bad, especially in terms of speaking. Many politicians or celebrities offend a large group of people just because of a sentence or a word. Moreover, there are more than 200 genders in the Alliance. Not to mention other weird things. The Alliance has completely abandoned male and female toilets. They are all in the same toilet. You can do whatever you want in it. Even the dormitories of many local schools are not divided by gender. For example, if you are a woman, you are assigned to a room with a group of men. If you don't want to, you are discriminating, because those men say that they are psychologically women. Of course, if you say that you are psychologically a woman, the Alliance will also judge based on your psychology or behavior. If you really go in for other purposes, you may be found out. I will definitely try to get a good ranking. And then, I will go to the Blue Water Empire to have a look. Yang Bo said this with a smile, easing the awkward atmosphere. Zhou Kersen cast a grateful look at Yang Bo. It's too annoying to have dinner with these two politicians. After dinner, Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui left because they had something to do. Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen, and Yang Bo drank tea. And Lu Jingxiang whispered. They are now always paying attention to their behavior. This is a good phenomenon. It prevents them from saying the wrong thing or doing the wrong thing outside in the future. Yang Bo didn't think there was anything wrong with it. Everyone was doing it for their own benefit. Lu Jijia just said this just now, just to protect his feathers. Once today's conversation is leaked out, and Lu Jijia doesn't make any clear statements, he may fall into a passive situation. In the eyes of these politicians, everyone is an enemy, Lu Jingxiang said with a pout. Hee. Yang Bo, what do you do at home every day? Is it just playing games? Lu Jingxiang was very curious about Yang Bo's private life. She sat on the chair and stared at Yang Bo with her eyes. This is what I used to do in the welfare housing before, and I don't feel used to it outside. Yang Bo nodded. Although the question was a bit impolite, Yang Bo didn't think much of it. After all, he was not born and raised on this planet. What games do you play? Do you want me to introduce you to a game that is recommended by the Swordsman Association? This game can improve your swordsmanship. Lu Jingxiang spoke again. Is this not necessary? Yang Bo was upset by the Apocalypse game last time, and now doesn't want to play games. Only members of the Swordsman Association can have game login equipment. This game is very popular in the Blue Water Empire. Lu Jingxiang's words successfully aroused Yang Bo's curiosity. This game has these restrictions. Is there something fishy? Thank you, Sister Jingxiang. What kind of game equipment do you need? Yang Bo decided to ask tentatively. This is a game helmet, which needs to be customized. Before customization, we need to detect the size of your skull to ensure that the game helmet can be worn comfortably. Lu Jingxiang took out the communicator and introduced it to Yang Bo. Conspiracy. Yang Bo felt that this seemed to be a conspiracy. Why is this game not released publicly? Yang Bo looked carefully at the content displayed on Lu Jingxiang's communicator and asked. This game was also released publicly before, but it was complained by others. This game is more profitable and more bloody. In addition, these game players can also recruit servants in the game. Then Lu Jingxiang spread her hands and gave Yang Bo a look that everyone understands. Yang Bo understood that it is not easy to make games in the Alliance. Some people complained about the violent game screens, and some people complained about the bloody game screens. In the past, games could recruit some pets, and even this was complained because they believed that these pets were free and were forcibly recruited by the game protagonist, which violated the rights of pets. In addition, if the female characters in the game are too beautiful and too sexy, they will also be complained. So the beauty pageant in the Alliance is now unbearable to watch. Some are neither male nor female, and some are just male. So the entertainment industry in the Alliance is the only one that stands out, which is songs. As for the film and television products, they are getting worse year by year. Of course, if you could accept that the heroine in the movie, who is said to be beautiful by others, is a fat woman who is 1.8 meters tall and weighs 200 kilograms, and she is also a person of color, then you can accept this movie. And if you can accept that the masculine men in the movie walk with their hips twisted, wear lipstick, and dress up in fancy clothes, then you can also watch the movie. Someone might ask, how did so many people in the Alliance survive these years? Of course, they chose the better garbage among the garbage. Then lower everyone's aesthetics. And keep lowering it, because you have no other choice. You can only choose slightly better garbage from this pile of garbage. But you will find that these garbage will become more and more garbage. Well, I think I'm interested in this game. Yang Bo looked at the picture shown by Lu Jingxiang. How come it looks a bit like a magic game? A game player character holding a machete chopped at a beast, chopping the beast to blood. The dress of this game player character looks like an ancient warrior. The equipment inside is very expensive, and the game coins have a special exchange channel, which can be exchanged for various physical objects, so as to avoid the financial supervision of the Alliance. Lu Jingxiang's next words made Yang Bo even more curious about this game. As for the test, it was very simple. Lu Jingxiang held a device to scan Yang Bo's head. Damn, it's really not simple. When Yang Bo felt that this device was scanning his head, Yang Bo felt that the energy wave emitted by this device was a bit close to his mental energy. There won't be anything wrong with these two women, right? It is said that the Blue Water Empire has done a lot of research on the soul. Are all the people in the Alliance stupid? Or do the organizations in the Alliance know about this, but pretend not to know, and wait until there is a result before taking action? Yang Bo drank tea with the two of them for a long time in the afternoon, and then returned to his villa to think about today's problems. There is no need to say how deep the influence of the soul is. In the previous life, some people joined some direct sales organizations, which made them owe a lot of debts, and then offended all their relatives and friends. They were still obsessed with it, and even after decades, they still dreamed of getting rich. This is brainwashing too hard. This is still a simple direct sales organization. If someone has research on the soul, it is too easy to influence a person's thinking. What Joe Kerson said today, could it be because of this influence? After all, people like her who grew up in the Alliance should not say such rash words. And Joe Kerson's family has a special etiquette teacher. It is impossible for them to say that they want to experience the life of a slave owner in such an occasion. Thinking of this, Yang Bo stood up suddenly. Could it be that the Sword Association accidentally learned about some things that Lu Jingxiang or Joe Kerson knew through their equipment? Especially some things on March Star? This possibility is not impossible. Yang Bo stood up and walked back and forth in the room, because Yang Bo felt that the possibility of this matter was very high. Because some people on Earth can hypnotize, and after the hypnotized people wake up, they have no idea what happened. So Lu Jingxiang and Joe Kerson's souls may be temporarily affected and say something, but they themselves don't know. I'm really looking forward to the virtual game helmet of the Sword Art Alliance. After thinking about it, Yang Bo was a little eager to try it. Chapter 588. There is a problem. It seems to be really not simple. With a skeptical attitude towards the Sword Association, Yang Bo checked a series of data, which was a little abnormal. That is, the data of the members of the Alliance Sword Association. This data has not increased much for more than 100 years. And the data is not much different. This is very abnormal. Because the sponsor behind this association is the Blue Water Empire. With such a big sponsor behind the support, the number of members has not increased much. Is it that the people in the Alliance don't love money? Definitely not. The people in the Alliance love money the most. Then Yongbo checked again, and did not find any restrictive requirements for entering the Sword Association, which means that everyone can join. This is even more abnormal. The Alliance officials should know what this data represents. Yongbo couldn't figure out why there was such a thing. Yongbo continued to check the sword competition. Yongbo looked at the identities of the winners of the last sword competition. Among them, 5 of the top 100 were from the Alliance. He checked the public information of these 5 people. All 5 people immigrated to the Blue Water Empire? After seeing the public information he checked, Yongbo was more certain that something was wrong. How could these people who grew up in the free atmosphere of the Alliance easily go to live in a country like the Blue Water Empire, with strict class system? Even if they were given more money, these people in the Alliance would not be able to bear it. Then he tried to check another data, which was the number of people who immigrated to the Blue Water Empire every year. Then he checked the annual financial statement data of the Sword Association. Could it be that the Sword Association would screen these people, influence them, and then let them immigrate? The data that Yongbo checked were not related to each other. But sometimes people are like this, and they can connect several unrelated numbers, because the annual fee of the Sword Association will increase. But the number of members has not increased significantly. So where does the money go? And what do those people who immigrate to the Blue Water Empire every year think? 2 different cultures? Different political systems? Then there is only one possibility. A large part of these immigrants may be related to the Sword Association. I want to see what's so magical about this game. This attracted Yongbo's interest more and more. Then Yongbo started to read the news again. That is, the Alliance Parliament, the Alliance Supreme Court, and the Alliance Ministry of Justice publicly commended March Star for its achievements in combating pirates. However, there are also rumors that the Pirate Alliance has issued a warning to strike all transport ships going to March Star. Then all passenger and cargo ships on March Star have increased in price. And many companies have announced their withdrawal from March Star. Will these bastards who withdraw their investment be the forces behind the permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council? Seeing this, Yongbo muttered in his heart. The Alliance Supreme Court and the Alliance Ministry of Justice have sent a special task force to March Star on a military spacecraft to investigate this incident. The official March Star announced that it would continue to crack down on pirates and other criminal organizations operating within the March Star area. What did not surprise Yongbo was that some social groups actually stood up to accuse the official judicial department of March Star of electrocuting criminals, which was a disregard for human rights and involved illegality. These people saw some videos in which the 6 criminals, who were shocked by Yongbo's first release of fire energy, were electrocuted by ultra-high voltage drones. Some people even searched for the identity information of the main person in charge of the judicial department on March Star, printed out this person, drew a cross on it, and ran out to protest. You bastards. I will remember you. This kind of people deserve to die. Yongbo remembered the names of these groups and kept a distance. Yongbo did not find any useful information from the 9th Elder. Now the 9th Elder is still on the spaceship, and the Pirate Alliance Council has only issued a warning to attack all spaceships heading to March Star. The 9th Elder is now going to a place to meet with the permanent directors of the Pirate Alliance Council to discuss the aftermath. And the pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance are now taking advantage of the chaos to rebel and demand a reduction in channel costs. The pirates' looted materials are of different values according to the category, with the lowest 10% off and the highest 30% off. Then these pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance have to buy various materials, such as mechas and fighters, and they have to buy them at high prices from the Pirate Alliance Council. In other words, with such a process, the pirate groups in the Pirate Alliance will suffer a lot. But there is no way around it, because the pirate group shipments are relatively large, and they involve a wide variety of things, from population to various materials. Of course, both sides don't know a lot of information, because Yongbo can get information about the Alliance Council through the 9 Elders, and can get information about the pirate group's movements through Lucas and Paul. In addition, Yongbo also got information about one person. That is, the woman who was brought out of the bar by Yongbo, who was placed in a villa. It's not that Yang Bo wants to peek at the woman, but he releases the spirit seed, and then dispels this skill, which will cause damage to the target. The woman told everything she knew, but she knew only a limited amount. Yang Bo also learned from Paul that several pirate groups have gone to the Greyhound Pirates' territory, preparing to rob the Greyhound Pirates, because the leader of the Greyhound Pirates and most of the masters have died. It seems that it will be quiet for a while. I hope the Pirate Alliance will not let me down and send their elite killers again. It's better to bring some high-tech equipment that I haven't seen before. After reading the news, Yang Bo came to the basement of the villa. Record the status of the test subjects in his experiments. Tomorrow, I will play the Doomsday Dungeon game to see. After solving a big problem, Yang Bo decided to improve his mental strength in the game. Because the higher the mental strength, Yang Bo feels that he can predict the enemy more accurately. And he can think of things quickly. He can think of many things as long as he thinks about them. Of course, it is almost the end of the month, so this month's bonus must be received. For a few pieces of silver, Yang Bo doesn't have many credit points in his hand now. Although he gets a lot of money every time, he doesn't take the credit points directly, because it is easy to be tracked if the credit points go directly to the account. Zhang Buizhen has been very happy these 2 days, because a member of the Alliance Senate has called him to express his recognition of him and commend him for his contribution to fighting the Pirate Alliance. Niu Bo, do you think it is possible for our March Star to be upgraded to a province? Zhang Buizhen stood at the window door, looking at the scenery outside. Although he saw these scenery every day, his mood was different, and the scenery was different. Niu Bo bowed and replied, Master, as long as we work hard, we will definitely do it. How is the energy metal order going? This is related to Mr. Zhou's reward. Zhang Buizhen asked again. This order went very smoothly. The Union Reserve Committee approved it easily. I have transferred the money to their account. But this makes me a little worried. Niu Bo answered again. Why? I always feel that those members of the Alliance Senate called for ulterior motives. When Niu Bo said this, he saw the young master looking at him. So he quickly said, why does the Pirate Alliance Council have such great power? There have long been rumors that this council is actually controlled by some forces in our alliance. In addition, every time the pirates attack, they do it quickly and well, as if they know very well what is in these spacecrafts. Hearing what Niu Bo said, Zhang Buizhen nodded. This statement has been around for a long time, but there is no direct evidence. But I think it should be true. And there are probably many foreign forces involved. You mean we spent money to buy energy metals? And it is very likely that the news was known by the pirates? Zhang Buizhen suddenly realized what Niu Bo meant by this. It is very likely that there is no insurance for the transportation of energy metals, because buying insurance is likely to leak relevant information. And once the energy metals leave the warehouse of the Reserve Committee, they will not admit anything that happens. If our energy metals worth tens of billions of dollars are robbed, we will lose a lot. Niu Bo was not sure if he was overthinking. How about asking Mr. Zhou for protection? Zhang Buizhen also thought it was possible after hearing this. Master, Mr. Zhou's people have 2 mysterious origins, and they are very ruthless. For this legitimate cargo transportation task, I think we should ask other security companies. We should keep a proper distance from Mr. Zhou. Now your reputation has risen. When you do things in the future, you should first think of the rules of the alliance. Niu Bo said a little euphemistically. Politics has its own way of playing. If everyone wants to hire someone to kill someone else, it will cause public anger. Niu Bo was very worried about his young master's current situation, because Mr. Zhou and his people did not know how many crimes they had done. Once they were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Niu Bo, I understand what you said, but I have no other way out now. My family is unreliable, and I didn't have any political influence before. Zhang Buizhen sighed. Niu Bo nodded. His young master had never expected to achieve such success today. If he had known that he would have such luck, he would have accumulated some political capital. Who would have thought that a planet that had been developed by the family for 200 or 300 years could actually find mutant creatures? I'm afraid that Mr. Zhou and his people are not easy to deal with. With their strength and means, they must have done a lot of things. Although Niu Bo admitted what the young master said, he still felt that he should be vigilant. I understand this. After paying his mission reward this time, try not to ask him to do things in the future. Zhang Buizhen nodded. Chapter 589 Military Merit. Master, we should always be vigilant against these free mercenaries. If anything happens, I will take full responsibility. Nyo Bo said this because the communicator used to contact Mr. Gio was his own. Master Nyo, I know what to do. The most difficult time has basically passed. With the increase in our fame this time, I have a certain political reputation and political foundation. Just wait for the expert group sent by the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court of the Alliance to review these dead people. Although some people in the Alliance colluded with pirates, the victims of pirates are the majority. So I have some political foundation. Even if they colluded with pirates, they could not attack me politically in the Alliance, and could only plot against me from other places. And now I am not afraid of others plotting against me secretly. Zhang Buizhen said a lot in one breath. Master, I feel relieved that you can have this cognition. We were suppressed by the family before, and could not perform politically. Nyo Bo spoke again. In the past, Zhang Buizhen was suppressed by his family, and exiled to this remote and undeveloped planet. If Zhang Buizhen had shown an interest in politics at that time, he would have been kept captive by his family long ago. The so-called politics is actually reputation. Although the credit this time is said to be the government officials of March Star, everyone knows who is in control of this planet now. To put it bluntly, politics is actually reputation. No matter what means you use. Deception, acting, disguise. As long as you can gain a good reputation, everything is fine. I also want to thank the people in my family for exiling me here. Zhang Buizhen laughed. At this time, Yang Bo was controlling a new type of superpowered laser cannon in the basement of the villa. The laser cannon can float in the air, follow the user's actions, and has many modes. Yang Bo looked at a spherical object with a diameter of tens of centimeters floating next to him, and felt a little weird. This laser cannon also has an interference function, which can interfere with many radar systems and many video surveillance systems, because this laser cannon can release lasers to destroy the light-sensing elements of the surveillance. Of course, there is a range. It is impossible for such a small thing to interfere with hundreds of kilometers. After all, this little thing is so small and has so much energy. Yang Bo can see the multiple modes of this laser cannon's perspective through the glasses he wears, including thermal imaging mode, night vision mode, and energy detection mode. Advanced? Yang Bo fiddled with it for a while, but did not test it because there was no test site below. The reason for fiddling with it is mainly to become proficient, and to use it when there is a chance in the future. Can we change its appearance? But this kind of aircraft seems to require aerodynamic layout? When can I find a professional forum to check it out? It seems there is professional free design software? Yang Bo remembered that he seemed to have seen a lot of design software on the internet. As long as you provide parameter data, the intelligent system can help you design it. However, Yang Bo is not in a hurry to do so at the moment. On the one hand, it requires something very professional, and on the other hand, he is not sure that these free software will not leak data. Yang Bo had experienced the power of big data on Earth. When he first came here, he might have thought that the Alliance was very good at data protection. But now that he has seen more things, he knows that human society has never changed. As for the micro-missile backpack, Yang Bo just took it out to take a closer look and see how to use it. And there was no place to test it. It took an event to get complete data because there were no instructions for use for these things. Yang Bo was fiddling with these high-tech gadgets in the basement, and he was in a very happy mood. The people in the Doomsday Game department were going crazy because Yang Bo had not played the game for this period of time. Some guys in the military put pressure on the game department through some influence. So the game department had to hand over Yang Bo's bionic man to another so-called master in the game. The so-called masters in the game are some relatives of some people in the military. This game master chose a task. But the bad thing was that the task failed and the bionic man was severely damaged. As a result, the shitty game master was not hurt at all. But the game department was implicated. These bastards sent documents one after another before the incident. And after the incident, it was our inadequate management. In the game department, someone couldn't help but curse. This crappy game master is far worse than the original one. And he still has the nerve to find connections? What is the relationship of this person? The boss won't tell you? Do you think he is the boss's younger brother or elder brother? I don't think so. He should be a direct disciple of some other military leader. Now there is no war. And our idle departments are full of people with connections. If there is a war, do you believe that these people with connections will be the first to run away? It's all the fault of that guy in the Ninth Fleet. If he hadn't been so quick, he would have put down the rebellion on Patostar. Don't talk nonsense. His contribution has been recognized by the military and the parliament. If you say that, be careful that others will report you behind your back after you make progress. The head of the game department, the colonel, said unhappily, because Yongbo completed the task perfectly last time. The head of the game department was promoted to colonel. What is political correctness? Don't you understand? As long as the military and the parliament have recognized something, it's best not to say more. The colonel was not happy in the first place. He was just giving a face. But he didn't expect others to mess things up. And then he took the blame. And don't complain about this matter, because our department is responsible for the game itself. No matter what actions the other party uses, we are the final direct responsible person. In fact, this time, I also let you see that sometimes you have to learn to shirk responsibility when something goes wrong. The colonel said unhappily. Boss, do you think this guy will die in the game? It's already the end of the month. Let's wait and see. If we catch this bastard, we must teach him a lesson. There are so many of us here that we can't eat or sleep well. That's right. Doesn't this guy like ordinary women? When the time comes, we will buy him 10 female robots and let him enjoy himself. His 2 ordinary women are also very vigilant. Even when they are in the game, they don't reply to others. If anyone talks to them, these 2 women will report the other party for harassment. What method can be used to make this guy play games every day? And there has been no response on his social account for so many days. Is he pretending not to see it or something happened? The people in the game department talked about it and made all kinds of speculations. Is the celebrity event ready? The colonel was a little irritated and stood up and took 2 steps to ask. It's ready. But that bastard didn't log into the game. So there is no contract for the time being. A subordinate hurriedly reported. Sign the contract. Remember my requirements. Every type must be available. And then announce the news on the official website. And then find someone to push a wave of data. And make sure to let the news. Forget it. The news data is probably not easy to get these days. Find a large chain supermarket to promote it. The colonel spoke directly. What if? There is no such thing as a chance. His 2 women still come to the game to practice skills every day, which proves that nothing is wrong. Let's announce the news. Maybe the other party will see it. The colonel shook his head. The colonel was also very anxious, because according to the previous speed of merit, if he could make 10 or 8 more merits, he might be promoted to Major General. But that bastard player didn't play the game for so long, and he got into trouble in the middle and took the blame. Others were also very anxious, because the tools for promotion and wealth were gone. And these people also got promoted with their boss. The special plants found in the mutant beast's nest last time did have a very special effect. No one could stand this. Right? So several people in the game department signed activity contracts with singers and started to promote it. Of course, Yongbo didn't know so much. He washed up the next day and went straight to the game. Before going to the game, he didn't forget to inform Annie and Xia. This is a broken game. Forget it. Who told me to brush my mental power skills? Yongbo was not going to take the task, and was going to go to the wild alone to brush other monster leaders. However, when Yongbo used the remote photoelectric superpower to check the bionic man he controlled remotely, he found that the color of the bionic man was a little different, as if it had been patched. These bastards gave this bionic man to someone else to use? A bunch of shameless people. Yongbo took bullets and guns and went to the wild to brush monsters, and also bought the latest map. Yongbo didn't use the remote photoelectric superpower to look at the strange cargo robot following him. This robot can carry a cubic volume of items, and the bionic man has no weight. In the game, Yongbo was shown a super backpack. This time Yongbo brought a machine gun and a special bullet backpack that can hold 2,000 bullets at a time. Of course, this backpack can only be equipped when the game character's attributes reach a certain level. Yongbo had a chance to take a closer look at his game character, and he actually reached level 46. Upgrading the game character is very simple. That is, for each monster killed, different points are given according to the level. As the level increases, the game character's points will also increase. The rules are similar to the upgrade rules of other games. If the level is too high, the points given for killing low-level monsters will be less. Of course, Yongbo also wore various badges, such as the Courage badge and the Warrior badge, which added abnormal attributes. Boss, you are amazing. This bastard is a lecher. We just announced the cooperation with the female singer yesterday. And this guy is on the game today. Someone in the game department flattered the boss. Regardless of whether this statement is true or not, the boss's credit cannot be escaped. Boss, I think we should launch an activity to meet the female singer by completing tasks. The more tasks you complete, the more points you accumulate. When the points accumulate to a certain amount, you can meet offline. Others in the game department racked their brains to dig out Yongbo. The damn guy. This is a good idea. Anyway, the detailed activity plan has not come out yet, so we have to force this guy to do the tasks. In addition, we will issue more tasks to this guy, and take this opportunity to push all the messy tasks that our military has not solved to him. The head of the game department, the colonel, is in a good mood today because the tool man for promotion and wealth is here again. Boss, this guy bought so many bullets and a special machine gun. I'm afraid he wants to kill monsters. This bastard is not only lustful, but also a money grubber. The colonel laughed and said, people who are greedy for money and lust are the easiest to deal with, as long as you can find someone. People with these weaknesses are the best to deal with. Keep an eye on this guy these days, and use whatever means you have, as long as you can get this guy's identity information. The colonel doesn't care now, because he is only one step away from becoming a general. At that time, he will become the youngest male general in 500 years. The colonel feels happy when he thinks of himself wearing a major general's uniform. Boss, it's a pity about the recent events on March Star. If you had taken all the credit, you would have become a general right away. Someone else in the game department spoke up. It's not that simple. Don't believe what those politicians say. In my opinion, this is definitely caused by the internal strife of the Pirate Alliance. The Pirate Alliance is too deep. It's definitely not something that a government official from an undeveloped planet like March Star can handle. And this will offend so many people. The Pirate Alliance will definitely retaliate. We can get promoted and make money, so there's no need to compete with these desperate criminals. The colonel shook his head and said, in the military, only people like us in the administrative department can get promoted. Those who suffer in the fleet are promoted very slowly. Didn't you see the recent news on March Star? Some politicians want to improve their reputation. I'm afraid no one knows what the truth is, because these dirty politicians must have reached some kind of exchange of interests. The others in the game department nodded when they heard the boss say this. And someone asked again, but we saw that the fight was really intense in the video? If I could do this thing of brushing military merit in the fleet, I would just find someone to play the role of pirates and then catch them. But there is no need. This method is too backward. The colonel shook his head. Do you know why there is no death penalty in our alliance? It's because some people brush their achievements. If there really is a death penalty, no one will take the order. You don't really think that those big cases cracked by the judicial department reported in the news are all your own credit, right? A large part of it is the credit they paid for. Paying people is one aspect, and they also need to reach an exchange of interests with the people above them. Otherwise there is no chance. The colonel was in a good mood today. Seeing the tool man in the game rushing on the road, he couldn't help but say a few more words. What about the Third Fleet a few years ago? Some people in some departments asked. Have you ever seen a war with pirates and captured all the pirates alive? Search again to see how many of these pirates are still in prison now. Although the Third Fleet made merit that time and the military commended it, there was no actual benefit. Instead, all of them were transferred to the most remote departments. The colonel shook his head and said, TSK, TSK. When others heard this, they hurried to search and really found that all the people who should have been credited for the promotion were transferred to the most remote administrative departments. Although their ranks were high, they would not be promoted in the future, unless you can show real military merit like the chief officer of the Ninth Fleet. Do you know what military merit is? The colonel asked again. The other people in the game department shook their heads, and the colonel put his hand on his neck and swiped it to the side. The real military merit has been this since ancient times. The more heads you kill, the greater the merit. This is why the chief officer of the Ninth Fleet has been criticized by many groups. And even some government officials have come out to say that she violated human rights. But it did not prevent others from becoming admirals and leading a fleet alone. What did the Alliance rely on to grow to this point? It's because we killed enough people, whether it was the Blue Empire or the Crimson Federation, to make them afraid of us. Look at the people who came out to target this chief officer. What will happen to them later? To be honest, although politicians are annoying, They can still see clearly when it comes to the cornerstone of the alliance. Although the military leaders are also scheming, everyone recognizes this real military achievement. Although some military leaders must be dissatisfied in their hearts, there is nothing they can do. They are lucky, the colonel said again, and the other people in the game department understood instantly. You are all my confidants. I am a colonel today, and I will be a general in the future. Maybe I will lead a fleet in the future. I hope we can grow together and truly understand what military achievement is. The colonel spoke again. We know. Many things can only be done, but not said. You must be ruthless when you need to be ruthless. Otherwise your credit will be gone. The colonel said finally. This thing can actually fly? Yongbo controlled the bionic robot to fly up, and used the remote photoelectric superpower to see that the robot following behind him could actually fly. Because the distance to the resurrection point is long. All the zombies within a certain distance have been dealt with. Yongbo flew directly to a small town 60 kilometers away. This small town is in a river valley area, with a total area of only about 2 or 3 square kilometers. The map data shows that the livestock output value of this small town was very high in the past, because there are many cattle and sheep farms around it. Yongbo chose a high place and took out the machine gun directly after landing. This place is next to this small town. It seems that it may have been a viewing platform of a park built in the past. It is high and overlooks the entire small town. Yongbo picked up the machine gun and fired a burst of shots. Several zombies wandering in the distance were hit, but they didn't hit the vital parts. Yongbo was testing the trajectory of the gun. The gunshot startled the zombies around. Countless zombies roared and rushed towards the sound. Cooking +2. Knife skills +2. Knife skills +2. Carpentry +2. Along with the sound of machine gun bullets coming out of the barrel. Yongbo's mind appeared one by one. Awesome. Yongbo felt that it was too exciting to use the machine gun to hit these zombies. He just pulled the trigger and the barrel kept shaking. The zombies fell down like wheat being cut. Until now, Yongbo had no idea that the game department had prepared a trap for him. Chapter 590 Clues. Cool. Not to mention that there is a robot carrying a cubic volume of bullets following behind. The machine gun is so useful. 2 hours later, Yongbo had almost used up all the bullets. The range and power of the machine gun are many times stronger than the pistol, although the accuracy of the machine gun is poor. Who has the points? The bionic man controlled by Yongbo has very strong attributes, so the recoil of these machine guns is basically useless, which is similar to that of a pistol. The only disadvantage of the machine gun is that the bullets are larger and more expensive. For the first time, Yongbo started to collect these mission materials today. On the one hand, Yongbo did not want to run back, and on the other hand, Annie and Xia needed these mission materials to practice their skills in the game. These materials mainly come from various animal zombies. It took a few hours to collect the materials, and then waited until the flight time was cooled down before returning to the resurrection point. Yongbo stored the materials in the warehouse, and then logged off the game. The game department was not surprised at Yongbo's behavior, because in the last few days of every month, this guy would come to kill monsters to get bonuses. After Yongbo finished the game, he chatted with Annie and Xia, and found out that the Apocalypse game actually invited a female singer to participate in the event. Yongbo was not surprised by this. It was normal for a game to invite a celebrity to endorse it. For a week in a row, Yongbo went into the game every day and brought enough bullets to kill zombies around. On the one hand, he collected materials, and on the other hand, he also brushed skills. However, not many mental skills were released. In a week, Yongbo took the first place in the monster killing ranking again. Honey, let's do the task. After the game, Yongbo came to Annie and Xia. After the passion, Annie lay on Yongbo's body and asked in a tone, "Why do you want to do the task?" Yongbo didn't know what Annie was thinking. "I want to see Alice." Annie squirmed on Yongbo's body twice and said with a little coquettish tone, "Pa." Yongbo slapped Annie unhappily. "Don't move here. You can't stand it later." "Who is Alice?" "There is an event in the game. As long as the task points reach a certain time, you can choose a female singer to meet. It is said that there are mysterious gifts." Annie then lay on Yongbo obediently. Oh! Yongbo realized that Annie was talking about the game. At the same time, Yang Bo remembered who this Alice was. This Alice is a female singer. Not to mention her figure and appearance. There is no ugly one. This woman sings songs like DJs. And every song is very exciting. At the same time, Alice likes to wear leather pants and dye her hair red. Are we going to meet on other planets? Yang Bo asked. Did you agree? Annie knew Yang Bo agreed when she heard this. Of course I agree to what you said. I want to go too. I want to go too. I want to meet our sweet song baby. Xia also said on the side. Wait until I go back to understand the rules. If you can only choose one, you decide for yourselves. Yang Bo said quickly when he heard this. Because if two women were jealous of another woman, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. You can choose two at the same time, but you need more task points. Annie blew air into Yang Bo's ear when she heard this, and said as she blew air, no problem. Yang Bo decided to start the task tomorrow. Although these miscellaneous skills are rarely used, they can always increase some skills. And maybe someone will know some rare skills. Yang Bo stayed with Xia and Annie for 4 days and cultivated his own land. The people in the game department were a little confused these days because that bastard disappeared. And it seemed that they didn't see the cooperation with the female singer. Yang Bo left Xia and Annie and practiced swordsmanship for half a day. As for the game helmet of the Swordsmanship Association, it has not arrived yet, and it needs to wait another month. This is how the interstellar world is. It is normal for items purchased online to arrive in 3 to 5 months. And it is very likely that the purchased items will disappear, because the spacecraft is sailing in the interstellar world. It is sometimes hit by a strong electromagnetic storm, and the radiation of the transported goods exceeds the standard and is destroyed. It won't be long before the storm comes again. After practicing swordsmanship at the Architecture Association, Yang Bo, Lu Jingxiang, and Zhou Kersen were drinking tea together. Yang Bo didn't mean to drink tea with the two of them. He wanted to test whether the two of them were inclined to the Blue Water Empire. Yes, the storm has a huge impact on life after it comes. Lu Jingxiang nodded. I wonder if there are any fun places in the Southern Water Empire. Yang Bo took a sip of tea and said this casually. According to your performance today, Yang Bo, you may be able to participate in the semifinals. The Blue Water Empire still has many fun places, the most famous of which are the Knight Square and the Warrior Arena. Zhou Kersen spoke up immediately after hearing Yang Bo's question. Yang Bo clearly felt that Zhou Kersen might have been influenced. I saw some of their nobles' lives on the internet, and I felt that these nobles seemed a little perverted? Yang Bo said casually. Why is it a little perverted? Lu Jingxiang asked in confusion after hearing this. Nobles have many slaves and servants. I feel that when I eat, if slaves and servants stand by and watch me eat, I can't stand it. Yang Bo put himself into the thoughts of the citizens of the Alliance. In fact, it's the same as our exclusive waiter. In fact, there is a big class gap in our alliance. Lu Jingxiang explained after hearing this. Well, as long as it is a human society, there are classes. Yang Bo knew that these two people must have been brainwashed when he asked this. But whether they were brainwashed by the game content or the game had other functions, Yang Bo will determine this later. As for whether the game content can affect people, this is certain. Some games on Earth can affect people. After all, long-term exposure will make people have other ideas. I will definitely work hard to get into the semifinals. Yang Bo said hypocritically. Come on. We are all optimistic about you. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen heard this and smiled and raised their teacups to Yang Bo. Thank you. Yang Bo left after finishing his tea. Yang Bo has always been vigilant about the fencing association. The next day, Yang Bo played the game. And so did Annie and Xia. This time, Yang Bo chose to participate in the event. The first one was the female singer Alice. Alice likes to wear tight leather pants, has red hair, dresses more flamboyantly, is tall and has long legs, and has white skin. As for the sweet song queen that Xia mentioned, her nickname is Xiao Tian Tian, and her name is Emily. She looks cute at any time, and she has a petite figure and a soft singing voice. Yang Bo participated in the event, and the game backstage also saw it. This guy has a strange taste? These are two extremes. One is fanatical, and the other is quiet. I also said that this guy doesn't like female singers? I didn't expect this guy to be different from what we imagined. We thought this guy liked sexy female singers. The people in the game backstage saw Yang Bo choose these two female singers and started to talk. No matter who he likes, As long as he likes it. As long as he does the task. We will try our best to provide him with convenience. Whether I can be promoted to general depends on this person. As long as I can become a general, I will never treat everyone unfairly. In addition, I have to work harder on social software. When the colonel saw Yang Bo accept the task, he immediately spoke up like a chicken blood. Yes. The people in the department were also very excited. If their boss became a general, then they would also be promoted and make a fortune. Everything should be done around this guy. And his identity information must be sent out as soon as possible. According to this guy's success rate in completing tasks, it will only take a few days at the latest. We can contact him as a female singer and mail her a signature or something. He risked everything for the promotion to the rank of colonel. Of course, Yang Bo didn't know that the game department was plotting against him. Yang Bo was looking at the densely packed tasks in his mailbox, which turned out to be more than 100. Fuck. Are you guys trying to squeeze me? Yang Bo was stunned to see so many tasks. Is there something wrong with this event? Yang Bo looked at these tasks carefully and found that they were all assigned because of this event. Is it because of the discovery of the last task? Chapter 591 Calculation. The reason why Yang Bo thought this way was mainly because the harvest from the previous mission was a bit magical. Because that plant gave people a sense of self-awareness. It seems that I have to be vigilant, Yang Bo thought to himself. And then he quit the game, because he wanted to think this matter through. After quitting the game, he sent a message to Annie and Xia, saying that he had something to do temporarily. The event is so big? Yang Bo looked carefully and found that 8 female singers were invited. And they were all popular female singers. Then, he carefully searched the social accounts of these singers, and found that these singers were promoting the Doomsday game. Moreover, the studios or agents of these female singers announced their intention to cooperate, and also roughly announced the amount of money they received for participating in this event. The total cost of the 8 female singers added up to nearly 1 billion credit points. Am I overthinking? Yang Bo felt that he was overthinking. Go to the game forum first. When Yang Bo logged into the game forum, he found it was too lively. Because these female singers have a wide audience. The discussion in the forum was quite heated. Am I really overthinking? After browsing the forum, Yang Bo found that many people had received a lot of tasks. These people were discussing how to do the tasks. And some people offered rewards for task points, wanting to meet these female singers. After browsing the game forum for 2 hours, Yang Bo sat in the internet room and thought quietly. There is something fishy. I'd rather believe there is something fishy. I felt like someone was watching me in the background of the game in the first few tasks. Otherwise, after doing the tasks several times, the game officials took over my bionic robot so quickly. It's better to kill someone by mistake than to let him go. Yang Bo finally chose to trust his first instinct. But the task should still be done. After all, the zombies or mutant beasts in the tasks have unique skills. Even if someone wants to plot against me, this person has considerable power in the game background. No, these female singers are in the entertainment industry, and the game background belongs to the military. The person who controls or manages this game background must have a high status in the military. After all, the confidentiality of the Green Demon Star was high enough at the beginning. If the other party's status is high enough, this is not a good thing. Let them know that the person they're looking for is the leader of a pirate group and was once the most wanted criminal in the alliance. I wonder what their expressions will be. However, Yang Bo's mind flashed, and he quickly thought of this matter. There are also benefits. I just don't know how to tell Xia or Annie. Yang Bo was a little confused afterwards. Play the game first. Since he has made a decision in his heart, he still has to continue playing the game. Then Yang Bo played the game again. This guy scared everyone. What did he do? The people in the game department were relieved when they saw Yang Bo playing the game. As long as he plays the game, it's good. Since he participated in the event, it's a good thing. The colonel in charge was also relieved. More than 100 tasks made Yang Bo a little dazzled, and he didn't know how to choose. If you want special skills, you need a more difficult task. Then start with the more difficult tasks. Clean up an unknown laboratory. Yang Bo soon found a very difficult task. This task describes a very strange laboratory in the universe, which is full of unknown energy. It is probably a space laboratory. He muttered to himself while accepting this task. The difficulty of the task is different, and the points given are also different. The most difficult task is 10 points. And the lowest difficulty task is 1 point. If you want to meet a female singer, you must get at least 60 points. These task points can also be exchanged for various autographs or celebrity peripherals, or even some special game equipment. Of course, these game equipment are completely virtual. This event is very powerful. After Yang Bo accepted the task, he just waited, which is the preparation time. What will happen to this robot following me? Yang Bo used his remote photoelectric superpower to see that the freight robot was still following the bionic man he controlled. However, with this freight robot, the preparation work is much more sufficient. Not only did he add a set of protective clothing to the character, but he also bought a variety of guns. Sniper rifles and machine guns were in Yang Bo's warehouse. Prepared a shotgun, and then prepared enough bombs. However, in order to avoid problems with the cargo robot, Yang Bo packed some of these things separately in a load-bearing backpack. In the backpack of the bionic man, Yang Bo also took a few more laser swords, because sometimes guns are not easy to use in space, and their recoil will push the user backwards. The preparation time is 40 minutes. When the 40 minutes are up, a helicopter will come to pick them up. Virtual screen. As expected, the helicopter was virtual again when it came to pick them up. Annie and Shio were still practicing their skills at the resurrection point. Both of them were practicing the skill of forging equipment. Because there were enough materials, the forging skills of the two had reached advanced levels. Of course, these two were just playing virtual games. While playing games, Yang Bo also observed the movements of the Ninth Elder and others. The Ninth Elder breathed a sigh of relief. Since leaving March Star, he had been in the cabin and dared not come out, because he was afraid that the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates and other accomplices were also on the passenger and cargo spacecraft. The Ninth Elder has now boarded the private spacecraft exclusively for the Pirate Alliance. And there are 2 elders on the spacecraft. The 3rd Elder and the 4th Elder. These 2 are also permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council. But the 2 also used camouflage potions. After the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates killed all the killers, the 2 elders took a private spacecraft from other places to pick up the 9th Elder. The council has 13 permanent members. That is, 13 elders. The usual channel settlement and the ordering of various materials by these pirate groups are voted by 13 people. Old 3. Old 4. I can't swallow this. Elder 9 almost cried when he saw Elder 3 and Elder 4. Elder 9 thought this was just an ordinary incident, but he didn't expect to lose all his face, be treated like a dog, and have his hard-earned space mecha taken away. Elder 3 and Elder 4, on the surface, were very serious, but in their hearts they were almost happy. It was you who rushed to come here. The permanent members of the Pirate Alliance Council are also in competition with each other. The 3rd Elder is now a young man. Nodded and said, "These bastards of the pirate group don't take our council seriously at all." The 9th Elder also represents the council. They actually treat you like this. This is a provocation and an insult. I have said it before. The pirate group must be updated and iterated. I suggest that we eliminate 10% of the pirate groups this time, and try to eliminate the remaining 90% within the next 20 years. The 4th Elder is also a handsome young man. The difference is that the 3rd Elder has black hair, and the 4th Elder has silver curly hair. We used to think that it is better to have less trouble than more. This incident has disappointed our council. I also agree to eliminate these pirate groups. It just so happens that the Alliance military needs military merits. The 9th Elder was secretly happy when he heard this, because the people behind him needed military merits. Yang Bo used his spiritual seed to silently monitor the 3 people. Hearing this, he smiled in his heart. I don't know how powerful the guy who is trying to figure out my background in the game has. If this guy has some status, I don't mind giving him some military merits. The colonel who was watching Yang Bo play games in the background of the game felt a little cold for some reason. But after looking at it, the temperature data seemed normal. Give me a cup of hot milk tea. Seeing that the temperature was right, the colonel shouted casually, I'll be there soon. Boss. Immediately, someone else answered quickly. After Yang Bo muttered, he continued to observe the 9th Elder and the other 2 elders scolding him and plotting against him behind his back. The 9th Elder of the Pirate Alliance Council said again, the woman of the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates seems to be on March Star, as well as the families of his brothers. Should we take action against them? The 3rd and 4th Elders shook their heads. Don't do this for now. Let's kill this bastard first. If we attack his family now, Other pirate groups will definitely have ideas. What we need to do now is to appease these pirate groups. If these pirate groups make trouble, we will not be able to carry out the tasks given by the people behind us. And we will be the only ones to suffer. The third elder said again. Hearing this, the ninth elder sighed. Let's have a meeting first. The loss this time is too great. The fourth elder shook his head. It depends on how you put it. In fact, our action plan this time exposed our big shortcomings. It proves that the killers we have trained at a high price still have many flaws. Whether it is the action plan or the execution, or the personal force. In addition, it also exposed the shortcomings of those behind us in training the dead soldiers. The families of those behind us should thank us. Otherwise we let these so-called elites, the so-called trump cards, act. In the end, it's a joke. Our losses now don't matter. But when the families behind us really need these people, they will find it's a joke. And it's too late at that time. When the ninth elder heard what the fourth elder said, his eyes lit up and he nodded quickly for this action plan. We still listened to the advice of their professionals and did this. So we are right. And if the killers we trained are better than the killers trained by the people behind us, then we may not be able to explain it. The third elder also laughed. These old foxes. I didn't expect them to pass on the blame so quickly. Yang Bo originally thought that these guys would be in big trouble. But he didn't expect them to solve it so easily. The game has already arrived in a laboratory. And through the remote photoelectric superpower, he found that the transport robot following him was still following him. This laboratory is a space laboratory. But this space laboratory is very dilapidated. And judging from the style and structure, it should have a history of many years. Of course, the game shows that this is a mysterious research institute located underwater. This game department can also play tricks. The environment in space looks similar to that in water. So their game does not need to be greatly modified. Yang Bo knew that many astronauts on Earth started training in water when they were training. But they are professional. It's not that they just wear anything to train. But the buoyancy simulated by the weights on their bodies is similar to that in space. As for the Pirate Alliance Council, the 9 elders, the 3rd elders, and the 4th elders did not talk about more things. It seems that the 3 people don't know each other's details. But they are discussing which pirate groups to eliminate first. In other words, the Pirate Alliance will directly sell some powerful and long-standing pirate groups in the future. And then support other pirate groups to slowly grow bigger. In other words, it is a replacement of the old with the new. However, it is difficult to pass this plan because some of the permanent members of the council are not from the military. Therefore, it is obviously impossible to expect the military to continue to make contributions. The private spacecraft started the energy engine desperately and flew towards the depths of the starry sky. The speed of the private spacecraft is much faster than that of the passenger and cargo spacecraft. The passenger and cargo spacecraft only increases the power at the beginning, and only maintains the lowest power during the voyage. Because no matter how big a spaceship is, there is no gravity and no air resistance in space. So as long as it is given an acceleration, it can fly very far by inertia. I don't know if it is going to the base of the Pirate Alliance Council. But it seems that the Pirate Alliance Council has more than one base. Yang Bo pondered in his mind while concentrating on playing games. The laboratory is also a honeycomb structure. But it is 6 layers. The honeycomb has the highest space utilization rate, and is also the most stable. It's still a vacuum environment. The bionic man walked 2 steps in the passage of the laboratory. Yang Bo used his remote photoelectric superpowers, and found that there was no sound. Could it be an interstellar creature? Only interstellar creatures can survive in a vacuum. And they don't need any food. Just energy. But it doesn't make sense. Interstellar creatures can't occupy this laboratory for a long time? This laboratory is also very old. At least hundreds of years old. Even any energy device can't continue to operate for so many years? If the time is short, then the energy device of the spacecraft has energy and may attract interstellar creatures. Keep moving forward with a lot of questions. Although the game says this place is underwater, Yang Bo is still cautious. Because once you are suspended in the air in space, it will be awkward without a place to lean on. Without gravity. If the passage is large enough. If a person is suspended in the middle, it is possible that he cannot reach anything around him. This is also why many space capsules are not made too big. Because without external force, the whole person is suspended. This is also the reason why Yang Bo judged that this laboratory model is relatively old. Because the new laboratory has various anti-gravity measures, and does not care about the size of the spacecraft at all. Anti-gravity was not yet mature in the early days, so the spacecraft at that time was not only small, but also had ropes everywhere, because once it was planted in the air, it could grab these ropes to move. On Earth, the first spacewalk of astronauts is often promoted because this spacewalk is very dangerous. Once you completely leave the spacecraft, it is difficult to get back on the spacecraft. Although there are no ropes in this laboratory now, because the ropes have been broken due to long-term exposure to space, there are still places where the ropes are fixed. This place won't be empty. After 10 minutes, Yang Bo saw that he had searched 1/10 of the area, but except for various strange floating objects, nothing was found, and there was no trace of other creatures. Is this the most difficult task? The people in the background of the game were also a little confused. Boss, it has been 115 years since the military last explored this space laboratory. Suddenly someone whispered. ITMD. The colonel was numb when he heard this. Others quickly checked and found that the last exploration in the military records was 115 years ago. This means that in the past 100 years, the military knew nothing about this laboratory. The current information is still 115 years ago. Who knows what happened in the meantime? This is damn efficiency. Many people curse directly. 115 years ago, all information was not updated, and no intelligent equipment was sent to explore. Of course, because of confidentiality. If someone wants to check, they have to go through a lot of procedures. But this task was actually sent to the game department again. Is there no one to review it? What makes the game department unhappy is that this bastard who plays games finally completed a task. Now you tell me that this task information is 115 years ago. And this task is likely to be a ridiculous, empty space laboratory with no discoveries. Hurry up and check if other tasks have expired. Try to let the military find intelligent robots to explore. If the task has expired, just show it on the task terminal that it has been completed by others. The colonel has no choice. It's like this now. Everyone feels incredible about the efficiency of the military. However, the colonel thinks it's normal, because now the administrative department of the military has become a place to accumulate qualifications. That is, because there is no war. There are not many things to deal with. Even if you are a fool, as long as you can follow the procedures and don't make mistakes, you can get a high position. And like this kind of confidentiality, even if someone finds this mistake, they won't say it, because once you say it, it might happen to you. Everyone just turned a blind eye and waited for the seniority. After all, it was not just your own fault if something went wrong. Half an hour later, Yang Bo had explored 2/3 of the entire laboratory. This is not a virtual game. Yang Bo was a little skeptical about his life, and repeatedly checked it with his photoelectric superpowers. No. When Yang Bo came to another laboratory, he found something wrong, because there were very smooth holes on the metal wall of this laboratory. Yang Bo hurriedly observed carefully. There are traces of burning around the metal holes, which should be caused by energy. From this point of view, this laboratory should be the first crime scene. This space laboratory was damaged because of an emergency in this laboratory. Yang Bo looked through these holes, and found that these holes actually penetrated very deep. He knocked twice with the hands of the bionic man, although there was no sound. The sound wave vibration solid transmission was also possible. It seems that this interstellar creature is probably still inside the spacecraft. But for some reason, this interstellar creature cannot leave this spacecraft. Could it be that the interstellar creature is sleeping? The interstellar creature is sleeping in order to save its energy consumption to the minimum during the migration process, similar to the state of animal hibernation. Anyway, relying on inertia in space, it can always fly in one direction. The reason why Yang Bo knows so much about interstellar life is because the underground laboratory of the villa and the star life are in hibernation. When interstellar life hibernates, any energy detection equipment cannot detect it because the body of the interstellar life absorbs all photoelectric energy. Yang Bo now thinks carefully about whether he has encountered any strange objects during the exploration. After thinking carefully, he found no, and then explored forward and explored several empty laboratories. Of course, some of them seemed to be places for living and entertainment. Huh? Finally, when he had explored 90% of the entire laboratory, Yang Bo found a strange thing. Then Yang Bo thought of the robot that was actually following his bionic man. Hey, you bastards made a storage robot to follow me pretending to be a super backpack. I thought it was a space box or something like that. This time I'm going to scrap your storage robot. Next time you do a mission, I'll scrap one for you. Yang Bo calculated in his mind and prepared to take action on this strange thing, which looked like a ball with a diameter of 30 centimeters. Why is this thing suspicious? Because the ropes in this laboratory are broken. But this ball is still not broken. Chapter 592 Freeloader. What Yang Bo didn't know was that no one had explored this place for more than 100 years. And more than 100 years ago, no matter what was sent to explore here, the signal would be lost. Just like a black hole. If Yang Bo knew this, he would make a more accurate judgment. The efficiency of interstellar creatures absorbing energy will be minimized when hibernating, because absorbing energy will also consume energy. If interstellar creatures open up to absorb energy, then Yang Bo cannot see it through the bionic man. The sleeping state of interstellar creatures is a way to maintain their own energy when the surrounding energy is scarce. Although we can see stars and energy everywhere in the starry sky, the distance from one star to another is very far. If interstellar creatures do not plan their energy consumption, they may fall into the state of energy consumption. But there is still a long time before the next energy-rich area. So at this time, interstellar creatures will enter a sleeping state to maintain the minimum energy absorption. Of course, interstellar creatures live in the middle of the galaxy, where energy is enriched. After all, the density of stars in the middle of the galaxy is much higher. We humans can only see the target when the target reflects light to our eyes. If the interstellar creature absorbs any energy, then the eyes cannot see it, and can only see a dark space. Yang Bo did not move the ball, but performed a trick. The cargo robot following the bionic man acts as a super backpack in the game. So Yang Bo just made an action of picking up the ball-like thing into the super backpack. Yang Bo always used his photoelectric superpower to observe reality. In reality, the cargo robot behind him took the basketball-like thing in front of him into its body cargo hold, and then locked the cargo hold, because there was no gravity here. Hee. Yang Bo controlled the bionic man to hurry up. Then he used his photoelectric superpower to check, and found that the cargo robot behind him stopped behind him, like a dead machine after less than 2 meters. Of course, Yang Bo was not reflected in the game, because in the game, Yang Bo did not see any cargo robots at all. The robot behind him also has an energy system. It seems that the interstellar creatures have awakened. I have to complete this task quickly, and get the task reward from the official game for free. Yang Bo smiled in his heart, and accelerated the exploration speed. Yang Bo pulled the speed of his game character to the highest, and rushed into any laboratory directly. And then the next one. It took less than 3 minutes to complete all the explorations. Everyone in the game background was dumbfounded. Just now everyone thought that there was nothing to complete in this task. After all, this place had been exposed to the universe for more than 100 years. Some viruses or other energy radiation may have disappeared long ago. Everyone had a question mark in their heads. The cargo robot following the bionic man was actually out of contact. But the bionic man controlled by the game player had no problem at all. No matter what method was used, the cargo robot could not be contacted. Boss, this player is submitting the task. The colonel listened to his subordinate's report in a daze. Who can tell me what to do now? The colonel knew that there must be something wrong with this place. And the ball-like thing that the game player picked up just now was probably also problematic. But the question is what to do now. Should this player hand in the task? If this player is not allowed to hand in the task, then what reason can be used? After all, he has already completed the exploration. If he is allowed to hand in the task, now we have encountered a thorny problem. Boss, why not let him leave first and report this matter to the higher-ups? Otherwise it will be our responsibility if something goes wrong. A subordinate said. Boss, we mainly rely on this player. As for what is wrong with this laboratory, we don't care now. After all, this laboratory has been around for more than 100 years. And even if there is a problem, it is their higher-ups who have a problem. Others also spoke up. Well, let him hand in the task, and then switch him to a virtual game, and pay attention to protecting the bionic man. The colonel nodded. Yang Bo submitted the task here, but he didn't expect to really submit it. But it was switched to a virtual game the next second. We are cheating each other. Yang Bo was very happy. Who asked you bastards to fool me and want me to do the task for you? Because the task was completed earlier. Yang Bo simply played the virtual game. Anyway, the monsters killed in the virtual game will also be counted as rewards. Of course, this is a virtual game, so the materials obtained should be given to Annie and Shia. The game department reported all the situation to the upper-level department. The upper-level department sent some reconnaissance robots. But all the robots lost contact when they arrived at the laboratory. It is exactly the same as the situation more than 100 years ago. Then the upper-level department repeatedly analyzed the video this time, and finally concluded that this ball-like thing should be some kind of interstellar creature. But now the embarrassment is that the upper-level department has no way to know where this interstellar creature is now. After all, the laboratory is so large. No one knows where the interstellar creature is. Interstellar creatures absorb energy themselves, so any remotely controlled smart device will lose contact with the background control because of the interstellar creature absorbing energy. As for sending people there, it is impossible, because people now need to wear equipment to go to this abandoned laboratory. And these devices are likely to lose control in the laboratory. Of course, all this is speculation, because there is no evidence. So the game backend department did not get any rewards, but instead received a punishment. That is, knowing that the mission information is more than 100 years old. It did not stop the mission. The big colonel in charge of the game department almost smashed everything. It is obviously your superiors who have problems. And now you blame us who do the specific things below. Boss, I think this player has something. Why would he pick up that ball-like thing when there are so many things? Some people in some departments couldn't figure it out. If I were you, I would pick up this strange thing. Think about it. How could there be such a ball-like thing in such an environment? Many other non-metallic things around are all rotten. I think I won't pick it up. If it's in reality, I definitely won't pick it up. But I will pick it up in the game, because this is originally an exploration mission. Shouldn't I pick up strange things when I encounter them? I personally don't think it's strange. After all, who knows about the weird missions in the game? In fact, there were no accidents in this mission. If I were a game player, I would also take action on strange things. Of course, things that I think are strange. But I definitely wouldn't dare to do so in reality, because it would face unknown dangers. But other people in the game department have different opinions. This guy is still slaughtering other monsters crazily in the game. But I feel that this mission is too easy for this guy. He didn't do anything, but he actually completed the most difficult mission. The key is that the mission information has been updated and returned to more than 110 years ago. This is the information recorded in this laboratory. The colonel was speechless. He didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Not only did he waste a mission opportunity in vain, but he was also punished by his superiors. Boss, I feel like someone is targeting you. The last thing, and this time, someone in the game department spoke up. The colonel sneered when he heard this. It's mainly because I've made too much progress. And the other people are jealous and envious. When I first came to this game department, many people didn't think highly of me. Now that I've made a contribution, many people want to take my position. Don't worry about anything else. You should sort out the tasks as soon as possible. Let this guy do 2 tasks first. If it doesn't work, we will help him to complete the tasks. We must let him be the first to see those female singers. When the other people in the game department heard this, their eyes lit up. And someone quickly said, yes. Since this guy can easily complete the task this time, then we can choose some simple tasks for him to complete. It's just meeting a female star anyway, and it won't cost much money. Boss is really smart. Boss, I always feel that there seems to be something wrong with this guy. Don't be suspicious. How high can this guy's status be? He can't be the president's son. Right? The fact that this guy can log into our game proves that his identity is fine. Colonel. Nodding, your words have reminded me. We will take the initiative to verify his identity first, and then we will formulate a suitable strategy. Although there is no problem with his identity, I am afraid that he was sent by others to deliberately mess with us. This possibility is not high. After all, this guy has made so many contributions. But it is best to be careful. After all, it has happened in history. Maybe some people's target is not the boss, but the boss's father or others. It is right to be cautious. Don't speculate. Let's talk about it later. The colonel stopped it, and everyone continued to talk about things. But what should we do with this freight robot? The key is what to do with the basketball-like thing in the freight robot. But everyone faced another problem. However, should we just show him a scrap product with no value? It seems that this is the only way. The only way is to get a freight robot. And this freight robot is not cheap. Then what about the mission reward? This is a top-level mission. Then someone else asked. Well, send it to him. The colonel sighed. Yang Bo stretched after he finished the game. Although it was a virtual game, he still had a lot of fun playing it. Yang Bo did not go to collect the game task rewards at all, because he was playing a virtual game. He had to wait until tomorrow to go online and take a look. After remotely controlling the Bionic Man, he could collect these task rewards. After collecting the rewards tomorrow, I can release some of the Bionic Man's abilities again. Yang Bo got the task rewards for free today, and he was very happy. Although he did not get any skills, it was enough to improve the attributes of the Bionic Man. Just as Yang Bo was about to leave, the communicator lit up on the side. Master Zhang invited me to dinner? Yang Bo looked at the message sent by Master Zhang, and was a little confused. So Yang Bo sent a message to Master Zhang. I wonder what the fourth brother invited me to dinner for. Chapter 593 Zhang Zi's Concern. Zhang Buizhen, I'm just bored and want to find someone to have dinner and tea with. I heard that you are good at swordsmanship. Let's learn from each other. Yang Bo, thank you for your kindness. Sigu. I have just started swordsmanship. I will attend the meeting on time tomorrow. Zhang Buizhen, don't call others. Yang Bo, okay. After sending the message, Yang Bo was a little confused. Is he really looking for me to chat? As for where the other party saw that I am good at swordsmanship, it is probably on the list of participants of the Sword Association. I have officially signed up for this year's sword competition. There are about 40 days before the competition. The venue is at the March Star Sword Association branch. The address of the branch is on the other side of Oma City, which is equivalent to Yang Bo on this side of Oma City. The Sword Association is on the top of a mountain on the other side. A castle-like building. Whatever you want to talk to me about, go and see it tomorrow. Then Yang Bo checked the whereabouts of the 9th Elder of the Pirate Alliance Council, and found that this guy was still on the private spaceship. Paul also changed to another private small spaceship, apparently heading to the headquarters of their pirate group. Lucas went to the jurisdiction of the 3rd Fleet. There was nothing suspicious for the time being, and there was no useful information. Yang Bo opened the news, and the news about the Pirate Alliance Council was still hot. In general, March Star was famous. The Alliance had a ranking agency that raised the influence of March Star from the bottom by more than 20. There was no useful information in it, but many people targeted March Star, believing that it was too rough in dealing with criminals. The next morning, Yang Bo came to Zhang Buizhen alone. Zhang Buizhen was wearing a white casual suit, which made him look more handsome. Fourth brother. Yang Bo also wore a blue casual suit today. Yang Bo, come and have some tea. Zhang Buizhen lived in the rich area, where there were villas one after another. But the other villas around Zhang Buizhen's villa should be his own people. The other party was sitting under the pavilion in the yard, and had already started to make tea. Thank you. Fourth brother. I only know that tea is tea when I drink it. I'm afraid I'm wasting your good tea. Yang Bo sat down without being polite, and said bluntly. I'm also drinking blindly. I tell you, people like us, 9 out of 10 are pretending in many cases. And I'm not very proficient in tea. Zhang Buizhen heard Yang Bo say this, laughed and poured a cup of tea for Yang Bo. I didn't expect you to be from the Sword Association. I only found out yesterday, when I accidentally browsed the announcement of the Sword Association. Zhang Buizhen watched Yang Bo take the cup with his hand, and nodded while he was pouring tea. Brother Jia introduced me to a girlfriend, who is from the Sword Association. I didn't expect that I have a little talent in this area. Yang Bo smiled and nodded in response. I see. It seems that she is his elder. Their family has secretly issued a hunting order. Zhang Buizhen immediately understood when he heard this. According to the seniority, Brother Jia should call her aunt. Yang Bo nodded. Zhang Buizhen felt a little weird at this moment. Who would introduce a girlfriend and introduce his aunt to others? How do you feel about it? If not, I'll introduce you here? Zhang Buizhen asked casually while holding up the teacup. Yang Bo also held up the teacup. Thank you. Fourth brother. I don't feel anything. After all, they are from the family. I'm afraid that residents like me will not have any good results with them. We don't have any common interests. Zhang Buizhen drank the tea in the teacup in one breath, and put it down. He watched Yang Bo finish drinking, and put down the cup. You can't say that. After our planet develops, you can also become a family. You own so much land. I came to you today to tell you a good news. The second phase of drug trials of the mutant animals found on your private land has been completed. The test results are very good. There are still 3 years of drug trials. After the drug trials are successful, this mutant animal can be put on the market as a raw material for genetic drugs. Zhang Buizhen put the teapot on the small stove and said while operating it, "Congratulations, fourth brother. Congratulations." Yang Bo smiled in his heart. This god of wealth is extraordinary. He wants to give him money openly and secretly. Congratulations. I mean, you should not underestimate yourself. According to the future development of our planet, the large tracts of land and mutant creatures you own now will bring you considerable wealth. But to control this wealth, you need to make some plans, especially in terms of family. As someone who grew up in a family, I tell you that the most important thing about a family is the number of people. But Lu Jijia's aunt is not a good choice, because the Lu family does not have a good reputation in the alliance, and they are now in conflict. If you want to marry her, the Lu family will mistakenly think that you are with them. The Lu family may not dare to be too presumptuous to their own clansmen. After all, they are all family members and must know some family secrets. But you as an outsider should be careful. Zhang Buizhen said here, and saw that the water was boiling. So he took the kettle off and poured it into the container with tea next to him. Then he began to pour tea for himself. Thank you for your teachings, fourth brother. Yang Bo was not afraid at all when he heard this. But with Lu Jingxiang, Yang Bo was just a friend now. You have just entered the society, so you should think more about many things. Some things seem to be good, but they are not necessarily good. Well, I know that there is no benefit that comes in vain. Yang Bo nodded. What Zhang Buizhen said was very correct. Even brothers may not help you get rich. If an outsider tells you, brother, I will help you get rich, then congratulations. You are a pig in their eyes. A stupid pig. How is your swordsmanship? Zhang Buizhen was in a good mood recently, and he was a little bored when he was alone. Zhang Buizhen didn't dare to go out carelessly, because no one knew if his family was doing anything in secret. That's why when he knew Yang Bo was going to participate in the swordsmanship competition, he asked Yang Bo to come and sit down. And by the way, he informed Yang Bo about the mutant animals to see Yang Bo's reaction. I'm just making up the numbers. Yang Bo smiled and drank tea. Then said, Zhang Buizhen originally wanted to compete with Yang Bo in swordsmanship. But seeing this, he felt that there was no need to compete, because Yang Bo had only been in society for a few years. How could he have a high level? While Yang Bo and Zhang Buizhen were drinking tea and chatting here, the people in the game department were anxious again, because the bastard in the game didn't come to the game again. If this guy doesn't come to the game this time, I'm afraid I'll have to wait until the end of the month again. Fortunately, Yang Bo went to mix a few pots of tea, and then had a lunch, and then went back to his villa to play the game. Did Zhang Buizhen come to me today to test me? Yang Bo probably thought it through after returning. Today, he went to drink tea and eat, and it must be that the other party wanted to see his reaction to mutant animals, because on the surface, he and Zhang Buizhen only have this aspect of interest entanglement. Before, he exclusively authorized all the development rights of mutant creatures to Zhang Buizhen. Family. Yang Bo thought of the family that Zhang Buizhen mentioned again, and he was still slightly moved. But there was still a long way to go, because yesterday's task reward was a virtual game. I didn't claim it. After going online today, I first used the remote photoelectric superpower to check it. Not bad. The result of the check was still a remotely controlled bionic man. Then the remote photoelectric superpower found that there was a freight robot following. Tentatively took out the thing that looked like a football from the backpack yesterday. But the game showed that it was a piece of garbage and had no effect. And there was nothing in reality. Hee hee. Yang Bo threw the rubbish away with a smile, and started to collect rewards, because it was the most difficult task. The task reward was quite generous. A warrior's heart badge with 50% increase in all attributes. Then, there was a golden equipment. A cold weapon that was shown to never wear out. And this cold weapon was a bit similar to the Tang sword. When did this equipment have a golden color? Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then I switched to the game forum and found that the equipment was divided into 1-star white, 2-star green, 3-star red, 4-star purple, 5-star gold, and a legendary colorful one. Whitewashing materials. Yang Bo understood instantly after reading it. This was the official whitewashing materials of the game. That is to say, the materials collected by the bionic people controlled remotely by the game players were taken away by the military or the R&D department. The material data displayed on the game player's terminal was just virtual data on the surface. Of course, if it is really a virtual game, this is easy to say, but because there is a gap between real data and virtual data, and more data will be accumulated later. Of course, another point is that the game becomes more playable, which will attract more players, and players with more and better skills can be selected. So the game officials created a Guild War mode, and now these equipment are classified into categories. The success rate of 1-star equipment production is 50%, 2-star 25%, 3-star 10%, 4-star only 1%, 5-star only 0.1%, and legendary is said to be only 0.01%. Yang Bo took a rough look and didn't continue to read it because it didn't help him much. This game does not drop equipment directly. You can only make equipment. But in the Guild War, you can drop the opponent's equipment. That is, if you kill the opponent will randomly drop 1-2 pieces of equipment. Then the task reward is a golden pistol, which increases the attack power by 100%, the magazine capacity by 100%, and the shooting speed by 100%. It is worthy of the most difficult task. Yang Bo originally wanted to sell these 2 golden equipments. Anyway, according to his own skills, buying ordinary equipment is the same. But he thought that he was not short of game coins now. Of course, the price of gold equipment has not risen yet. We have to wait until the Guild War, when the equipment is damaged a lot. And then the value of these gold equipment will be high. Should I kill people and get equipment to make money? Although it will be a virtual game, the game coins can be exchanged for credit points. While browsing the tasks, Yang Bo thought about many things in his mind. Hunting super zombies. Seeing this task, Yang Bo was a little confused. There are things that the military's high technology can't solve? It won't be a trap. Then look at the task carefully, and find that this super zombie is in a super city. And it is still in the deepest shelter in the city center. But this shelter has a lot of information about the previous world, requiring hunting this super zombie without destroying other equipment. This super zombie will summon more zombies. I see. This underground shelter in the city center is very deep and well defended. Plus, there are so many zombies. If you use high-tech means, you will probably have to destroy the entire city center. Do you want to take this? Take it in 2 days. Do 2 tasks first to show your performance. After all, I was lazy in the last task. If I take this task now, if I fail and break the Bionic Man again, the game background may not equip me with a new Bionic Man. Show your value first. Yang Bo is like a fisherman. There were more than 100 tasks yesterday. Why are there so many fewer today? Explore a group of mutant creatures. I am not interested in those ordinary exploration tasks, mainly because the skills given may not be very good. After carefully reading the mission description, I found that this group of mutants lived in a cave by the sea. The cave was about 120 kilometers long. We had to find out why these mutants mutated. The mission had a time window of only 4 hours, because the cave would be submerged by 2/3 when the tide rose, and warned that there were very ferocious mutants in the ocean. Go to the sea and see. There are so many mutants. And I don't know how big the mutants in the sea are in this world. Yang Bo took the mission directly, looking at the waiting time of 1 hour. I knew that the distance of this mission was quite far. Take the golden cold weapon and the golden pistol. But now I can't see what the golden cold weapon and the golden pistol equipment look like in reality, because it's a virtual game now. 1 hour and 10 minutes later, looking at the endless sea in front of him, Yang Bo was a little speechless. The so-called golden cold weapon was actually a gray one, and the appearance of the cold weapon was still consistent, and the so-called other golden pistol looked pale and felt like it was made of some animal bones. Moreover, the bullets used in this pistol seemed to be specially made gray, not like metal. The cave is right by the sea. Now at low tide, more than half of the cave entrance is exposed outside, and it is unknown how deep it is below. It's a pity not to use such a good place to bomb fish. Yang Bo wanted to hunt some prey nearby and then throw it into the sea to see if there are any mutant marine creatures in the sea. After all, he brought so many bombs, but he gave up after thinking about it, because he bombed fish in the mecha game when he played it. Now I am being monitored by others, and it will be troublesome if I am compared with big data. The first thing Yang Bo did was to take the golden cold weapon that never wears out to the shore, find a dead tree, and start to work. Then he found 2 or 3 branches, and then a few smaller branches. First tied 2 or 3 long branches to the big wood, and then tied 2 more branches to the long branches, so that a stable buoyancy structure was formed. Then he pushed the simple boat directly to the sea. The beach is black, giving people a very uncomfortable feeling. And it is also found that there are almost no weeds on the coastline. Even some trees have many traces. It should be eaten by some amphibians in the ocean. The entrance of the cave is very large, with a height of nearly 20 meters and a width of 30 meters. The seawater is very clear, but the seabed is pitch black. Occasionally, some animals can be seen wandering below, and this kind of seawater looks very scary. Soon Yongbo found a black shadow passing by quickly under the water. Then, there was another one a few seconds later. The problem was that the water was dark, so it was hard to see what it was. The next second Yongbo felt that the dead wood boat he made was bitten by something. And there was a click. Yongbo quickly looked back and found that there was a piece missing from the back of the dead wood. And then a lot of wood residue from the dead wood floated up behind it. So Yongbo took out a bomb and threw it directly to the bottom of the sea. Boom! Yongbo clearly felt a muffled sound. Swimming +2. Swimming +2. Digging +2. 3 skills flashed through his mind. And the next second Yongbo found that the black under the water actually moved. So Yongbo quickly slid the dead wood under him. Then he threw another bomb down. Swimming +2. Shooting +2. Shooting +2. Shooting +2. This time Yongbo was a little confused by the skill, and he actually gave 6 shots. Yongbo looked back and found that a sea urchin-like thing with a diameter of about 20 centimeters was floating from the bottom of the water to the surface of the sea. Looking at the black spikes of these guys, each one was probably more than 15 centimeters. The next second was a sharp sound of breaking through the air. At this time, Yongbo had turned around and hid under the dead wood under him, because the huge black sea urchins that just surfaced were shrinking slightly. Yongbo didn't care now, and hurriedly swam into the cave holding the dead wood. When he arrived at the diving area in the cave, Yongbo finally knew what the dense black on the seabed was. It was all these long-thorn things. He looked at the dead wood he had just seen, which was covered with dense black spikes, and almost all of these spikes penetrated into the wood. Fortunately, there were no such black sea urchins on the ground after the tide receded. Yongbo quickly ran behind a stone on the shore and watched secretly, carefully observing these sea urchins floating on the water. He found that they could not swim at will, but the black big thorns on their bodies would shoot out directly towards the side of the target. The speed of these spikes is actually more than 1,500 meters per second. Yongbo looked at the data of the thorns and was too scary, because the speed of rifle bullets on Earth is only half of this. Could it be to detect this kind of mutant creature? Chapter 594, Fooling. Obviously this answer is incorrect, because there are too many mutant animals like sea urchins. If the military wants to study this, there are plenty of materials. It turns out that the black on the ground is the spines of this mutant sea urchin. There are probably not many other creatures in this area. This thing is too scary. Once there is a sound, it will trigger these guys. Yongbo found that as long as there is no sound, these sea urchins will sink to the bottom of the water after spraying out their spines. Complete the task as soon as possible and come back to shoot. Yongbo looked at the cargo robot following the bionic man. This thing has been following, so its shell has been hit by many spikes. But there is no substantial damage. Only traces left. Yongbo's meaning is very simple. That is, to find an opportunity to kill this cargo robot by himself. Because Yongbo found that this cargo robot uses nuclear energy batteries. Break this thing, and rely on radiation to kill the mutant sea urchins in this area. For the time being, Yongbo ignored the mutant sea urchins and walked into the cave. There is a stream of water in the cave, and it is not small, flowing into the sea. Take out a shockwave bomb and throw it far away. The sound echoed in the cave for more than 10 minutes. And Yongbo roughly knew the structure of the entire 120-kilometer cave. This cave is also very complicated. It is divided into 3 caves more than 360 kilometers ahead. The largest one is on the right, and the other 2 are on the left. The longest one is the first one on the left, and the cave also goes up along with the terrain. Yongbo also found several strange places, and this cave is also connected to the ground. Open! Yongbo took out the machine gun because he detected mutant animals. The sound waves were passively detected, and the echoes of different materials were different. To put it simply, the sound produced by knocking on wood and the table with your fingers is different. And there are quite a lot of mutant animals. And they seem to be very big. But it is hard to say what they are. There were no other mutant animals in the cave along the way. There was more black sand on the ground. Obviously, this is also the living area of those mutant sea urchins. But these mutant sea urchins will come here when the tide is high. After walking for more than 30 kilometers, we finally found this group of mutant animals, which are a bit like pangolins on Earth. But their tails are like beavers' tails. The bottom of the cave was washed by the water flow, because the hardness of the rock layer is different. It was washed by the water flow to form puddles. And in front of us is a huge underground reservoir. The deepest place seems to be about 20 to 30 meters. And this underground reservoir is very long. About 2 kilometers long. The width is more than 30 meters. The mutant sea urchins in this underground reservoir seem to be half dead. Each of these mutant animals was more than 1 meter long, with black scales all over their bodies. They were eating these mutant sea urchins. These mutant animals saw Yang Bo's bionic man and bared their teeth. Duh. Yang Bo raised his hand and fired a burst of bullets. The machine gun fired 5 bullets directly. All 5 bullets were fired at the largest mutant animal. The first 3 bullets hit the body directly, and the last 2 bullets hit the eyes and mouth. As it turned out, the first 3 bullets didn't penetrate the opponent's scales at all, and the 4th bullet went directly into the eye and flipped the skull. The last bullet hit the mutant's mouth and went directly into the stomach. Heavy hit +4. The skills given made Yang Bo a little confused. The next second, Yang Bo quickly lay on the ground, because other mutant animals actually used their beaver tails to directly hit the mutant sea urchins one by one. These mutant animals directly threw the mutant sea urchins up with their claws, then flipped their entire bodies under the water and slapped their tails directly, hitting the mutant sea urchins towards the target. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. That's not all. The mutant sea urchin was hit and flew into the air, and the black spines on the whole sea urchin burst out instantly. And these spines made a sharp sound of breaking through the air, just like that kind of high-speed bomb exploding in the air. The whole sea urchin burst out all the black spikes in the air. Yang Bo looked at the warnings that kept popping up on the game screen. However, the people in the game backend didn't find it strange to see all this, because there were records of these mutant animals in the data. Yang Bo quickly retreated, and the mutant animals chased him closely. Why don't these mutant sea urchins move? Is it because these mutant animals have some restraining skills? Yang Bo couldn't figure out that the mutant sea urchins were not very powerful just now. Why are they motionless here? After running for a while, Yang Bo ran to the side, and then found a place to hide on the side of the cave, and took out the machine gun and prepared to start. As for why Yang Bo didn't run to the sides of the cave just now, it was because except for the area with water in the middle, other areas were covered with thick mud. It's like the kind of ditch that is washed by water upstream after the tide recedes on the mudflats. Only the middle part where the water flows is hard stone, and both sides are full of mud. Now there are stones on both sides of this place to reach both sides. Yang Bo took out the bomb, because the current position cannot see the position of the mutant animals in the middle of the water flow, because the middle is lower. But Yang Bo can judge by the sound that these mutant animals are swimming in the water. Boom! A loud noise. Heavy hit +4. Heavy hit +4. Heavy hit +4. With the help of the dull sound of the bomb, Yang Bo judged the position of the mutant animals that followed, and the bomb in his hand seemed to be thrown out without any pattern. Boom! 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 Heavy hit +4. Start to refresh the screen. There are also many shooting +2 in the middle. 3 minutes later, Yang Bo returned to the ditch in the middle of the cave with a machine gun. With a dynamic vision blessing, Yang Bo will shoot directly as long as he sees a mutant animal. Heavy hit +2 began to appear continuously with machine gun bullets. It only took more than 10 minutes for Yang Bo to return to the reservoir. This time, Yang Bo kept throwing bombs. The impact of bombs in water is much stronger than in air. Then he picked up the machine gun and started to call out names. Any mutant animals that dared to float to the surface were directly called out. Great! In less than 2 minutes, the mutant animals in the reservoir began to flee upstream. At first, Yang Bo was caught off guard. In addition, he had to stretch the battle line and attract some mutant animals to follow him. If these mutant animals were all in one place, the remote-controlled bionic man might not be able to withstand the continuous attack of these mutant sea urchins. Yang Bo began to pursue the victory, still using bombs to clear the way first. and then firing with a pistol, because swimming is required here. He controlled the bionic man to swim with one hand, and kept firing with a pistol, occasionally taking out a bomb and throwing it out. If it were in reality, these mutant animals would never be able to escape. When Yang Bo reached the shallow water area upstream, the mutant animals had already run away. Yang Bo has a swimming skill bonus in reality, but the bionic man he controlled does not, and he can't catch up with the mutant animals in the water. It seems that these mutants are because this reservoir is full of fresh water. Seeing a large stream of water rushing into the reservoir below, Yang Bo had a guess, because the marine environment is completely different from the freshwater environment. 99% of the marine life living in the ocean cannot survive if it is thrown into fresh water. Occasionally, some amphibians like turtles may survive for a short time. These guys actually ran out of the cave. Could it be that the mission target is not these guys? But there seems to be no other mutant animals in the cave? Or the military made a mistake. These mutant animals do not live in the cave. But the military's information is that they live in the cave? Yang Bo already knew where the mutant animals went, but he was a little confused. More than an hour later, the people in the back end of the game were a little confused. Where are those mutant animals? The colonel saw that Yang Bo had already explored the cave. Not sure? Send a drone to take a look. There is no need to send a drone. The cargo robot following the bionic man has full video recording. Isn't this scientific? Could it be that the superiors got the mission information wrong again? The people in the game department were confused. The colonel carefully looked at the mission update time and was a little unconvinced. The mission information that was updated 5 years ago is useless now. Boss, could these mutant animals have other nests? Analyze the video of the freight robot carefully. There must be a passage to other places. The colonel immediately issued an order. Game players are submitting tasks again. The people in the game background said quickly. That's right. Yang Bo is submitting tasks again. As for where those mutant animals went, it was because Yang Bo helped them hide the traces. These mutant animals disappeared from a puddle. And before Yang Bo explored the puddle, he directly threw a bomb to muddy the water in the puddle. So no one in the game background saw any other passages. There are indeed many passages in the cave, but those passages are very small, and there is no way to explore them. You fool me. I fool you. You fool me. I fool you. To be precise, it shouldn't be fooling, because I have killed so many mutant animals. Although the military wants to find the reason for the birth of these mutant animals, it is none of my business. No abnormalities were found. The software recorded the entire process of the freight robot following the bionic man and analyzed it without finding any abnormalities. Headache. Everyone felt overwhelmed. For the game department, it is not that Yang Bo has the credit for completing the task, but to find the reason for the mutation of these mutant animals. Because through data analysis, the mutant animals here are one level higher than the surrounding ones. And these mutant animals are also smarter. Boss? Let him complete the task and hand over the video materials to the superiors. Let them worry about it. Also, apply for re-exploration of all tasks. The superior departments are too unreliable. The task information they provide is far from the mark. The colonel was also speechless, because the game player has submitted the task, and now others have completed the exploration, but cannot submit the task. What will the player think? What about the task reward? Boss, do you feel that our luck has worsened since yesterday? Do you think someone is secretly targeting us? Maybe some people know that some of these tasks are useless. No one in the game department suspected the game player, but instead suspected the superior department. Chapter 595 Rewarded. The colonel's face was very solemn when he heard this, because it was very possible that he had been promoted 2 levels in the game department in a short period of time. And there must be people who envy and hate him. Boss, the last mission information is more than 100 years behind. And this mission information, although the last information update was 5 years ago, the description is exactly the same as 10 years ago. And the same information description of this mission can be traced back to 180 years ago. Is there a possibility that although the mission information has been updated, it is actually, although there are video materials in it, there is no complete video material? The people in the game department were also very annoyed. They had hoped to make merit in the 2 missions, but now they have worked in vain. The player in the game didn't care, but they were counting on merit. As for the guy in the game, who was still hunting marine mutants in the cave after handing in the mission, everyone can understand this. After all, The bonus for killing monsters is not small. In the background monitoring of the game, the Bionic Man was seen squatting behind a stone, holding a machine gun to call out the floating mutant sea urchins. Yang Bo first had to use up all the machine gun bullets. Anyway, he had to destroy the freight robot following behind him. After a day of testing, Yang Bo already knew the general intelligent control method of the freight robot following behind him. In other words, how far is the freight robot following behind him? After all, this thing is displayed as a super backpack in the game, so it can't be too far away. This following mode is automatic. Not that someone is operating from behind. But there is no rush for the moment. Yang Bo will wait until all the bullets are used up. Anyway, there are plenty of bullets in this cargo robot. Shooting +2. Along with continuous shooting and bomb throwing. The shooting skill refreshed in his mind. This took more than 2 hours. Yang Bo did not count how many mutant sea urchins he hit. However, this super backpack has 20,000 bullets and some spare barrel parts in 1 cubic volume. And the rest are some bombs. 20,000 bullets were used up. Although theoretically hundreds or thousands of bullets can be fired in 1 minute. But machine guns need to change bullets, aim, and fire in bursts. So only 22,000 bullets were fired in 2 hours. On average, less than 200 bullets per minute. And this is still a machine gun with an ammunition backpack. If it is a magazine, it will be even slower. There are too many mutant creatures in this place. Yang Bo did not expect that the more mutant sea urchins are hit, the more they are. Which is equivalent to the sea urchins that were blown up before being used to make nests. In addition, there is another stream of water flowing down from the cave, which spreads the smell of the sea urchins that were smashed this time. Moreover, Yang Bo also discovered that these sea urchins completely rely on sound to determine the target location. The entrance of the cave is full of mutated sea urchins, and the stone in front of him is already densely packed with a thick layer of black thorns on the sea urchins. Everyone in the game backstage is curious about how this game player can leave. I bet this guy will fly out. There is only one way to fly out now. It should be possible to fly out. Swimming out is unrealistic. Most people in the game department believe that Yang Bo will fly out directly by controlling the Bionic Man. However, the colonel in charge of the game department felt something was wrong. The next second, the game player's operation surprised everyone. Because the game player was operating the Bionic Man to climb the rock? This cave will be submerged when the tide rises. So the stone wall of the cave is also a reef. Yang Bo had already seen how to destroy the cargo robot following him. In fact, it is very simple. The first step is to climb the rock. Because the mutant sea urchins below are now fighting for the bodies of their own kind that have been broken. So they are not very sensitive to sound. The second step is to find a position on the rock wall. There must be a gap next to this position that can just accommodate a person. The third step is to create an accidental sound. The fourth step is to control the Bionic Man to quickly drill into the gap that can accommodate a person. Yang Bo just made a little noise when he controlled the Bionic Man on the cave wall. And the densely packed mutant sea urchins below sprayed black spikes one after another. Then Yang Bo's Bionic Man successfully squeezed into the rock gap. The game screen did not show the cargo robot. But the reality followed Yang Bo's Bionic Man who wanted to go in. But the place was too small. Then the cargo robot directly endured the black thorn volleys of thousands of mutant sea urchins below. The cargo robot immediately turned on the avoidance system. But the next second Yang Bo controlled his game character to take the bomb from the super backpack. The bomb was inside the cargo robot. So the cargo robot could not leave because of this program. Then at the same time, Yang Bo operated the Bionic Man holding a laser sword and jumped into the sea below. Then the laser sword in his hand accidentally injured the freight robot. Although the freight robot has good defense, it can't face the laser sword at full power. The people in the game department haven't reacted yet. The freight robot lost contact. However, from the perspective of the Bionic Man, the freight robot and the Bionic Man fell into the sea. Everyone in the game department was stunned. At this time, Yang Bo, who fell into the sea, was swimming while waving the laser sword casually. The nuclear battery of the freight robot that fell into the water was just damaged. But it didn't explode. However, the huge energy radiation generated still began to pollute the seawater. Yang Bo was swimming in the sea now. And the bomb in his hand was also lost. Yang Bo found that the spikes of these mutant sea urchins were not very powerful in the seawater. His Bionic Man's defense could completely resist it. Although the game screen is now crazy with pop-up warnings. The damage can be said to be minimal. The Bionic Man swam quite fast underwater. At this time, the game screen showed that the underwater was densely packed with these mutant sea urchins. Big and small. The spikes sprayed by these mutant sea urchins under the water are only effective for a short distance. With countless warnings on the game screen, Yongbo quickly surfaced and activated the flight mode. The whole Bionic Man flew out in a whoosh. He flew to a huge reef more than 20 kilometers away from the cave. Huh? Yongbo was very happy, and then clicked to return to the resurrection point. Why did this guy do this? Did he find something? It shouldn't be possible. The people who know this is remote control are all from our military. This game player can't be from the military. Right? The people in the game department were completely confused. How could they not understand this guy's operation? But some people thought it was nothing. You think too much. This game player doesn't play by the rules? Although the Bionic Man is attacked a lot underwater, the attack effect is very weak. As for this game player, I am not surprised by his extraordinary actions in the game. That's right. You see, he has completed tasks before, but none of them are in accordance with the rules. The colonel in charge felt a headache. Another cargo robot broke down yesterday. He said, switch the virtual screen for him, and then bring the Bionic Man back for careful maintenance. Yes. The other people in the game department switched the game player with one click. Anyway, the cargo robot is gone, and the super backpack is just a bunch of data. The reason why the cargo robot was sent to follow was because players needed bullets and supplies to complete tasks. If it was just a bunch of data, the player might not be able to complete the task. The game department relied on this game player to make merit, so the configuration must be good. Yongbo had already downloaded the game and did not receive the task reward, because virtual games are boring. Just a bunch of data. Like a golden pistol. Where is the actual gold color? Then take a bath. Shooting +2. Shooting +2 kept popping up in his mind. Anyway, the planet is so polluted that a damaged nuclear battery won't hurt. It's not that polluted. Besides, I don't live on that planet. And judging from the current situation, that planet may not be habitable for many years. I wonder if the shooting skill can reach the Grandmaster level? He muttered to himself while looking at the skill panel. Shooting, Grandmaster, 52514/100000. It should be possible. There are too many mutant sea urchins in that piece. I just don't know if the military will find out. I fooled them for another day. Yongbo used the spirit seed to monitor the actions of the pirates. There was no gain for the time being because they were all on the road. This is the shortcoming of the current interstellar society. The distance between each other is too far. Yongbo returned to the room where he was surfing the internet and found that Lu Jijia had sent him 3 messages in a row in the short time of less than an hour when he was taking a bath. Brother Jia? Yongbo called Lu Jijia directly. Yongbo, are you free? Come to my place, or I'll go to your place. Lu Jijia's next words surprised Yongbo a little. It's getting dark. Brother Jia, just tell me if you have anything to say. Yongbo looked at the dark outside. It's a bit tricky. More than half an hour later, Yongbo came to the company's dormitory building. Brother Jia? Yongbo looked at Lu Jijia, Lu Jingxiang, and Zhou Kersen, all of whom were here, and the faces of the 3 of them were a little unhappy. Yongbo, we have implicated you this time, Lu Jijia said as soon as he came up. Yongbo had a bad premonition, so he asked, what happened? You are being rewarded by the black market, and it is from our family. And Zhou Kersen's fiancé's family is also rewarding you. Lu Jijia's next words surprised Yongbo a little. Why? Yongbo didn't take it seriously, but he still asked with a surprised look on his face. It seems that last time we went out for tea, someone followed us and saw you walking with my aunt and Zhou Kersen. The people in the family know that you are my employee, because your identity information was known to the family when you joined the company before. And I guess they want to vent their anger. As for Zhou Kersen's repayment of a large sum of money, this made her fiancé's family feel ashamed, probably because they misunderstood your relationship with Zhou Kersen. Lu Jijia looked at Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen when he said this. Is the family of Sister Kersen's fiancé so overbearing? Even if I lent money to Sister Kersen, they have no reason to reward me. Yongbo didn't take it seriously at first, but he still pretended to be ignorant of the ways of the world and asked. These families think they are superior. They have a strong sense of superiority. Zhou Kersen's fiancé's family was originally going to sue here, and then embarrass Joe Curson or force Joe Curson to go back. But they didn't expect Joe Curson to just pay money in the end. This makes their family feel ashamed. After all, they got nothing after all the planning. Lu Jijia explained. Then what should I do? Can I go out less in the future? Yang Bo was not eager to find out who Joe Curson's fiancé's family was, but worried about his own safety first. I asked you to come here today for this matter. You must be careful when you go out in the future. Your strength is still relatively weak. These families offer rewards. Many criminals will do tasks for money. Lu Jijia gave Yang Bo a bottle of juice and said comfortingly. Yang Bo asked innocently again, they dare to attack me in public. Aren't they afraid of the laws of the alliance? Lu Jingxiang sat next to Yang Bo at this time, grabbed Yang Bo's hand and said apologetically, Yang Bo, I'm sorry about this. In fact, your idea is not completely correct. There is a group of people who dare to commit murder openly because the alliance does not have the death penalty. At most, they will go to jail. Ah! Yang Bo was really a little surprised. He didn't expect Lu Jingxiang to come up and shake his hand. Sister, are you polite? The family dare not offer a reward to us blatantly because we know many secrets of the family. Once we are forced into a corner, we will become tainted witnesses. So they are desperate and attack the people around us. Others who followed me before have joined the army. And you are the only one left by my side. Lu Jijia also explained with an apologetic look. Is it the killer sent by the Pirate Alliance on TV last time? Yang Bo asked with a worried look. That's not the case. Our family can't afford such killers. Many of those killers have reached A level. But there are always criminals in this world. Lu Jijia shook his head. What should I do in the future? Yang Bo calmly took his hand away from Lu Jingxiang's hand. It's not a big problem for you to stay at home. And it's not a big problem for you to take a flying car. But you should be more careful when you go to public places alone in the future. I will also speed up the solution to this problem. To put it bluntly, the family is all about interests. Now the key is the family of Joe Curson's fiancé. Lu Jijia said again. Yang Bo understood instantly that both Lu Jijia and his family had evidence of each other's crimes. So now they had to compromise. What family is Sister Curson's fiancé's fiancé from? Yang Bo asked a little curiously when he heard this. A military family. Although Joe Curson's fiancé is not the heir of the family, he is the face of the family after all. Lu Jijia answered. Chapter 596 Inquiry. That's troublesome. Yang Bo heard this and felt that he was a little entangled with the military. When he immigrated to March Star, he took a military ship and something happened. Later, Wang Muxue, the remote control of the game, was also from the military. Lucas, the deputy leader of the pirates, who was released with the spiritual seed, was also from the Third Fleet family. Now he has offended the military again because of lending money to others. That's why I'm so anxious to find you. Because I just got the relevant clues recently. It's not easy to deal with being rewarded. Because you don't know where the criminals will come. And these criminals have rich experience. In the future, you should be careful when you go in and out of public places. And buy things online if you can. Lu Jijia nodded. The reason why Lu Jijia was so nervous was because Yang Bo's pharmaceutical technology level was very high, and he was a genius. Although Lu Jijia himself is now a planetary counselor. This is not stable. If Zhang Buizhen can't be stable, then this batch of planetary counselors will be unlucky. Therefore, in Lu Jijia's mind, Yang Bo is still the most stable option and the last resort. Even if he can't survive on this planet or even in the Alliance, he can still flee to other countries. In addition, Yang Bo is also one of the core figures in his small group. The small group in Lu Jijia's mind is Wang Muxue, Yang Bo himself, and Zhou Rui. Lu Jijia believes that he has the weakest presence in this small group, followed by Zhou Rui. And the strongest presence is Yang Bo and Wang Muxue. So after receiving the relevant warning, he immediately contacted Yang Bo, fearing that something might happen to Yang Bo in the future. Well, I'll try not to go out in the future. Yang Bo was very happy, because he had one less excuse to go out. And he could go out and cause trouble in the future. Sister Xian, can you tell me which warlord family your fiancé is from? Yang Bo asked with a little curiosity. The Lu family. Lu Jijia answered directly. Which fleet is this Lu family from? Yang Bo felt a little bad, because Lu Jijia did not say which fleet. The First Fleet. Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo after answering. When Yang Bo heard the First Fleet, he knew it was not small. The earlier the Alliance fleet was established, the higher the ranking. Just like the Ninth Fleet was established later. Huh? Yang Bo was surprised. Lu Jijia then said, in fact, we don't have to worry about the fleet. The conflict between the government and the fleet is still quite large. There was a military government in our alliance before. So now the government is very vigilant about the various actions of the military. But the First Fleet is strong and influential. So it is difficult to avoid doing things secretly. However, the Lu family is not the most influential in the First Fleet. The biggest one is the Li family. Because the First Fleet was established the earliest and has the longest history. The forces in it are not dominated by one family, but by several forces. Lu Jijia said again. It seems that I have to go out less in the future. To be honest, Yang Bo was very uncomfortable with the domineering look of these guys. He was just borrowing money. And you were thinking about him. Nothing. I'll go back first. It's already dark. Yang Bo thought about going back to find out the Lu family. Why do you families want to offer a bounty to anyone you want? If you don't change your mind, we residents will be slaughtered by you. I'll send you off. Lu Jingxiang was about to send Yang Bo off. Sister Jingxiang, you don't have to send me off. I'll just go back. After Yang Bo refused, he ran away. Seeing Yang Bo leave, Lu Jijia sighed. Those bastards in the family can't afford to play. So they want to threaten others. They just caught you as a counselor now. And you dare not turn against them. So they use this to force you. Lu Jingxiang nodded. It's a pity that my assets have not been realized yet. Otherwise, I would have offered a bounty to them. All of Lu Jijia's assets have not been realized yet. Because March Star has not yet developed. And the hoarded land and the like have not been sold. Alas. Lu Jingxiang also nodded. Zhou Kersen also sighed beside him. This time Yang Bo has been implicated. The Lu family is too overbearing. Lu Jijia nodded. I was too careless. I shouldn't have let you show up. Fortunately, the Ninth Fleet is not in harmony with the other fleets. Otherwise we would be in even greater trouble. Zhou Kersen said again. Lu Jijia was moved. Should he inform Wang Wuxue about this matter? Although the Ninth Fleet is not in harmony with the other fleets. They are also a department after all. And they should be able to find out some of the situation. In addition, Yang Bo returned to the villa smoothly. And then began to investigate the First Fleet. The First Fleet has the longest history, and is the first interstellar fleet of the Alliance. It has also cultivated many talents. The relationship between the First Fleet and the other fleets is relatively complicated. Although the other fleets are separated from the First Fleet, the relationship between them can be said to be contradictory. Why do I say this? The main reason is funding. In order to curb the relationship between the various fleets of the military, the government has become a fuse. No commander does not want his fleet to be strong. So the competition for funding has accumulated over time, resulting in considerable conflicts between these fleets. But there is another point. That is, these fleets are united again. Because if they are not united, they will be destroyed by the parliament again. Don't look at the relationship between these fleets. Just look at this Lu family. Yang Bo was too lazy to pay attention to the complex relationship between these fleets. The most influential family in the First Fleet is the Li family. And the second most influential family is the Lu family. The Li family and the Lu family were actually one family at the beginning. The Li family is considered the direct line. And the Lu family is the descendant of the daughter after marriage. The two families control most of the departments of the First Fleet. In addition, some other departments are controlled by people with two other surnames. This is actually what the Alliance Parliament wants to see. Originally, the Li family and the Lu family could drive the others away. But they can't do so because after they drive them away, the Parliament will still add sand to the fleet. This is the information that can be found on the internet. So Yang Bo went out again in stealth. This time Yang Bo wants to find Zhang Buizhen. Zhang Buizhen is very satisfied with his current life. And many members of the Alliance Parliament have expressed goodwill to him. Niu Bo hurried in to report, Master. News about Mr. Jiu. Zhang Buizhen picked up the communicator and took a look. His eyelids twitched. Niu Bo. What does Mr. Jiu mean? Is he going to attack the First Fleet? It's not very clear. Why not ask directly? Niu Bo also felt that it was difficult. Because if Mr. Jiu really wanted to go against the First Fleet, it might be a big trouble. As an old fleet, the family strength behind the First Fleet is very strong. And these families have many incredible high-tech products. Of course, these families are very low-key. Because once there is a slight disturbance, They will be hit by the Alliance Parliament. Zhang Buizhen, what does Mr. Jiu want to know about the details of the First Fleet? Yang Bo saw the message sent by Zhang Buizhen. Mr. Jiu, personal grudges. But I'm not sure if the other party is from the first family. Zhang Buizhen was relieved when he saw this message. As long as this ace mercenary doesn't touch the fleet. It doesn't matter if he touches the individuals inside. Zhang Buizhen, I don't know who you are looking for trouble with. Mr. Jiu, it's not convenient to say. Because it's not certain. I need to know the information of everyone in the family behind the First Fleet. How much does it cost? Zhang Buizhen didn't feel strange when he saw this answer. Because he had already thought that the other party would answer like this when he asked. The other party will definitely not tell me who they are looking for trouble with. If they tell me, they are afraid that I will leak the information. Zhang Buizhen, there is a lot of information about the personnel of the First Fleet family. If Mr. Jiu wants to get all the information, it will probably cost hundreds of millions of credit points. If it is just the direct descendants of one or two families, 50 million credit points will be enough. In addition, the information cannot be guaranteed to be completely correct. Sir, you must know that our alliance attaches great importance to personal privacy. And everyone in each family will subconsciously hide their private information. Yang Bo saw the message Zhang Buizhen replied and understood that what he said was correct. So he sent a message, I understand this. I only want the information of their family members. Zhang Buizhen, 50 million credit points. I will send you all their information in 2 hours. Mr. Jiu, the money will be deducted from my account at that time. Zhang Buizhen, excuse me. How did they offend you? Mr. Jiu, I accepted a task. Zhang Buizhen's eyelids jumped again when he saw this answer. Niu Bo's eyelids jumped when he saw it next to him. Someone wanted to target the First Fleet. So who issued the task? Zhang Buizhen certainly didn't know. Yang Bo mainly wanted to understand the situation of these people, and made an excuse. Niu Bo, go and arrange it as soon as possible. Zhang Buizhen was full of thoughts. Yes. Niu Bo did it immediately. All Zhang Buizhen could get was some information registered by the government. Anyway, as long as someone maintains the equipment system, don't think about personal privacy. As long as these people want to get information, they can get it. And the government will also suppress the military by default. So the information about these military families is not so confidential within the internal. To put it bluntly, the current Peace Society Alliance Parliament wants to replace all the people in the previous fleets. Because the influence of these families in the previous fleets is too great. Because they have existed for a long time. Yang Bo decided to wait for 2 hours. And then started chatting with Xiao Yang. I wonder who is the military person behind the Xiao Yang. Yang Bo muttered to himself while chatting with the other party. Chapter 597 Clues. While Yang Bo was chatting with Little Sun, he was looking at the permanent members of the Alliance Council. Several elders sent him messages one after another. The 9th elder asked to redeem his space mecha. Several other elders asked to get the equipment lost by the killers, and said that the price was negotiable. Yang Bo looked at these messages. If he simply looked at the messages, he felt that the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council were quite fair and had a good attitude. These permanent members of the council said that it was useless for them to take these equipment. These equipment required special unlocking methods, and these things were not very valuable. However, Yang Bo could know from the 9th elder that these guys were discussing how to deal with him. On the one hand, they had to increase their efforts to find him within the alliance and find someone to donate to these people in the Ministry of Justice. On the other hand, they had to ask people outside to kill him. Now these elders of the Pirate Alliance Council are looking for people who can take the task everywhere. However, whether it is the Bounty Hunter Guild, the Free Mercenary Guild, the Brotherhood, or the Killer Bounty System on the black market, no one has taken this task yet. Because these people know that the people in the Pirate Alliance Council are anxious. Everyone knows that if you take a task, you will definitely have to pay more for it. In addition, many people are not sure if they can find the target. And even if they find the target, they may not be able to defeat it. These people do tasks to make money, not to die. So many people are unwilling to do such a dangerous task. Although the media of March Star said that these are all the credit of their government. These people who are mixed up in society certainly know what kind of character these policemen in the alliance are. Yang Bo replied to these elders, I am waiting for your performance. After our compensation agreement is fulfilled, we will talk about this matter. In addition, I also know that you are looking for someone to deal with me. I am not afraid. Yang Bo answered like this. On the one hand, because he would not return these things at all. There are so many good things in them. It is not good to keep them. On the other hand, it is to irritate these elders. There is no shortage of strong people in this world. So as long as the price and conditions are right, there will definitely be strong people coming to him to deal with him. Yang Bo is not interested in those ordinary killers. But he is very interested in these strong people. Because the abilities of these strong people must be extraordinary. So Yang Bo answered these people to irritate them, and let them keep raising the price. Just to get these things back from him. Not to mention the value of the space mecha owned by the killer. If the high-tech things in the killer's space box are leaked, some families may be finished. As for those high-tech things in it, can pirates buy them on the black market? They are definitely produced by the top laboratories of the Alliance. Sure enough, after Yang Bo sent the message, he watched the movements of the Ninth Elder. It was found that the Ninth Elder and other elders of the Pirate Alliance Council were in the virtual conference room. This damn bastard. We must find someone to kill him. Add money. Let's add 200 million each. I don't believe no one will take the order. I do know a mysterious organization. Who are they? They are from the Shuilan Empire. Some of them have incredible soul power. Once these people's superpowers are released, anyone who faces them will have no secrets. Find him. We have left a lot of good things over the years. Whether he wants things or credit points. I'll give you 100 million credit points to kill this bastard. But I want my space mecha back. The clever Ninth Elder spoke in the virtual conference room. This is impossible. Your space mecha is worth at least several billion credit points. So you have to give at least 1 billion credit points. Someone said immediately. I don't have that much money now. The Ninth Elder answered confidently. Yang Bo thought that these guys would decide on the matter of inviting these mysterious strong men on the spot. But he didn't expect that some people were unwilling to pay after talking about this and that. At first, Yang Bo didn't know why. But later the Ninth Elder complained in his heart and found out. It turned out that the things these killers carried were equipped by the families behind these killers. The high-tech equipment in the lost space box also belonged to these families. So the anxious elders had a lot to do with these sensitive equipment. And those families that didn't lose much things were not anxious at all. It is even possible that these families or forces that didn't lose sensitive equipment were eager for the truth to be exposed and let several families be finished. A bunch of rabble. Yang Bo saw this and decided to provoke them a few more times. I don't know the character of your Pirate Alliance Council. You all hope that the other party will be destroyed and you will seize the channels of others. The 4 space mechas lost this time are definitely not the property of all your elders. You old guys will always only consider yourself and the people behind you. And you don't care about anything else. I'm just waiting for you to come to me for trouble. You old guys can only bully those pirate groups. I am now a commander without troops. I am not afraid of anything. Yang Bo sent all this information to the elders. And sure enough, the elders were furious after receiving the information. Because Yang Bo hit their soft spot. However, some elders of the Pirate Alliance Council were still unwilling to pay. Because the money had to be paid by each person, and it was impossible to use the public account. Yang Bo was still chatting with Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang asked what type of female stars he liked. And sent Yang Bo's sexy selfies. He just covered his face, and asked Yang Bo to send photos and videos. Yang Bo used remote photoelectric superpowers to find that the man next to Xiao Yang was still there. Because as long as Xiao Yang turned on the camera function on the communicator, Yang Bo could obtain the information of the camera through remote photoelectric superpowers. If the other party did not take the initiative to turn it on, Yang Bo could not turn it on. Because turning it on would trigger the security protection system. What a guy. He doesn't even want women for honey trap. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. But the more he talked to Xiao Yang, the more exciting it was. He asked others how big this place was. How big that place was. And asked what kind of men they liked. The elders of the Pirate Alliance Council were very angry with Yang Bo. But they couldn't curse back. Just waited for an hour and a half. And Zhang Buizhen sent the information. There were more than 2,000 direct descendants of the 4 families of the First Fleet. However, when Yang Bo saw the age of these people, he woke up. Because the oldest among them was over 460 years old. There is no relevant information on how long a superpower person can live. Because this is related to the individual's superpowers. Some superpowers help longevity. Just like Annie's natural superpowers. Yang Bo mainly looked at the younger generation. And soon found Zhou Kerson's fiancée from the Liu family's direct lineage. Information shows Liu Haodong, male, 48 years old, the 16th heir of the Liu family, a resident, suspected to be a C-level superpower, with a combat power of quasi-B level, suspected to practice Liu family ancient martial arts. His fiancée escaped from marriage a few months ago, and he went to court with the other party on March star, and the woman lost the case and executed the judgment on the spot. Awesome. Yang Bo didn't expect that the identity information of these people was so detailed. This one looked like it was taken from the Alliance mastermind. There are also photos of the other party, but the photos marked are photos of their student days. More than 30 people from the Liu family's direct lineage serve in the First Fleet. 2 lieutenant generals, 2 major generals, and the rest are colonels, and a lot of lieutenant colonels. There are also dozens of people serving in other departments of the military. Huh? Yang Bo looked carefully again, and the Li family, which has the most influence in the First Fleet, suddenly found something interesting. The Li family has more than 80 direct lineage members in the First Fleet, and more than 20 people serve in other departments of the military. The most powerful person in the Li family is the Commander-in-Chief of the Alliance Military Committee, which has a total of 7 people, namely the Commanders-in-Chief of the 7 fleets. As for the Commanders-in-Chief of the 8th and 9th fleets added last year, they are considered alternates. Among them, the identity information of a person in the Li family made Yang Bo a little confused. Li Yong, male, 29 years old, the 28th heir of the Li family, resident, suspected to be a D-level superpower, military rank, colonel, working in a top-secret laboratory directly under the military, recently promoted twice. The military committee did not deny this matter. The Senate answered that everything was in compliance, and in the future it is very likely that he will be the youngest major general in the Alliance for hundreds of years. Why Yang Bo was curious about this information was because this guy was promoted twice in a short time. What kind of contribution did he make? In addition, the other party was in the top-secret research department of the military. The most important thing was that Yang Bo saw the time when this guy was promoted to colonel, and he felt that he had found strange plants in the game. Could it be that this guy is responsible for the operation of the game? Yang Bo made a bold guess. Even if he guessed wrong, it would be fine. Guanwu. Yang Bo wrote down the name and photo of this person. Then 20 minutes later, this information was automatically destroyed. This is information worth 50 million. It's still these people who resell information who make money. In such a short time, 50 million is gone. It's faster than me robbing money. Muttering in his heart, Yang Bo sent a goodbye message to Xiao Yang, then threw the communicator into the space box and went home invisibly. Whether it's not, I will treat him as it is. Yang Bo didn't care whether his guess was right or not. Although Yang Bo muttered in his heart that others resell information to make money, he also knew in his heart that others must have a way, and not everyone dares to sell it. Just like Yang Bo, no matter how much money he has, he can't get access to these channels. But Zhang Buishan can easily get access to them. Yang Bo knows who is selling it. If he goes to the door rashly, others will not sell it. Only those with reliable identities will buy it. Connections cannot be measured by value. The next morning, Yang Bo went to the internet room first and saw the message Liu Jingxiang sent him, which was the process of the swordsmanship competition. Yang Bo was also shocked to see that there were more than 900 people participating in the competition. This was the branch venue of March Star. There were more than 4,000 people who signed up for the competition in the entire alliance. In the end, 600 people will go to the Blue Water Empire to participate in the semifinals, and this will adopt a point system. At this time, the elders of the Pirate Alliance Council finally reached a consensus and asked the mysterious killer of the Blue Water Empire to come to the Alliance to eliminate the leader of the Silver Moon Pirates. I'm really looking forward to this soul superpower. Yang Bo knew that these killers had many special abilities. But how much money did the other party want? When would they start working? There was no news yet. No matter how much the other party wanted, the Pirate Alliance Council would agree. And there were several elders who worked hard to promote this matter. Today Yang Bo played the game again, and he was very happy when he saw the task rewards. But in reality, there was a cargo robot behind the bionic man. I don't believe that these bastards in the military don't have space boxes. The pirate killers can be equipped with space boxes, but the mysterious research laboratory of the military is not equipped with such things. Isn't this just fooling me? Although I complained in my heart, I still had to look at the equipment. Today I received the warrior badge and a steerable flight aid. In the past, Yongbo could only fly in a parabola when controlling the Bionic Man. In fact, Yongbo used his photoelectric superpower to remotely check that the Bionic Man did not get anything. In other words, the attributes added by the Warrior Badge just mean that the official has unlocked some permissions of the Bionic Man. Of course, the Warrior Star Badge I received yesterday is the same. Nothing. And the flight can change direction in the air, which also unlocks the permissions. There is no way. I am being exploited. Although he was unhappy, there was nothing he could do. Yongbo himself did not dare to open the permissions of the Bionic Man. By the way, I can do more tasks. And do them well. And no longer fool around. Yongbo slapped his thigh and decided to work hard. To be a worker and a cow. In fact, Yongbo had his own calculations in mind. On the one hand, he was going to find an opportunity to destroy the current Bionic Man. So what kind of Bionic Man would the military laboratory assign to him? And each generation would be stronger than the previous one. Yongbo had an idea in his mind. That is, how strong a Bionic Man can the military make? On the other hand, he could verify his guess and find out whether Li Yong was in charge of the game project. After completing the task, he would go to Zhang Buishan to check the information again after a while. As long as Li Yong's military rank was promoted, there was a 99% chance that it was true. Fuck. If it's true, I don't know who Xiao Taiyong is to this Li Yong. Go to the game and accept the task. On the other side of Oma City, in the Swordsmanship Club, someone in a room was checking these abnormal data. This set of data is a bit abnormal. A middle-aged man with brown curly hair and dark skin said as he looked at a set of data. Well, the person who bought this advanced training robot is from the Liu family, one of the 3 major gray organizations in the Alliance. A yellow-skinned, bald young man next to him nodded. According to the data comparison, this group of abnormal data should be generated by this person named Yongbo. This advanced training robot has 4 people training it. According to the data comparison, 3 of them are people who joined the Swordsmanship Association before. This group of abnormal data only appeared after Yongbo joined. And this Yongbo has also applied for a gaming helmet. The yellow-skinned youth pointed at the analysis results and said, "It seems that this guy has a talent for swordsmanship. We must carefully examine him when he participates in the swordsmanship competition this time." Understood. Then the gaming helmet? Give him an A level. Anyway, if it doesn't work at that time, just find a chance to change it. But this guy is unlucky enough. The curly-haired middle-aged man carefully looked at Yongbo's identity information again. You can't say that. If he hadn't experienced all this, he would still be a cleaner. His current registered identity is also a cleaner. I hope that the person we choose this time can satisfy the superiors. The Alliance seems to have noticed something over the years, but they haven't taken action yet. I don't know what it means. These guys in the Alliance are very cunning. I think they don't know what we are doing now. So they will wait and see. Or wait until we have results before taking action. Let's not talk about this matter. Please help me make an appointment with the 4th young Master Zhang. I want to treat him to a meal. Yes. The yellow-skinned youth answered immediately. Chapter 598 Special Attributes. President. I went there in person, but young Master Zhang refused. The yellow-skinned young man came back an hour later, reporting with a slightly unhappy look on his face. The middle-aged man with curly hair sneered when he heard this. A lucky abandoned child of a family is so arrogant. Young Master Zhang is so lucky. He was originally left on this planet to fend for himself. But he unexpectedly discovered mutant creatures. In addition, the recent crackdown on pirates has made this guy famous. The yellow-skinned young man nodded. The curly-haired middle-aged man chuckled. Now it seems that the 4th young Master Zhang has a promising future. But the Zhang family will definitely not let it go. Although the 4th young Master Zhang has won over some people, it is clear that the Zhang family has more cards. It's fine if the Zhang family doesn't make a move. But once they do, the 4th young Master Zhang will probably have a hard time. I wanted to help him. But since this guy won't see us, let's just watch the show. The yellow-skinned young man nodded. I don't think highly of the 4th young Master Zhang either. Mainly because he has too few benefits to exchange. The materials of 1 or 2 mutant creatures don't have much impact on the entire planet. Now, the reason why it is so hot is that someone wants others to take over. Besides, other genetic pharmaceutical companies have mature supply systems. So how could they rashly use other materials? Master Zhang has no talent in this area. and he may not understand the genetic pharmaceutical manufacturing industry very well. The curly-haired middle-aged man nodded. He was an abandoned child of the family before, and he didn't have many resources. He didn't have so many resources to recruit more talents. Don't look at the officials on this planet. Now they listen to him. Once the Zhang family comes back, these officials will immediately change masters. It's just that as the branch president of the Sword Association, I went to pay a courtesy visit. Since you don't want to meet, forget it. Yes. The yellow-skinned young man nodded. On the other side, Zhang Buizhen was also discussing this matter with Niu Bo. Niu Bo was puzzled and asked, "Young master, why don't you meet the president of the Sword Association? They have a lot of funds every year." Hee. There are two main reasons why I don't meet them. First, their association is of no help to me. Our planet is not enough to support the development of the Sword Association, whether it is the population size or the population structure. Second, most of the funds of the Sword Association come from the Blue Water Empire. Niu Bo, think about how much money their association has spent over the years. But how much influence does it have in our alliance? If someone didn't specifically mention this association, I'm afraid many ordinary people wouldn't know about it. As a qualified politician, everyone knows which money can be taken and which money cannot be taken. This association has spent a lot of money over the years. But if you check carefully, you will find that their money has been given to ordinary people who have little influence and voice. The nobles of the Blue Water Empire are not fools. They probably have their own plans for spending money like this. It is easy to take the money now. But if there is a problem later, it will be a disaster. Besides, I am not short of money now. Although Mr. Jiu took the auction funds, the reward funds will arrive soon. Zhang Buizhen explained. Young master, you have grown up. Niu Bo praised sincerely when he heard this. It's not that I have grown up, but I will learn from other politicians to do what they do. What other politicians are unwilling to accept, I will definitely not accept. Zhang Buizhen chuckled. Master, the progress of recruiting pharmacists is very slow, especially pharmacists who can independently develop new gene drugs. There were originally 2 people who were interested, but later rejected us. According to my information, it should be the family who took action. Niu Bo reported another piece of news. I will give you an additional 3 billion credit points of funds. You must find the people we need as soon as possible. Zhang Buizhen didn't feel good at all when he heard this. The pharmaceutical company that makes genetic drugs is not a good person. They have gathered a lot of forces within the alliance. From the upstream material supply to the downstream drug use. It is all an invisible big network. It is very difficult for anyone to enter this system. Recently, I also found that some of the people who came to our planet to invest should be sent by the family. They want to give us a fatal blow in finance. Niu Bo said again. Let them come. If these guys dare to invest, they will wait for bankruptcy. Zhang Buizhen didn't have good intentions to attract investment. He mainly wanted Mr. Jiu to rob these people of their energy metals. Yes, master. When Yang Bo entered the game today, he honestly accepted an exploration mission. Explore an underground shelter in a city. Yang Bo relied on his excellent shooting skills and the machine gun in his hand to push forward directly. The shelter was full of mutant rats and a small number of zombies. The abilities given by these rats were dynamic vision. These rats were omnipresent in this underground shelter. Fortunately, Yang Bo not only had dynamic vision, but also had passive sound wave detection ability and shooting ability. He pushed forward directly, and finally found a mutant fungus plant in the underground shelter. These mice survived on these fungus plants, so they reproduced a lot and grew very fast. After completing the task, Yang Bo honestly quit the game. Although my dynamic vision has reached the Grandmaster level, after completing this task today, I found that my dynamic vision ability is still improving. That is to say, there should be another level behind this Grandmaster skill. After Yang Bo quit the game today, he sat here thinking about things. Because today I killed 20,000 mutant mice, and the leading mouse gave me mental control. And at least 98% of the mice gave me 2 points of dynamic vision. So I can clearly feel that my dynamic vision ability has been enhanced. Although there were other Grandmaster skills that continued to increase in the past, it was not so obvious. This time, the skills related to the eyes feel more acute. No wonder I found that I can use the collision ability more freely in the recent few times. Why not find a Grandmaster skill? Grandmaster of Shooting. Yang Bo realized that shooting has become a Grandmaster skill. Shooting, Grandmaster, 1/1, Accuracy plus 200%. Shooting speed plus 200%. Special attribute. Aiming time, 0, but even so, the shooting skill kept popping up in his mind. Because the shooting skill kept popping up, Yongbo subconsciously ignored it. Now he subconsciously remembered it when he saw the Grandmaster level shooting skill. If this continues, will this shooting skill undergo a qualitative change? Yongbo was a little excited. Didn't the military find out that I broke the robot and then used radiation to kill the mutant sea urchins? Yongbo muttered in his heart. In fact, the game department did ignore this matter, although the military is monitoring the planet of the Doomsday copy throughout the process. It is reasonable to say that the increase in radiation in a certain area should be discovered soon. But the place where Yongbo broke the freight robot was at the entrance of a cave. There is another stream in the cave. The water coming out of the cave is relatively cold, so it sinks and naturally spreads the radiation-contaminated water on the seabed. And so many mutant sea urchins died one after another, because the smell brought out by these dead mutant sea urchins attracted more mutant sea urchins. For these mutant sea urchins, they don't know the power of radiation at all. In this way, the more mutant sea urchins die, the more mutant sea urchins they can attract. Don't care about him. Yongbo thought about it and didn't care. So he looked at the Grandmaster skills. As for the attributes of the Grandmaster skill shooting, the shooting accuracy and speed increase, which is understandable. But what does the aiming time 0 mean? Yongbo's heart moved, and the whole person turned into a mechanic state again. At this time, he saw that the mechanical state actually reached 60%. Does it mean that the mechanic must have mechanical-related abilities to increase the state? Yongbo still couldn't figure out how the mechanic state was added. For this question, Yongbo no longer delved into it, because he had thought about it before. But he didn't have any clues. Do you want to find a place to try? Yongbo recovered his human state, and then came to the living room. Looking at the things on the table in the living room, he was moved. Yongbo's idea was very simple. Since the aiming time was 0, it meant that there was no need to aim, and he could just shoot at will. Since there was no need to aim, wouldn't it be possible to just look at the things and hit them? So Yongbo opened the trash can, and then came to the living room. He picked up a fork at the farthest distance, just glanced at the location of the trash can, and then walked to the other side. When he walked to the middle, he threw the fork in his hand casually. Then the fork fell directly into the trash can. However, Yongbo was a little dissatisfied with this test, so he prepared to go out and try it on the beach. The beach of March Star is still very beautiful, because of the 3 satellites. The tidal energy is very large. The white sand beach is like a scene in a dream, but the waves are a bit big. Walking barefoot on this white beach, Yongbo held his shoes in one hand and picked up a handful of small stones in the other hand. There are also many creatures on the beach, some of which are like beetles. Seeing a group of marine creatures similar to crayfish in the distance, running into the sea when they saw people, Yongbo threw more than 20 small stones in his hand. Oh my god! The result made Yongbo stunned, because more than 20 small stones actually hit more than 20 crayfish running into the sea. You should know that the speed of these marine creatures similar to crayfish is completely different. At the moment of throwing, Yongbo clearly felt the change of the power in his hand, so that the thrown stones fell accurately on the backs of these running crayfish. Of course, this handful of stones did not have any strong power, so those crayfish successfully ran into the sea. No wonder there are special annotations for special attributes. Chapter 599 Regretful Fourth Brother Zhang. Then Yongbo conducted another experiment. As long as he saw any moving target, he could just throw it as long as he wanted to hit it. Even if the target was moving, he could hit it. So the crayfish on the beach suffered, being hit by the small stones for no reason. Is my comprehensive ability improved again? Yongbo looked at the more than 40 small stones he threw, and they all hit a group of marine creatures that looked like crayfish in the distance. And all of them hit. What Yongbo cares about is not the accuracy, which is related to the speed of the target, but he threw dozens of small stones at a time, and he could hit the target. The speeds of these creatures that look like crayfish are basically the same, and they did not stop or speed up in the middle, although it seems that some of these creatures ran to the front. This is because their speed is faster than others. These creatures definitely don't want to run at the end, so the creatures running behind have to speed up. For targets with irregular speed changes, it is not so easy to hit. While walking with small stones in his hand, Yongbo flicked the stones away with 2 fingers. It seemed that he was playing with these small stones unconsciously. But in fact Yang Bo was looking for targets randomly, such as a raised point or a sunken point on a reef, or a point on the beach. Crayfish were everywhere, and some of them even showed a big claw in the gap of the reef. They were also hit by Yang Bo's finger-flicking magic, and they jumped out of the gap of the reef and fluttered into the sea. Yang Bo did not use too much force, and the damage to these crayfish was not great. Just to scare them. There is no need to aim at all, as long as you see the target and throw the small stone out. The small stone can hit the target accurately. Although this beach is Yang Bo's territory, and he has been here more than once, it is the first time for him to really appreciate it. The wind is relatively strong at the seaside, and the waves are constantly pushing the sand to the shore, forming a beautiful beach. Of course, there are also black reefs in some places. It's so comfortable. If I were on Earth, I would have such a large white beach, and I would come here every day to bask in the sun. Yang Bo walked on the beach. Huh? Yang Bo found a yacht in the sea in the distance, parked there. When he came, no one was active outside the boat. Now it has been nearly an hour, and no one is active on the boat. This is a bit abnormal. After all, everyone goes out to sea for fun, either fishing or playing. Could it be that they sleep in the yacht? Intuition makes Yang Bo feel a little suspicious. However, he did not check it out because it was not worth it. Yang Bo does have the ability to detect the other party's bottom line, such as photoelectric superpowers. But there is no need, because once the superpowers are used, they will be discovered by others. Let's go back first. Things are not peaceful recently. It's not that I'm afraid of anything, but I can't be exposed. Then Yang Bo went back to the villa. Then Yang Bo did one thing. That is, calling the police. The reason for calling the police was very simple. That is, he suspected that someone was spying on him, because the other party's yacht was very close to the boundary of his private land. Yang Bo was on the roof of the villa, and just after the call, Yang Bo saw several police drones flying towards the suspicious yacht. Less than 20 seconds after the call, several drones began to check the yacht. This kind of thing is very common in the Alliance. For example, if I suspect that my neighbor is spying on me, I can call the police and ask them to check. Just when Yang Bo thought the yacht would be driven away, he didn't expect that the police drone would sound the alarm less than 5 seconds after it arrived. Then several police drones exploded in the air, obviously hit by lasers. Lasers are invisible in this kind of clear weather. Yang Bo squatted down subconsciously when he saw the scene, and then heard a burst on the wall behind him. WOC. Seeing the traces left by the burst on the wall behind him, someone actually hit him with a laser weapon. But the next second, the yacht in the distance seemed to be hit by some powerful force and exploded. Planetary alert system. Yang Bo shrank his neck when he saw this scene, because he could clearly sense a huge energy fluctuation in the sky. Someone actually wants to kill me from a distance. But why didn't they do it when I was on the beach? And why did I subconsciously hide just now? Was it intuition? Although Yang Bo is not afraid of laser attacks, if he is unlucky and gets hit in the eyes by the laser, he will die. So Yang Bo is scared now. Is this someone sent by the Lu family? Or is it someone from Lu Jijia's family? The alarm has sounded in Oma City, and the people on the beach are scared and run away. Mainly because Oma City has been too chaotic recently. There is a parapet above the villa. Yang Bo is hiding behind the parapet, and watching many drones on the sea have arrived at the scene of the incident. There is even a type of drone that can be transformed and directly plunges into the sea. At this moment, the communicator rang. Fourth brother. Seeing that the other party was Zhang Buizhen, Yang Bo answered and shouted, "Brother, are you okay?" Zhang Buizhen said this as soon as he came up. "No. How did fourth brother know that something happened to me?" Yang Bo knew that the other party might have paid attention to the information about his accident through the network background. But he still asked this question. "I see that the place where the accident happened is not far from your private land." Zhang Buizhen couldn't say that I got your information from the police, because this would involve violating personal privacy. Once Zhang Buizhen said it, and Yang Bo recorded it. If the two of them fell out in the future, Yang Bo would bring up this matter and Zhang Buizhen's political career would be over. Personal privacy is a forbidden area that must not be touched on the Alliance side. At least those who touch this area openly will not have a good end. As for secretly, this cannot be used as evidence, and you can't do anything about it. Today, I was walking on the beach, and I felt that there was a strange yacht. No one was fishing. And no one was on it. It was impossible for them to sleep in it. I suspected that the other party might be coming for the mutants. Their yacht was located right in front of the river outlet. So I called the police and said that I suspected someone was spying on me. I don't know what weapon the other party used, but they destroyed several police drones and shot at me. Yang Bo directly put the blame on the mutants. If it turns out that this is not the reason later, it's fine, because he just suspected it. Then be careful. I'll check it out right away. Zhang Buizhen's eyelids jumped when he heard this. Zhang Buizhen didn't expect Yang Bo to lie. And Yang Bo had no reason to lie. Then Lu Jijia called again. Yang Bo. What happened? Brother Jia. I don't know. I saw a yacht sneaking outside the boundary of my private land. So I called the police. I didn't expect the other party to be really problematic. They directly blew up the police drone and used some weapons to attack my villa. Let me show you the result of their attack on the villa. Yang Bo took a photo and sent it to Lu Jijia while speaking. I'll be there right away. Lu Jijia was also shocked when he saw the hole in the wall. Yang Bo was about to refuse, but he didn't expect the other party to have hung up the phone. Then Zhou Rui called again, and Yang Bo quickly said that he was fine. But half an hour later, Lu Jijia, Zhou Rui, Lu Jingxiang, Zhou Kersen and others, looking at the marks on the wall on the third floor. There was a coin-sized hole on the wall, and there were many cracks next to the hole. The police had already left. They were here to collect evidence because there was an attack by energy weapons on the planet. This must be strictly investigated because laser weapons are too dangerous. The outside of this wall is a layer of material similar to concrete, which is used to protect the warship armor inside the wall. When the laser hits this layer of material, there will be a temperature difference, which will cause cracks. The sound Yang Bo heard was the sound of cracks breaking. It's too dangerous. Lu Jijia looked at the many drones on the sea and the police boats, searching. I was really lucky at the time. I saw several police drones exploded, and I quickly lay down. I didn't expect that the wall behind me would be attacked immediately. Yang Bo nodded. Who is going to deal with you? Zhou Rui looked at the hole left on the wall, and was also scared. Who knows who it is? Recently, our planet is not peaceful. I rarely come to this rooftop once a month. Yang Bo looked confused. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen looked at each other, and thought it was probably because of their own affairs. It seems that you should go out less in the future. It is not peaceful recently. How about you move to the dormitory? Lu Jijia was also scared. If this laser really kills Yang Bo, where can he regret it? Your dormitory is not safe either. Yang Bo's words made Lu Jijia unable to answer, because his dormitory had been attacked twice. How about going to my villa? Zhou Rui said again. How many villas were destroyed by the last nuclear bomb attack? My villa is not afraid of that kind of small nuclear bomb. Yang Bo answered again. It's okay. I will be more careful in the future. Yang Bo shook his head. Then you should be careful. If you find anything unusual in the future, hide yourself first. Lu Jijia instructed Yang Bo. Yang Bo nodded and followed the others downstairs. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were also a little surprised when they saw the decoration on Yang Bo's third floor. These were all luxury brands. Half of the third floor of Yang Bo's villa was a house and half was a terrace. The second floor was larger and more luxuriously decorated, and luxury items could be seen everywhere. Lu Jijia and Zhou Rui were of course not surprised, because this was the official repair after Yang Bo's villa was attacked last time. And the bill was several hundred million yuan anyway. It was another scene on the first floor. The first floor can be said to be a minimalist design. Apart from the necessary living facilities, there was nothing else. Yang Bo brought a bottle of water to each of these people. I must check it out when I go back to see who it is. Lu Jijia decided to use his connections. Fourth brother has called. Brother Jia, you should not owe favors to others. Yang Bo took a sip of water and said, I don't know why, but things have been happening one after another during this period of time. Zhou Rui also shook her head. Of course, Yang Bo didn't say anything, because he participated in these things on the planet. But he definitely didn't want to make trouble. Lu Jijia couldn't say it was Lu Jingxiang's fault, or Zhou Kersen's fault, because before the matter was investigated, no one knew what was going on, because the Ashes organization had targeted himself and Yang Bo before. The four people stayed for a while, and then left. Yang Bo watched the four people leave in 2 flying cars. It seems that I really have to go out less in the future. Back in the room where he was surfing the internet, Yang Bo saw that there was already related news. But the popularity was not very high. I don't know who they are. But the two groups of people Lu Jijia mentioned should be the ones targeting my public identity. The Ashes organization will not kill me. They want to find out what happened on the Green Devil Star. Although I have harmed the Red Earl many times, they don't know that I harmed them. The most suspicious people are the Lu Jijia family and the Lu family. Okay. Don't let me meet the people from these two families. Yang Bo can only do this now. Besides, after Zhang Buizhen talked to Yang Bo, he put pressure on the police. Master, there is a result. This is a group of killers from the Brotherhood. Someone has offered a reward to kill Yang Bo. Niu Bo walked into the room and took out the evidence. When did Yang Bo provoke the killers from the Brotherhood? Zhang Buizhen was a little surprised. It was the last time when Master had dinner with Yang Bo, and said that people from Lu Jijia's family might retaliate. Unexpectedly, Master's prediction came true. Niu Bo said with a chuckle. Zhang Buizhen looked carefully and found that it was Lu Jijia's family who offered a reward to kill Yang Bo. Because according to the killer's confession, after killing Yang Bo, he had to take a photo and then send the photo to Lu Jijia, which meant that this was the result of betrayal. This Lu family is really corrupt. And they actually offered a reward for a resident. Zhang Buizhen shook his head when he saw this. The reason why the Lu family has been going downhill for so many years is because of this habit of theirs. Little did they know that the more they do this, the more people around them will stay away from them. Niu Bo nodded. Let the police announce this news. I don't care about the Lu family, but I will take care of Yang Bo. Also, let the suspect bite a few people from the Lu family and issue a wanted order. Zhang Buizhen had to intervene because the mutants lived on Yang Bo's private land. This is the foundation for his future development. If Yang Bo dies now and has no relatives, then these properties will be taken back by the government. At that time, he will not be sure to regain control of this land. Also, let Lu Jijia come here. On the one hand, we will issue a wanted order for the Lu family. And on the other hand, let Lu Jijia reconcile with their family as soon as possible. Given the current situation of the Lu family, we can just give them some money and get rid of them. Young master is wise, Niu Bo said, and then hurried to do things. Then Zhang Buizhen picked up the communicator and called Yang Bo. Brother, look at what happened. Zhang Buizhen called Yang Bo and told him what happened. And then spoke. Fourth brother, what should we do? Who is this brotherhood? Yang Bo heard that it was someone sent by Lu Jijia's family, and sneered in his heart, saying that he would talk about it later. But he still looked panicked. Don't worry. I will be responsible for solving this matter for you, Zhang Buizhen said confidently, patting his chest. Thank you very much. Fourth brother, I will treat you to a meal in 2 days, and thank you very much. Yang Bo looked grateful. In less than an hour, Zhang Buizhen regretted it so much that he stared at Lu Jijia, who was sitting in front of him with wide eyes. Say it again? There is another Lu family? Master Zhang. There is another Lu family. Lu Jijia was so scared that his voice became much quieter. He didn't know why Master Zhang would behave like this when he heard him say that Yang Bo's attack might be related to the Lu family. Then he quickly explained, this is actually a misunderstanding. Zhou Kersen's fiancé is from the Lu family. Zhou Kersen ran away from the marriage and came to us. Of course, the people of the Lu family couldn't stand this. So the Lu family joined forces with the Zhou family and came here to sue Zhou Kersen aggressively to make her pay. After the court's ruling, Zhou Kersen paid the money in court, which made the people of the Lu and Zhou families feel very embarrassed. So I also got news that the people of the Lu family seemed to be offering a reward to kill Yang Bo because they misunderstood that Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen had an improper relationship. Zhang Buizhen was so regretful. Why did he express his opinion just now? The Lu family is easy to deal with. Isn't it just a family engaged in gray industries? And it is a family on the decline. But the Lu family is different. This guy has deep roots. In addition, there is the Zhou family, which has a great influence. Lu Jijia looked at Master Zhang's increasingly ugly face. He didn't know what was going on. But from the other party's ugly face, he guessed that it should not be a small matter. Zhang Buizhen took a breath and said, the matter has been found out. It is your Lu family. Now I need you to name a few people. We are officially wanted for these people. We put pressure on them officially. And you compromise with the family as soon as possible. Your family just wants money. But I don't have money now. Lu Jijia heard Master Zhang's words and felt that this method was very good. Two-pronged approach. But it was a pity that he had no money. How much money do you want? I'll lend it to you. Let's deal with this matter first. Also, think of a way. Even if it's pretending to be someone from the Lu family to issue a bounty mission. And then find someone to take the mission. And then make things bigger. Zhang Buizhen immediately had an idea in his mind. Master, what do you mean? Lu Jijia didn't quite understand. The Lu family is the military. And we are the government. We don't need direct evidence. As long as there is a rumor that the Lu family participated in the attack on the government. It's better to bring up the matter between Yang Bo and Zhou Kersen, so as to increase the credibility of others. You should learn more from me. Sometimes, expanding the contradiction will benefit yourself. Master Zhang looked at Lu Jijia and said unhappily, Chapter 600 Planning. After hearing this, Lu Jijia roughly understood what Zhang Buizhen meant, and nodded quickly, but asked worriedly, Our family gets along very well with local officials and dignitaries. If we announce a wanted list for our family members, I wonder if it will be effective. Zhang Buizhen sneered when he heard Lu Jijia say this. With your IQ, you still have the nerve to set up a branch company alone. With your current situation, if you follow your original path, you will be blamed sooner or later. Lu Jijia was scolded by Zhang Buizhen, but he smiled and said, Thank you for your support, young master. If it weren't for your support, I would have no choice but to do that. I asked you to come here to ask you to tell me the names of those who have done bad things in your family. People like you in the gray area are like a rag. Everyone knows that this rag is dirty. But now everyone has to use it. So it doesn't matter. But once someone says that the rag you use is so dirty, who will come to defend you? Besides, we are not directly wanted for him. We are just forcing them to reconcile with you as a criminal suspect. As long as I list him as a criminal suspect, no matter how good the government officials and dignitaries who have a good relationship with those people in your family are, they will definitely think about how to silence them at this time. Otherwise, if they are arrested, who dares to say that your family will not leak some information? As long as people have been in the gray area, all the dignitaries and politicians will look at them with tinted glasses. They are destined to never be able to clean up their lives. It means you are lucky to be on this planet. Otherwise, you can become a congressman? Of course, it's fortunate that you didn't do well enough before. Otherwise, if you become the core of the family, you will always be a rag. To be honest, Lu Jijia has no choice but to start a branch company by himself, because he can't get along in the family, so he can only open up the market outside. As for Lu Jijia's business strategy, it's still relying on the Lu family's platform to do some tasks. Lu Jijia understands some of the things that Master Zhang said, but doesn't understand some of them. So when Lu Jijia can whitewash himself, he will directly hand over the company without hesitation, and then go ashore to become a politician. Thank you for your advice, Master. Anyway, Lu Jijia still plays the role of a caring subordinate vividly. What about the Lu family? Why are you such a blockhead? You do whatever you are told. The Lu family is a military family, and you come to trouble an ordinary resident. Once this news breaks out, how will the people of the Alliance look at them? Will the government allow them, the military, to offer a reward to an ordinary resident at will? Zhang Buizhen said unhappily. The reason why Zhang Buizhen was so angry was because he had just promised Yang Bo that everything would be settled. Fortunately, the military and the government did not have a close relationship. If anyone in the local government had a close relationship with the military, they would be killed by all the people in the government, because it was to avoid the emergence of a second military government. I am stupid and I know this, but I don't know how to do it. I am afraid that I will make a mistake and fail to achieve the desired effect. Lu Jijia explained carefully. Zhang Buizhen carefully told Lu Jijia what to do, and finally instructed, you can still go to Yang Bo to act, but you must not let Yang Bo get hurt. And don't mention my name. To put it bluntly, you have offended the Lu family, and I will protect you. If the Lu family comes and stares at me, maybe you will be the first to be unlucky. Although Zhang Buizhen is not afraid of the Lu family, he doesn't want to have an enemy for no reason. I understand. Thank you, young master. I will learn more from you in the future. Although Lu Jijia was scolded by young Master Zhang, he felt happy in his heart, because not everyone can be scolded by the boss like this. Hurry up and do things. Zhang Buizhen is now very irritable. Not only does he have to help his subordinates clean up their messes, but he also has to borrow money. If time can go back an hour, Zhang Buizhen feels that he will definitely not give a guarantee to Yang Bo. Lu Jijie said goodbye to Zhang Buizhen and hurried back to the dormitory. Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen were waiting for news from Lu Jijie. What happened? The two asked hurriedly when they saw Lu Jijie coming back. They were really anxious. After all, such a big thing happened. Lu Jijie couldn't say that it was our Lu family who did it, and it had nothing to do with you, Zhou Kersen. Because Zhou Kersen would have to act later. So he said, it's our Lu family and the Lu family who are offering a reward together. But the Lu family has no substantial evidence yet. And our Lu family already has evidence. The authorities will issue a wanted order soon. Ah. What can we do? Lu Jingxiang and Zhou Kersen's faces changed drastically when they heard this. Our family can only reconcile. If my family doesn't reconcile, I will be a tainted witness. And those bastards in the family will know how to bully others, Lu Jijie said with gritted teeth. And he was also very angry. Because Yang Bo was not only a way out, but also a thigh. How much does it cost? The greedy character of those people in the family may cost a lot of money. Lu Jingxiang was also a little helpless when she said this. And then said worriedly, I have already borrowed money from someone. Lu Jijie shook his head and smiled bitterly. This money is half of mine. And I will pay you back when I have money. Lu Jingxiang had no other choice. And she had to admit this matter herself. What about the Lu family? Zhou Kersen was a little anxious. The Lu family had a solution. But what about the Lu family? This matter is still a little difficult. I will think of a solution. The Lu family is one aspect. And the key is your Zhou family. The lawsuit involves the Lu and Zhou families. We need to think of a way to control these two families at once. Lu Jijie decided not to talk about the method for the time being. He had to wait until Zhou Kersen became more anxious before convincing him to act. The key is to convince the other protagonist. So the next morning, Yang Bo just got up and came to the room where he was surfing the internet, and found that Lu Jijie had sent him 4 messages, saying that there was important news and he wanted to see him. After Yang Bo washed up, he sent a message to Lu Jijie. Half an hour later, Lu Jijie's car arrived at Yang Bo's villa. The matter has been investigated clearly. It is our Lu family and Zhou Kersen's family, as well as her former fiancé's family. His fiancé's family. Lu Jijie slightly expanded the power of the Lu family. What should we do? Yang Bo actually knew what was going on. But since Lu Jijie was here, there must be a solution. So he pretended not to know what to do. It's easy to talk to our family. I've already talked to them. The chances of reconciliation are very high, Lu Jijie said. In fact, the Lu family is now anxious. March Star directly blamed the Lu family for the attack on residents yesterday. The official report of March Star said that a group of thugs attacked residents with laser weapons. And this group of thugs were members of the Brotherhood. There were also these members of the Brotherhood in the press conference. In the video, it was said that someone from the Lu family contacted him to kill this resident. Of course, the official term used is suspect. And these suspects of the Lu family were originally given names by Lu Jijie. As long as they were caught, it would be easy to find evidence of their crimes. After these people from the Lu family were listed as suspects, the Lu family members were anxious and looked for connections everywhere. But unfortunately, those people now said they were powerless because this was the internal affairs of another planet. He also asked the Lu family whether they had offered a bounty in the Brotherhood. The Lu family had done it, but they would not admit it if asked. After a series of setbacks, the Lu family became anxious and contacted Lu Jijie to ask what he was going to do. Because the Lu family believed that Lu Jijie was responsible for this incident. Because Lu Jijie was a member of the March Star Council. But this guy would only speak in an official tone, and would not say anything substantial. Once he said it, the Lu family might take out the recorded evidence. Then Lu Jijie hung up the phone and ignored calls from his family. Then come to Yang Bo to solve the Lu family's affairs. What about the Lu family? Yang Bo asked. It's not that there is no way. But you also know that military affairs are not easy to deal with. The only way now is to put on a show. What you did was very simple. Just go out shopping with Zhou Kersen. And then be attacked. Of course, this is all fake. Because the attackers are arranged by ourselves. Although the Lu family's military people are not easy to deal with. We are the government. We want everyone to know that the Lu family warlord wants to murder an ordinary resident because this resident is with the ex-girlfriend of a member of their family. It is to expand the conflict. Think about it. Ordinary people don't know the marriage status of our big families at all. Now the ex-boyfriend hired someone to commit murder and kill the ex-girlfriend and her current friends. This is a big news hotspot. The government department must come forward. There must be many social groups that will stand up and accuse the Liu family. Hearing this, Yang Bo looked at Liu Jijia with admiration. This guy has become so dark after 2 days in the political arena. Yes, but I require glasses and a mask. Yang Bo nodded. He was out of reach of the Liu family now. But there would be plenty of time later. Then I'll go back and make plans. I'll send you a message when the time comes. When Liu Jijia heard Yang Bo's agreement, he hurried to prepare. Yes, thank you, Brother Jia. Yang Bo was relieved to hear that the problem could be solved temporarily. After all, being pointed at by a laser gun in the dark was also a very scary thing.